Thank you, James, Riverstone, and Callie. Beautiful music. We really appreciate it. So, good morning, everyone. Ready for the next phase of our journey? For those of you who saw the documentary, you feel a little more well-versed in the concepts? Yeah? And did you enjoy the meditation last night? Nothing like BASHAR on a dark, starry night, huh? And just being bathed in love like that, wasn't that something? It was just, I don't know if you all saw, but he was doing certain hand motions while this was going on. And I could just feel him just bathing everybody in this incredible energy. So nice blessing. Hope some of you had some interesting dreams last night. I did also want to let you all know about the upcoming events. In Los Angeles, at the end of this month, on the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, BASHAR is going to do a most amazing session, weekend session, and it's really about artificial intelligence in the future. And what I've found is that understanding artificial intelligence, it really does shift you in some very interesting ways. And even though that's been the stuff of science fiction, it's actually the next stage of our journey, understanding how to connect our minds, in a sense, with artificial intelligence. And our first go-round at this, to some degree, is through the internet. And eventually, I think BASHAR said that that would mean one day we would be talking to our higher selves that way also. But you can do that through synchronicity anytime, too. You know that. So that's that weekend. He's doing the first session is on Epsilon. These are the three orbs that surround Essassani. And they're an artificial intelligence consciousness that balances the energy of the planets. Because one of the things that can happen on Earth is that as you get drawn down into lower and lower vibrational fields here, you can see how it alters people's consciousness. And the same thing is true for their planet, where that constant balance is coming from the artificial intelligence that surrounds them. And it's awesome that this solution, in a sense, has been found. So the second night is Eclipse, which is another of the orbs, and the third day, Sunday, is Epiphany. So it'll be a great journey, and I invite you to join us either in person in Los Angeles or via Ustream. And then we'll be in Las Vegas on November 4th, and BASHAR is doing a session entitled Dare to Dream. And in this one, he's going to talk about the importance of taking action on your dreams in order to really be able to manifest the experience of it fully. And that's for sure true. And then on the 11th, we're going to be in Oakland, and that's actually BASHAR's birthday, in a sense. And so he decided to entitle it BASHAR's Birthday Gift, because he's giving a gift to us for his birthday, which sounds like a great idea. Bring it on. And he'll share a birthday present with us called The Circle of Self-Empowerment. And then in December, we'll be in Los Angeles again for a weekend. And on Friday, he's going to do a session entitled Window of Discovery, 2018 to 2020. So we're going to start getting a little bit of a peek into what's coming. That should be very interesting. That is on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of December. And also, if you join our mailing list, then we always announce all these things, when things are available, everything. And as our community grows and we can offer more ways for you to communicate with each other, that's part of our goal. And so if you're on our mailing list, you can be part of that growth and change. Saturday night is called People's Choice. And the last day, Sunday, is the Science of Spirit. What is God? and consciousness and spirituality and how that can be reconciled in our society. So, lots of good stuff from BASHAR coming up, and we're so glad that you all are connecting in and making some of this your own. So, I'd like to get started now because I know that that's what you're all here for. And so it's my great pleasure to bring to you the very talented channel, Daryl Enka. Okay, so anyway, again, thank you all so much for being here and going on this journey with us. And let's see what the next stage of our journey brings. Thank you for taking us on this way.
Thank you. All right, guys, have fun, and I will see you later. I want to say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. All right. Once again, we thank you for the opportunity to transmit and share with you this information. This transmission has been titled Limitations Unlimited. Now, we understand in general, in your society, that when your people speak of such things as limitations, it quite often will carry with it a negative connotation, because it has been discussed that it is a positive thing to let go of limitations, that letting go of limitations gives you a sense of expansiveness, of freedom. And this is so, but we would like to clarify the idea of limitations now much more precisely, so that the idea is not just generalized with a negative light. Because there is such a thing as, for lack of a better term, positive limitations. In fact, the majority of limitations you experience are positive limitations. Now, perhaps a different word might be a little bit more illustrative. Maybe the idea of guidelines or the idea of focus, of intention, might be another way to express the concept of positive limitation. Because we do understand, not to confuse things, but to be more precise, we do understand that essentially, mechanically speaking, yes, limitations are mechanically negative in the sense that they create a kind of disconnection experience, forgetting experience. And the idea, therefore, that they might be mechanically negative doesn't mean that you cannot use them in a positive way. And using limitations in a positive way is what we mean by positive limitations. For example, you have agreed in general to play the Earth physical reality game. Obviously, right from the get-go, that is a kind of imposed limitation on your expanded consciousness as a spirit, as a larger being. You have to focus down, give yourself some parameters, some boundaries, some guidelines to focus upon in order to play the physical reality Earth game, which is, in a sense, more limited than the one that you would experience as a spirit in non-physical reality. But that's all right. These boundaries, these borders that you create for yourself, these guidelines and so-called rules of how to play the game, is what allows you to gain a positive experience of the process of creation. And even within that reality, there are many ways to experience the concept of using limitations in a positive way. Again, clearly, as you go about your day, you experience things that are the product and the result of you focusing on such things as your passion, on such things as communicating with your friends and families. There are ways in which you have gone about designing these things that takes advantage of the fact that you can limit your consciousness to have a very specifically focused experience in one particular way without paying attention to all the other connections that you may have in reality. And from time to time, you can loosen those up and allow yourself to become more aware of some of those other connections, but then even that is a kind of focused limitation because you usually pay attention to one or two or a few particular things at a time in order to engage that process of creation in a way that your physical mind can handle it, can process it. The physical mind itself, again, is the product of imposing a limitation on your consciousness by creating an artificial personality structure that contains definitions, belief systems, emotions, thought patterns, behaviors, so on and so forth. But again, all for the purpose of going on a particular ride, just in the same way that if you decide to go to one of your theme parks, one of your amusement parks, you will focus on, usually, a ride at a time, or what it is that you are enjoying with your friends, or what it is you happen to be eating at that moment. That focus gives you, those guidelines and parameters give you an intensity of experience. That's what it's for. It's like narrowing down your vision so that there is a very small aperture through which a lot of energy and a lot of experience can come to allow it to be the most invigorating, the most intense experience that you can have so that you're really living to the fullest. You're really getting every little ounce of what you can get and what you can experience out of this physical reality dream. It's a limitation upon your consciousness because it is just a projection of consciousness, but it is a projection that is made to seem real so that you can have a visceral experience of physical reality. Otherwise, it would be diaphanous. It would simply be made of smoke and mirrors. You would never be able to really have the kind of experiences that you have without the positive use of limitation. You follow along? So we simply share this idea with you this day of your time so that you don't necessarily go through your life just automatically assigning negative meanings to the ideas of limitations, and that you can really learn to appreciate how clever, how creative, how beneficial the limitations are that you use in positive ways to give you the wonderful, beautiful, creative, artistic experience you're having called physical life. So this is for the purpose of allowing you to open up a little bit, not be quite so limited in how you look at limitations, and give yourself the benefit of the positive experience of how you cleverly use the negative energy or the negative mechanics of creating a limitation on your consciousness in order to create a very powerful positive experience of life for yourselves. You understand? All right. So just let that sink in. Let the idea of how you focus on limitations just happen naturally. Again, synchronicity will serve you as to what you need to focus on at any given moment and what kind of rules or guidelines or parameters you need to pay attention to at any given moment. It's an adjustable, dynamically changing thing, always fluctuating in accordance to what you need at any given moment based on your vibration that you're giving off. So just let it occur naturally, and it will guide you unerringly through life to allow you to experience exactly what you need to experience in using that tool in a positive and beneficial way. So then, in return for the gift that you are giving to us in allowing us to experience all of you, we ask, in what way may we now be of service to you? Please begin with your questions and comments if you wish.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
As always, a great honor to speak with you at this time.
And you as well.
And I have just a few questions.
Yes.
I would like to know initially what my set point frequency is at this time on average from your analysis of my energy. At
this particular moment, fluctuating between 143,000, 157,000 cycles per second.
Excellent. Okay. I've been feeling a calling of my higher self to relocate to another location in the United States, specifically Santa Fe, New Mexico. Could you give me any messages or comments on that calling?
The only comment I can give you, if that is where you're drawn to, then do your best to act on it with no assumption you'll wind up there.
Okay.
Remember, all of you please remember, when something presents itself to you as your highest excitement, it doesn't mean that it has to come to fruition in the form in which the excitement came. It might, it very well might. But very often the reason to drop the insistence is because you don't actually know why the excitement came in that form. Sometimes it's just coming in a form that is the form that is aligned with your belief system to get you to take an action, because you need to take the action to wind up where you actually need to wind up in life. But the way it comes will be what seems most exciting at that moment. But take the action with no insistence that that actually has to be the manifestation that comes to fruition. If it needs to be, it will be. If it doesn't need to be, it will be something else. But if you hold on to the idea that that form is what has to manifest, you're going to slow down the process of finding out where it is you actually need to be. You follow?
So you're saying when one excitement links to another, just follow all the excitement and
Yes.
go down the maze.
Excitement is the path, not the form it comes in. You have a saying on your planet, do not judge a book by its cover. Therefore, follow the content. What is it saying? And what excitement is saying is, this is your path. It has to come in many different forms, and therefore you really can't always pay attention to the form that it comes in, because that may be simply the only form that was available for it to come in at that moment that would reach you, that would get you to pay attention. So when you then recognize that the excitement requires an action from you in the direction of the form, but don't insist on the form, then you will be in balance with the way in which to use the energy of excitement, which is your natural vibration, your essential core frequency. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does that help?
Yes, and when you mentioned my frequency, I understand that this particular physical form that I'm in, max is typically around 200 hertz. Is that correct?
Most humans on your planet operate somewhere between 40,000 to 50,000, maybe now and then 80,000 cycles per second. The fact that many that are exploring spirituality and expanding their consciousness will operate above 100 is relatively rare at this point. To be somewhere around 150,000 cycles per second is doing very well. Sometimes many of you will peak above 200,000 cycles per second when you are in a state of absolute highest passion. Our civilization typically operates somewhere around 300,000 cycles per second. So that should give you some form of barometer as to where you might be at any given moment if you wish to do that. But please don't use it to measure yourself and find yourself wanting.
Okay.
It's a dynamically fluctuating thing, and it will always be representative, even though sometimes it may go up, and sometimes it may go down, and sometimes it may go up, and sometimes it may go down. The idea is, goes up, gives you something to hold on to, gives you a vibration to imbue yourself with, but then goes down to give you a chance sometimes to apply it in your physical reality in a different way, and it might require a different frequency in which to do that. But even as it might go up and down, please remember, overall, because your intention is to expand and grow and be more of yourself, the up and down isn't this. The up and down is this.
Right.
It's always climbing.
It's
Yes?
my understanding that as you increase your personal frequency, you allow yourself to get to those higher realms of reality that you speak of, those more pleasant realities, except for the lower ones, which, which cause a lot of trouble, from my understanding.
Say again?
Well, my goal is to keep increasing my frequency, as you just showed.
Yes. But you don't have to focus on it as a goal. All you need to do is act on your highest excitement every moment that you can to the best of your ability, with no insistence or assumption as to what the outcome ought to look like. That's the way you do it. That's the formula. That is the instruction manual.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. I will.
Does that help?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
1 second question is, I'm interested in the situation with the coronal mass ejections of the sun and how it's acting up right now.
Yes.
Can you give any comments or highlights about any issues we should be concerned about in the near future, like the year 1 or 2 years from now?
We might discuss some of that in the upcoming transmission called The Window of Discovery 2018 to 2020.
All right.
All right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Bashar.
And a you good day.
I have two questions.
Yes.
One relates back to what you said yesterday about the hurricanes in Florida.
Yes.
And you mentioned that the people there praying should not pray that they would move off course, that they would instead be off course, instead of wanting, having.
Yes, by shifting themselves to a parallel reality where that's already happening. Because everything is happening in some reality somewhere. Therefore, if that's the preferred reality, by shifting your vibration as if that reality is truly real for you, you will experience what's happening in that reality. And if there is a reality where that particular weather phenomenon is somewhere else, then that will be the reality that someone experiences. Or even if they can still observe that it remains on its initial course, they will not be physiologically affected by it in any negative way.
Do you have any technique that we can use to try and achieve that?
It's not a technique. It's an understanding of how things work.
Okay.
You follow me? Let me put it to you this way. I'll give you an analogy we often use. You watch different programs on your television, yes?
Yes.
Now, you're watching one program, and now you decide, I really would prefer to watch a different program. What do?
Grab the remote.
What do? You
change
the station.
But that's my question. How?
No.
No?
Pay attention.
Okay.
Why do you change the station on your television to look at a different program?
Because it'll please me more.
Because what?
It will please me. The new one will please me.
No. You're missing the point. You're looking for an esoteric thing. I'm actually giving you a mechanical, physical thing to understand.
Okay.
When you want to watch a different program on your television, you change the channel.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
You change the actual frequency. And that program that you now wish to watch is on a different frequency. That's why you change to that frequency to receive that program. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Keep this simple. Don't get it all mixed up with esoteric concepts that don't need to be there. So my answer to you is, you understand that that's how your television works. You understand the mechanics of it. You understand what you need to do to change to a new program because you understand how television works.
Yes.
Therefore, what we're telling you is, if you just understand how reality works and you understand that it is composed of a variety of different parallel experiences, each operating on a different frequency, all you need to know is that your preference to be in that frequency, what it feels like to imagine being in that reality, is the literal changing of the frequency, the changing of the channel, and the changing of the program. And if you understand that that's what it's doing, that's all you need to know. There is no extra technique that is required. Just like when you want to change the channel on your television, you don't need some fancy ritual or extra technique. You pick up your remote and you press a button. Done. It's that simple.
Okay.
So the so-called technique you're looking for is to simply wrap your mind around the fact that what I'm describing to you is actually a physical, mechanical shift of your frequency based on the visualization and imagination that puts you in the state of that particular reality, knowing that that particular reality is just as real as any other you might be experiencing right now. Knowing that for a fact is what shifts the frequency and shifts the program and shifts the experience. That's all it takes. Knowing that that's how it works.
Okay.
Now do you understand what we're saying?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Does that help?
Yes.
Is that sufficient?
I had one other question.
Yes.
Another gentleman was asking about gravity.
Gravity, yes.
And he said that we don't understand gravity, that gravity doesn't pull down from within, it pushes down from above. Is that correct?
No. Neither of those are an accurate description. What we were describing to that individual the other day is the idea of wrapping your mind around the concept that location is a property of an object. Therefore, every object in a certain position has a certain locational variable, and when you have an object through the mass consensus that completely shifts the locational variable of that object in a particular way that allows it to remain in a certain context to the collective consciousness, you see that as something falling to the ground.
Okay.
Is that making sense? In other words, there are agreements like what we were talking about. The limitations that you have imposed upon the collective consciousness to play this game means that what you're doing is saying one of the rules of this game to keep things connected and collected to the earth game is that what goes up must come down. Unless, of course, you're going into space, so you are changing those limitations to some degree. But the idea is that in general, you have said that the locational variable of certain things that you call objects, when you allow yourself to change the locational variable so that they go in the direction you call up, they will generally, inevitably, then continue to reverse their locational variables so that they will then appear to move in the general direction you call down. That's gravity. It's a program. It's a program to change the locational variable of objects that you are projecting from your consciousness to keep things connected to Earth in a way that allows you to continue to play the Earth game. Otherwise, things would just go flying off the Earth and there would be nothing for you to play with. It's a way of keeping your toys in your room.
Is there any chance in the next 20 or 30 years that we'll be able to do what you do with your ships instead of driving our cars in LA rush hour traffic?
That depends on who's interested in understanding these concepts more clearly. But yes, it's certainly possible. But the question is never, is it possible? The question is it probable? Is it relevant? Will someone say that it's relevant and then do the things and take the actions that are necessary to understand these principles and apply them in your physical reality? So yes, the next 10, 20, 30 years, it's certainly highly probable, but it depends on what individuals will do something about it, doesn't it?
Okay. Well, thank you very much, BASHAR.
Well, thank you.
Hi, BASHAR.
And you good day.
BASHAR, long story short, I believe I've had communication with a Sasquatch person in my area where I live.
All right.
Beginning with a dream
Yes.
of a Sasquatch person with reddish-brown hair walking toward me on the trail where I walk, where I
All
live.
right. How exciting.
Can you validate this? Is this like the beginning of a type of communication?
Well, I don't know if it's the beginning.
Okay, but...
It is certainly the beginning of your awareness of the communication.
Oh, okay, yes, okay. Then I had this very synchronistic event happen. While walking, I learned that they like to build structures. So walking through the woods, I'm looking for a type of structure that might have been built by a Sasquatch.
Yes.
And I'm thinking with all of this tree breakage from bad weather and whatever, that I'm never going to be able to find one. So then,
But don't you understand that if you are of a certain frequency in which it is relevant for you to find one, it doesn't matter what the environment looks like, you will find it.
well, yes. So then a day or two later, while driving home, I'm like coming right up to my condo, which is pretty much in the woods, and I look to my left, and there's this teepee structure.
Yes.
Like 20 feet off the road. I was like, oh my God, it was like stunning.
Yes.
So that's what happened, correct? That here I had this
Yes.
thought that I'm never going to be able to see it, and there it was a day
Yes.
later.
So there you go.
Oh my God, it was so exciting.
Oh, all
So-
right.
Okay, then a month later, I'm walking through the woods, and it was very muddy, and I'm seeing footprints, random barefoot footprints, and all different shapes and sizes, and they weren't that large, and some were actually kind of small, like children or juveniles.
That's something else.
Oh, really?
There are many different kinds of woodland spirits and entities that most of you know nothing about because they're invisible to you most of the time. But they're becoming more visible to you because you're stretching your senses in that particular direction. And that's actually something that the Sasquatch beings can help you learn to do.
Oh, wow, that's great.
It's one of the things they can teach shamanistically, is to be more aware in your senses of other different kinds of forest spirits and woodland beings that are around you all the time, that exist in their own realm, but which most of you know nothing about until such time as there might be a happenstance when your frequency might just be on the right frequency to be able to perceive some of them. So you're gaining some insight, literally, into how to perceive those beings a little bit more clearly.
Okay, if they weren't, what kind of beings would they be then if they weren't Sasquatch? Regular, like human looking with...
Some of them can look that way, but many of them, not necessarily being exactly physical in the way that you are shapeshifters, and therefore they can take many different kinds of forms. You understand there are those that are called sylphs and silkies and pukas and
Yes.
all sorts of beings, but most of them have the ability to sort of shapeshift.
Oh, okay. As I do walk through the woods, I do imagine all different beings that are,
All right,
living
well,
around. So
keep up the good work.
Yeah, thank you. Next question. Back around 1975, I had 3 experiences which I used to call nightmares, where I woke up to the feel of a hand on my arm.
Yes.
And it was terrifying at the time. But can you tell me what this was? Oh, then when I finally discovered you, I used to think it was like an evil spirit back then because I didn't know any better. Yes, exactly. Well, yeah. But then when I discovered you, then the light bulb went off, and I thought, oh my God.
Well, then it became evil aliens.
Well, now I know the difference.
All
but,
right.
So can you tell me who that was? Like with
You've
the hand
had
on my arm?
contact, and those are snippets of memories, usually toward the end of the contact, or maybe even of the beginning, but not necessarily of the middle, because many are made to forget in order so that the rate at which they remember on their own, as you're beginning to do, acts as a barometer to all of us as to when you're ready for more contact more consciously.
Right, okay. Can you tell me who that was? Like what civilization?
Some of it was from what you call the Greys.
Oh.
Some of it was some hybrid interaction.
Okay.
Some of it was something else that I'm not allowed to go into at this time.
Oh, okay. Okay, I have one last question.
We'll see about that.
Well, someone who wishes to remain anonymous wants to know if his ship is bigger than yours, yes or no.
Is this that kind of a contest?
Someone who's
My
pretty
scout
close to you.
My scout ship is about what you would call 30 to 40 feet on each side, triangular, in form. The exploratory ship is about 300 feet on a side, triangular, in form. The mothership I usually associate with, that goes by the name of Solar Wind, is 5 miles long as a cylinder. Is his bigger than that?
Is it? Is it? He's shaking his head yes.
All right. Then for now, he can win.
All right, well, thank you very much, Bashar. I really appreciate everything. Have a good one.
Shivai,
Shivai.
I've got a joke.
Oh, all right.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Cows go.
Alsa who?
No, silly, cows go moo.
Why, thank you.
Can you tell me an Essassani joke?
Well, we don't really have jokes on Essassani in the way that humans do.
Oh.
Although what we told yesterday about the flat Earth is about as close as it gets. You remember that joke?
Yeah.
All right. Then that will be close enough.
Okay.
Anything else?
I love Michael Jackson. What's your favorite Michael Jackson song?
What is our favorite Michael Jackson song?
Yeah.
Thriller.
Huh? Yeah, I watch that sometimes. I watch Thriller sometimes.
Yes, all right. So do we.
What's my next one? Have you got a girlfriend?
In a manner of speaking, sort of. Not in the way you understand these things, but
What's her name?
we don't have names. Bashar is not my name. It's just a title that means messenger.
I know. I
All
know
right.
that. I know already.
Therefore, she doesn't have a name.
I've got one more question.
Yes.
Who is Cybo the Trickster?
Who is Cybo? Cybo is a member of my society that is connected to the power of the transformational number 13. So that as a trickster, he is connected to the idea of change, transformation, and magic.
Whoa.
Whoa. He's a very powerful teacher in a very powerful way.
Whoa.
Would you like a visit from Cybo sometime?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We will see what can be arranged.
Okay.
So just keep your eyes open and just pay attention and see what happens over the course of the next 13 days.
Oh. Have you got a question for me?
Repeat.
Have you got a question for me?
A question for you.
Yeah.
Why are you so smart?
I don't know.
That is the smartest answer you could have given. Because the beginning of wisdom is to know that you don't know.
I can see my hand in the screen.
So thank you.
What?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are we done? Do you want to ask anything else?
No.
Do you want to know how to say thank you in our ancient language?
Yeah.
Aveo.
Oveo.
So, aveo.
Picture of the Asasani. See, he's right here.
He's drawn you a picture of the Asasani.
Well, I thank you.
It's here.
You may share that with the channel later so that we may snatch it from his mind.
Anything else you want to say?
No.
Okay. I think we're done. Thank you.
Aveo.
Go on.
Oveo.
Hello.
And are you good day?
Pleasure to be with you. I have two questions.
Speak up.
Synchronicity brought me to you.
Yes.
I've been filming the Nibiru system of it for about the last 21 months. And I've had a signature mark, your crest, on many of these photographs. So I was wondering if there's any significance for me there. And also I've been filming craft since November. In the
Yes.
last 2 months, I was able to film what you just stated, a cylinder ship.
Yes.
And I also photographed it this morning, and it cast a shadow on Nibiru. So I was wondering if that was your ship.
No. There are many, many such ships that are coming and going all the time.
Yeah.
There's a lot of traffic around you. Most of you don't see it, but when you tune your senses to it, you can. You're not as isolated as you think. You're actually right in the middle of a freeway,
True.
so to speak.
And your family crest. I've been seeing it on many of my photographs. And when you had your
Well, how does it allow you to feel when you perceive it?
I was very curious at first because I didn't know what it was.
All right, but then where else can your curiosity take you?
To you.
And beyond, where else in your life can it take you? How would you like to apply the curiosity in your life in ways that you might not necessarily be applying it right now? What else would you like to discover?
What it means. And the purpose of how to use it.
How do you wish to use it?
I think for unveiling truth.
Does it act as a permission slip to focus you in a certain way so that you feel it is allowing you to change your frequency to where you wish it to be?
Definitely.
Then that's how you use it.
Okay.
Like
Thank
a
you.
tuning fork, like a tuning device.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, you're very welcome.
Hello. So I have two questions. So I'm a school teacher, and I am wondering, as a Bashar, what do you find is the most vital thing to teach children at this time?
3 things. Number 1, it is very important to create, as a teacher, as a parent, an environment, a safe environment of simulations of circumstances that happen in the world, and allow children to make choices in those environments, in those simulations, that allows them to experience the consequences of their choices in a safe way, so that they can learn what the consequences of their choices would be when they go out into the world. Number 2, allowing children to have more interactivity in creating these environments, in actually being able to take action on things rather than just being downloaded with raw information, so that they can apply the information through interactive devices and interactive scenarios, playing things out for themselves in a variety of ways to test all the probable paths that could possibly occur in your reality. So again, they gain familiarity and understand what interaction and communication and self-reliance is all about, knowing that they are as self-empowered as they need to be in order to attract and manifest whatever they need in life without having to hurt themselves or anyone else in order to do so. Number 3, that the information that you believe it is important for them to learn be adapted to what excites them instead of dampening their excitement to the lesson.
So in that sense, like asking them what excites them and then teaching that to the children.
Teaching what they need to learn through that methodology of what excites them, so that they will be excited to learn that thing.
And what sort of simulations are you referring to?
This is up to your imagination. They can be as realistic as you wish them to be, or you can act them out in a variety of ways. But this is up to the imagination and inspiration of the teachers and the parents, so that you learn these things too.
Got it.
If you have to mock something up in order to create a realistic simulation, do so. Or take them somewhere safe where there is a more realistic representation of the idea of the environment that you wish them to learn something in, so they can interact with the real environment in a safe way by creating parameters that allow them to experience it in a safe way. Yes?
Yes, I see. And my second question is, you speak a lot about preferences, and I'm wondering, as a human being, when one chooses to have no preferences.
That's a preference, isn't it? Having no preferences is a preference. You can't get away from having a preference of something.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess what I mean is like when you're totally just at complete peace and contentment with whatever.
That's your preference. When I talk about acting on your passion and acting on your excitement, I don't mean you have to be jumping up and down and running around with your hair on fire. Being in a sense of balanced peace and meditation and solitude and quiet can be an expression of your excitement, and can be at that moment your preference of the way to express it.
So in a sense, that's the same as having a dream, but that is just that person's unique dream to have no preferences and be in that.
Repeat that.
So the idea of like having a dream and having a vision for your life.
That can be representative of a preference, but that's why we say if you follow the formula, you can't insist that it must look the way you've envisioned it because you don't know if that's actually the way it needs to look to serve you best. You can use the visualization, you can use the dream as a symbol to represent the ideal reality, to get you into the state of excitement that is important, but then you have to drop the picture and not insist on it because the higher mind might actually be able to bring you something even better than you imagined. So why limit yourself in that way?
I see.
You follow?
Yes,
Does that help?
it does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
BASHAR.
And to you, good day.
Some friends and I participated in the postcard campaign last year.
All right.
Did anything result from that?
If you keep doing it, yes. It's not about stopping. It's about continuing to see how long you can keep it up. Yes?
Oh, I thought it was like a 90-day campaign described. That's how it was described at the time.
We understand. But just because we created the position that it only had to be 90 days, we wanted to see who would actually be excited enough to keep going.
Ah, I see.
So, if you're excited enough, keep going.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. Then you will understand that if you keep going, that will make a difference.
I see.
90 days was a test run.
Okay. Okay.
So
got it.
90 days can be followed by another 90 days, and another 90 days, and another 90 days, and another 90 days. And before you know it,
2017, scientists would discover
yes,
extraterrestrial life. Are we still on that?
it's been pushed
target?
a little bit because of what happened in the fall of 2016.
Oh, okay.
That's why we are also going to address 2018 to 2020 as the window of discovery.
Ah, I see.
So it got pushed back a little bit by adjustments in energy from what happened in the fall of 2016.
Okay.
Just as we originally announced that the window of open contact originally went from 2025 to 2033, it's been pushed to 2040 at the outside.
Oh.
Now, it can come back down, but it depends on what you do.
Right.
Like those postcards.
Okay.
So let's put it this way. Every day you choose to do that, you reduce the window by a day. Yes?
Oh.
So now how often would you like to do it?
I would like to do it more. Yes, definitely.
Then it's up to you to reduce the window by sending out the postcards that respectfully request that the information of our existence and our presence be revealed to your public. Disclosure. Yes?
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Up to you.
Yeah.
As we said, it's in your hands. Clues abound.
Okay. And lastly,
Lastly, you mean beyond the two questions you already asked that you said were the only two you were going to ask?
yes.
So now there's a third that's popped
Yes,
up.
there is.
Oh, all right.
Were you pumping energy through the Sedona vortex during the solar eclipse?
We never stop pumping energy through the Sedona vortex. And again, during the transmission, upcoming, actually called eclipse, we will explain about that energy in much more detail and how significant it actually is for what's going on in your world right now.
Well, that's awesome.
It is
yeah.
something that does have some awe, yes. We choose to see it as being full of awe, and therefore awful.
It's always fun to talk to you, Bashar.
And you as well.
Aveo.
Hello, Bashar.
And you, good day.
In 2013, I was visited by these 8-foot-tall white light beings.
Yes.
And they told me or transferred information about diatomaceous earth.
Yes.
And the nature of its silica base.
Yes.
And that if I would start consuming this, that I would transform from a carbon-based being into a crystalline being.
Well, yes, but don't take it too far. The idea is that most of you now, as you expand your consciousness and uplift your frequency, are transforming more and more silicon into your bodies to make you more sensitive receptors and antennas for higher frequency energy. This is naturally happening. And so that might have been a suggestion for you that might also accelerate it somewhat. That doesn't mean you're going to walk around looking like a diamond.
I understand that, but for the transmission of more light, right? That would be
yes, for you, yes.
For me, okay.
Yes, for you.
And would that apply to other human beings as well?
It might, but you have to decide that for yourselves. Remember, permission slips for one isn't necessarily a permission slip for another.
Beautiful. Thank you. Another question was
Another question?
Yes. Was about sexual energy transfer.
Yes.
And do you transfer karmic loads or beliefs in that place? And what is the nature of sexual energy transfer?
When you talk about the idea of transfer, understand it's not a transfer in the way that you typically use that word. It's a giving off of a certain frequency that's an opportunity for someone to match. And if they match it, then they will exhibit a similar frequency in their own energy field. If you want to call that a transfer, go ahead. But it's not a transfer of the energy directly. It's a transfer of information about the energy that the other person has to decide to match in order to exhibit it.
Is the sexual energy transfer there to actually help in the ascension of
Well, it
two
can,
beings?
of course. Anything can be used in a positive or a negative way, can it not? So it depends on how you use it. That's your answer.
Beautiful. And divine union. So what is the easiest way to stream one consciousness in two separate bodies?
To stream a consciousness
Yes.
into separate bodies?
Like, as
The
if you...
easiest way to do that is to be the oversoul itself.
Yes. And so what is the fastest route or...
To become the oversoul perspective?
Yes.
To die.
Well...
You can tap into the oversoul energy for a variety of applications in your physical reality, but you're not going to have the full oversoul perspective as a physical personality.
Unless maybe you shed the personality, can you do that within a physical body?
If you shed the personality, there is no more physical person. Remember that you're just a projection.
Yes.
Well, if you take away the fundamental description of the projection, there's no projection. You can pretend like there's no personality there. You can have the type of personality that seems as if nobody's home, but you're just simply rearranging the physical personality structure in a different way. If you haven't actually stopped being physical, there is still a personality structure of some sort, even if it's a very, very quiet one. Make sense?
Yes.
Does that help? Not sure?
Yes, to some extent. And what is the most effective way to help raise the planet's frequency at this time?
I believe we already answered that. What's the formula?
Right.
Because if you follow the formula, you become a living example. to others. You're giving off the frequency of someone willing to be themselves. And what better way to allow others by seeing your example so that they can decide whether or not to choose to follow that example for themselves. Not that they have to, because it has to be an unconditional act. Yes?
Yes.
But that's the best way. You give them the best opportunity to decide how to match the frequency that you are exhibiting that represents being yourself as fully as you can by acting on your highest passion to the best you're able with no insistence on an outcome.
And what is the relevance of raising the vibration to this planet in general?
What is the relevance?
Yes, like
it's part of your evolutionary process in becoming the sixth hybrid race and elevating yourselves to a different perspective with a different series of experiences.
right.
It's how you grow as a being, as a consciousness. You are basically, by raising your frequency, capable of interacting with more and more and more reflections of yourself, because that's what all that is. It's the idea of interacting with all the reflections that there are simultaneously. But even then, it never ends. It never ends. There is always more to know. There is always more to experience. There is always more room to grow. Always. Does that help?
Until eighth density, correct? Where we unfold into the black hole?
It never ends. Even all that is can have more experiences. It can be all that is within a greater all that is. And a greater all that is, and a greater all that is, and a greater all that is, and a greater all that is. It never ends. Why? Because it never began. Time is subject to existence. Existence is not subject to time. Existence just is.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I just first of all wanted to thank you for last night's meditation.
It is our pleasure. Thank
just-
you all as well for your participation.
I felt so much just unconditional love and
Yes.
so much crying and sobbing turning into ecstatic laughter. It felt like a
Absolutely.
cleansing of...
It is the release of old paradigms, the release of old definitions, of old beliefs. Remember, all of you, that when you buy into certain beliefs, you do create a chemical component in your body that is representative of that energetic belief system. So when you let go of a belief, you have to wash that chemical component out of your body. How do you more often than not do that? Through your tears.
So
And
just
that means you're releasing those chemical components of those belief systems because you're letting them go.
And so this gift that you gave is the new baseline for me to keep choosing in every moment.
Yes.
And one thing that I see is I have so much excitement. I have so
Yes.
many different things that I want to do. And it's almost like I feel like sometimes it can be a distraction. I do one thing.
No. Pay attention. Don't
Okay.
forget the tools. When you allow yourself to act on the three-part formula we've already mentioned, it opens up the toolkit. And one of the tools is synchronicity. Synchronicity is the organizing principle. Allow synchronicity to show you what you need to act on first by knowing what contains more excitement, even just a little bit more excitement than any other option. And then when you're done with that, you can take it no further. What is the next thing that contains even just a little bit more excitement than any other option? And on down the line, in the order synchronicity brings you the largest amount of excitement in each of those opportunities. What you don't have time to do at the end of the day when you're excited about being tired, you didn't need to do that day. The synchronistic principle is the organizing principle. It will show you exactly in what order and when you need to act on those things that excite you, because they're all interconnected in a holistic way. They're not a collection of parts. They're one idea being expressed in a certain way, and it will show you exactly what the order needs to be.
Because I feel like there's kind of an imbalance in my energy field, though, like a kind of nervousness or overexcitement. Is that
yes, then you are discovering belief systems within you that are out of alignment with that vibration of excitement. Pause, take a moment, find out what it is as a definition that would allow you to translate your excitement energy as anxiety instead, and let it go so that you can add that energy back into the flow of your excitement. Finding those things, finding those moments that don't feel right to you is for the purpose of finding those moments that don't feel right to you, finding out what is causing that as a definition and letting it go. Take the time to do that. Don't just rush ahead onto something else. Take the time to stay there, find out what's causing that, and let it go. Then you will accelerate. Yes?
do you have tools to stay in that? Because I feel like even when I do and I take that breath, it's just already onto the next thing, onto the next thing. Just take the breath and pause. See, you can see me, right? Help.
Do we have tools to stay in that? You have been paying attention, yes?
Well, my attention kind of goes here and there.
Are you paying attention now?
Yes.
When you begin to investigate what your definitions are, when you bring them into conscious light, when you recognize what the definition is, and it's a definition that is out of alignment with who you prefer to be, the definition will suddenly appear to be illogical and nonsensical. And as soon as it appears nonsensical, as soon as it makes no sense to you, it's gone. And when it automatically goes, you're already then automatically in the vibration you prefer to be in. Do you follow?
Mm-hmm.
If that vibration doesn't change, if your behavior doesn't change, you haven't found the definition, not the fundamental one. Keep searching. Keep asking the question. What would I have to believe is true about myself in this circumstance in order to feel, think, behave the way I am doing?
Okay.
Keep digging. Or, from the other side, use fear in a positive way. If I actually did choose to remain in my highest vibrational state, the state that I prefer, what am I afraid might happen? That will usually reveal the definition. The question you ask, how can you stay there, is answered very simply by understanding it's a choice. Don't give yourself any other choice. Don't give yourself a reason not to be there. And you will stay there. The only time any of you ever leave that vibration of your preferred choice is because you create a reason to do so. You don't automatically slip out of it. You choose to shift out of it. If you have chosen to shift out of it, that's the time to find out what the definition is you must be holding on to that actually results in shifting out of it, because you can't have a contradictory definitional energy. Some people on your planet say, well, yes, I am going to follow my highest excitement, but if I do that, what if something bad happens? That's not a definition of excitement. A definition of excitement cannot have a negative experience happening within it. So when you hear yourself saying, oh, well, I'm going to follow my excitement, but something bad might happen if I do, that should be your first clue that that's not actually a definition of your excitement. It's a different definition, it's a different reality, it's a different experience.
Okay.
Is this making some sense?
Yeah, thank you so much. And also, one of the guidances that I got from them last night was to start doing one-on-one sessions. And I was wondering, like the mediumship and allowing this, the deeper wisdom to come from within, but how do I get out of the way more?
By doing it for someone else. Because if you're just doing it for yourself, you don't have to go into any other particular state other than the state necessary for the download of information to just go to you. But if you're doing it for someone else, then they act literally as a grounding circuit, pulling the information through you so that you don't have to stop and wonder or think about what's coming through you, because you're simply giving them the opportunity to experience the information. And it has nothing to do with you. Do you understand?
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah.
So do it for people asking questions.
And that's what I did and I just did a new session trying to do it in this new way.
Trying to or doing it?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, again...
And I noticed that my mind was kind of in the way, so
then you need to take a
breaths.
moment to find out what definitions you're holding on to that are making you define the experience in a way that makes you feel like your mind is in the way.
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah, thank you.
It can be as richly complex as having to discover a number of interconnected and interlocking definitions and beliefs within you that are causing that particular experience to happen in your mind. Or it might be as simple as going, hey, mind, shut the hell up.
Yeah.
For a moment. For a moment. I'll get back to you, I promise. I'm not leaving you out. I'm not pushing you away. You have your place, and I honor it. I absolutely value it. But this is not your job right now. So why don't you take a break? You could use one.
Mm-hmm.
How about being inventive enough to have those kinds of conversations and dialogues with your mind?
Awesome.
Do you have the imagination to do that?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
And one last thing. I was wondering if you have any advice around the topic of sexuality.
Not today.
No. Okay. Thank
you.
Greetings, my loving cousin, BASHAR.
And to you, good day.
Good day. I follow my highest excitement by fostering felines, kittens and cats.
Kittens and cats.
Yes.
Interdimensional visionaries.
Yes. And they provide a very valuable benefit and gift by purring.
Yes.
And when I hold on to them and feel their purring, I don't want to let go.
All right.
And I greatly appreciate that.
Yes.
That gift from them.
Yes.
I enjoy being in a park or a forest. I feel that that is my family, the trees.
Yes.
And I was in a park within the forest here in Flagstaff, and I was guided to a certain area. And as I was standing there, I started noticing triangles.
Yes.
And I began drawing these triangles and noticing a connection between it. And as I was looking at that, I felt a network, a connection.
Yes.
And then after the session about natural, the transmission you offered recently regarding nature,
yes,
I felt that that was also connected to the underground and all of the giving of water and food.
Well, yes, of course. As we described in that transmission, the mycelial network that exists underground in tree roots where they can actually touch each other underground, being in a sense, therefore, extensions of one large organism, and sharing food and information and water with each other underground where it is needed. That's the beginning of the understanding. But the seeing of the triangles is something deeper. You're actually being able to use that informational energy to see more deeply into the underlying structure of physical reality itself, which usually represents itself in your consciousness as a series of triangular or tetrahedral structures.
Thank you. Appreciate.
Yes.
I'm very proud of myself for the communication that I receive from other vibrational frequencies.
All right.
And one thing I really, and I love the way they play with me. In other words, my hand will wave at me, or my hand will wave at the moon.
Yes.
And I just wanted some more clarification on this connection. Like, for instance, last night in the meditation, my body was continuously moving.
Well, energy of higher frequencies, when it begins to course through your system, may create certain kinds of bodily representations or actions that lets you know that that energy is moving through your neurological net in ways that might be new for it, and getting used to it, and so on and so forth. It's similar, in a sense, to the idea that you see bodily motions happening in the channel's body when we are communicating with you, sometimes to emphasize what it is we are saying, but other times you may see things happening where we are adjusting energy flows and frequencies for all of you because there's more coming through than just the information that's translating into language for you. But sometimes also when you might be connecting to other levels of consciousness and that energy is flowing through you and they are attempting to make a connection and let you know they're there, they might actually be capable of adjusting the frequency of the energy that is coming through you in a way to reflect back to you and say, hello, I'm here.
That's the way I feel. Yes, hello, I'm here. I'm with you. Yes.
All right. Does that help?
It does. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Shibai.
Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day.
It's nice to be talking to you again.
And you as well.
Thank you. We've spoken in the past about the fact that I was working on creating a shadak.
Yes.
And I'm working with different stones, and as I explore their properties,
Yes.
I found that the ones that ring are ones that have quartz in them.
Yes.
Is there any other kind of property I should be looking for? Because I also really love stones that are soft, but they don't ring, and I'm not exactly sure if I can use them or how I would use them.
In the way that you're talking about, no.
All right.
The ones that ring would be the direction to continue to follow.
Okay. I did have a slight idea, was that some of the ones that are hard enough to like be struck but they don't make a sound, if I could use them in a way to ring the other stones, would that have any effect?
It can act in a sense as a neutral buffer,
Uh-huh.
or what you would call something that is more non-conductive in order to help focus the conductive ones. Yes?
Okay, so there's some advantage to that.
There can be. It depends on how you do it, yes. It's an art. Creating a shadak is an art, and you're at the very beginning of it.
Yes.
But it is an art, so you have to feel your way through it as much as you have to also understand the properties that you're working with.
All right. Is there any way I can learn more about it, about creating the shadak? Is there any...
Did you see the documentary?
Yes, I've seen it 3 times.
Do you remember the scene in which there is actually a representation of a shadak on our planet?
Yes, I was very excited to see it. I recognized it immediately.
And it is the scene in which the blue dragonflies fly over.
That's right.
That's not an accident.
Okay.
So understand the energy that is combined in that image. You may get some benefit by just focusing on that image without the dragonflies and then with the dragonflies. Feel the difference, and that can actually give you a hint as to what direction to go in. And look at the shape of the shadak.
Okay.
It is a Fibonacci spiral.
Yeah, all right.
Yes?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Have I ever, do I have like a connection with the people on this planet who did similar things, who created similar structures?
Yes. You're tapping into those that have worked with stone in a variety of ways to extract from them various properties which your modern science is completely unaware of.
That's great to know. I'm really excited about it.
Oh, all right. It's all about resonance.
Yeah.
It's all about frequency.
It is.
Explore, experiment. It's an art form because a lot of it has to do with resonance, which is more of a musical talent in a sense.
Right.
You follow?
I do. I think it's beautiful music.
It is.
One of the things you also mentioned about in creating them, that one of the purposes is to ring the stones in a way that the empty sections could open a portal to another dimension.
Well, yes, the shadak is used that way. It's like a transport system. It's a system of portals.
Right. Well, my understanding is that also the sound of the stones help ground us to the earth.
Yes.
Right.
It has to be both.
Yes, exactly.
Otherwise, you go flying off into other dimensions rather than remain in the earth vibration.
All right. So eventually then we can figure out in what way to ring the stones to open up portals to a specific place.
Eventually. The one hint I will give you beyond what we've already said is that each ring of the stone has to be such that it amplifies and magnifies the ringing of the next stone in a particular way, so that it amps up and builds up to a particular pitch.
So I'm trying to get a visual of this. So that would mean that if you rang a stone and it rang and the vibration itself started the next one ringing, is that what you mean?
It doesn't necessarily have to start the next one. You can artificially start the next one, but it has to be done in perfect timing and at the correct frequency to create an amplification effect throughout all the stones.
Okay.
But yes, in some cases, a full shadok can be started at one end and simply set all the stones ringing if they are perfectly pitched. Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Does that help?
It helps a lot. Is there anything else that you would be able to tell
I
me?
already gave you the clue.
That's what you gave me.
By looking at the shadok and the dragonfly.
I will do that.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Have fun.
Okay, bye.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
So we're actually here on our honeymoon. Just got married 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
So
congratulations.
thank you all for being a part of that. Thank you, Bashar, for being a part of that.
Yes, yes, yes. Congratulations.
Thank you. So I have 2 questions.
Slow down.
The first one.
Slow down.
Nervous.
Slow down.
The first one is my husband's actually been struggling with issues with his hands, swelling, cracking, and he's actually gone towards a lot of different things to try to help that, and it doesn't seem to be going away. Is there anything
I
you
can't
can...
help you with health issues.
Oh, not at all. Can you tell us which avenue to go down to maybe help to do that?
Look into the properties of aloe, but that's all I'm allowed to tell you.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
It might need to be ingested.
Okay, aloe.
That's all I'm allowed to tell you.
Okay, thank you. And the second thing is, we have been doing our very best to manifest a child, and it's been about 5 years or so.
You've been doing your very
yes,
best.
I don't want to say trying because there's no such thing as trying, but it
And
hasn't happened yet.
You're not trusting your timing, are you?
No, I'm not.
Well, then there you go. The first thing to do, if you're really doing your very best, is to stop trying to do your very best and do your very best by not trying and trusting the timing of such things.
Do you see that happening for us? It's my ego wanting to know timing, I guess.
I know exactly who's
Yeah,
asking the question.
I know. I just feel like it would help my
If
mind
I
relax
told
a bit.
you, if I told you
Yeah.
that there was about a 97 to 98% probability within the next 5 years, how would you feel?
Oh, really great.
Then
Really
that's
great.
what I'll tell you. Because if it gets you to relax,
Yeah.
it could actually be sooner.
Yes, exactly.
You need to relax
Thank
and
you.
let go and trust that any agreements you have made with spirits who might in any way, shape, or form have made an agreement to be your child cannot happen until you actually become the person with whom the agreement has been made.
Right,
And the only way to become that person is to relax and be yourself.
right.
Yes?
Yes,
And trust the timing.
yes.
It's already been arranged.
Okay.
There's nothing else you need to try to do.
Okay,
Just relax.
thank you. I will do that.
One moment.
Yes.
One moment. All right, now this is to be taken with a little bit of a joking energy. But this is coming from someone else. All right?
Okay.
I'm passing a message along.
Okay.
If you had me now, you'd drive me crazy.
All right, I understand.
Does that
Thank
help you?
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome, Mom.
Amazing, thank you very much. And I love all my hybrid children as well. Thank you. Yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, for sure.
Yes, fellow classmates, I would love to introduce you to my mother. This is what I learned from her. Chill. I didn't say we had no humor. I said we didn't tell jokes. Although, I suppose, if we wanted to, the most likely joke on Essassani would be, two humans walk into a bar. And that would be enough to get us laughing.
Hello, Tadeo.
Hello, Nania.
I heard you were making all kinds of noises.
Yes.
They were Amber Alerts.
Say again.
They were Amber Alerts.
Androids.
Is that the same thing?
As.
And Amber, A-M-B-E-R. Just playing with the synchronicity.
All right.
Of what happened.
Yes.
And they were Amber Alerts.
Yes.
So it was just interesting that you were broadcasting Amber Alerts.
Well, then gather your children together.
Ah. Yeah, this does seem to have a theme of children today, doesn't it?
In some senses, yes, because what you may have witnessed and what the Amber Alerts reinforced is that you actually have to be in a much more childlike state to get the information that you seek and to have the kinds of interactions and encounters that you've been asking for.
That's very interesting.
So not in a negative way, be on the amber frequency, but in a fulfilling way, in a gathering way. You're experiencing some of this yourself, and many of you are, by gathering things from your childhood back into your consciousness now that you are an adult, recollecting yourself, so to speak. Yes, Nania?
Yes.
Yes. And therefore, this is a sign that you are now reconnecting with the idea of the child within each of you, but in a different way, in a way that is now more coherent and cohesive with the expanded understanding you have as an adult, as a spirit, as a being.
Yeah, I think one of the most joyful aspects of sort of unpeeling the onion over years and years is that when you reconnect with objects or memories from childhood, you can see them in a completely different light and actually extract the wonderful energy that's there for you.
Yes, and as a permission slip, and why you co-created the idea of the Amber Alert, again, nothing to do with the negative connotations in your society, but a very strong permission slip for each and every one of you that is attending today would be to actually find a piece of amber and keep it with you. It will help you understand that warm, secure, golden, honey-like feeling of childhood that needs to be in your vibration to attract to you those things that will allow you to allow the child within you to live again in a new way. It's a very strong mass consensus permission slip that most of you will find you can take advantage of and get some benefit from.
That's so nice. One of the things that I love that you demonstrate and that we just all got to experience with you is that this seemingly innocuous or not thing that was happening where the channel didn't turn off his phone, right?
Yes.
And as a result, those transmissions came through and for a moment, anyway, brought our attention to that. And what I love that you do is that you can always take anything that happens in your environment, particularly anything that's slightly different or unique,
yes,
and put a meaning on it that really allows you to extract a little gift that was just passed on to you by the higher levels of your own consciousness.
Yes, that is another demonstration of how to use the unexpected. and nothing happens for no reason, and there are no accidents. Everything can be used. Everything is a part of your reality. What is what needs to be, and can always be given a positive meaning, and you can always extract wondrous insight by doing so. And that's how you move forward.
You're very fun.
Aren't we, though?
So I have questions from Ustream listeners.
Yes.
And the first one is, what are earthquake lights?
They are manifestations in the Earth's electromagnetic field of certain kinds of electromagnetic pressure waves. Because when you have certain kinds of electromagnetic pressure waves given off by crustal movement in the Earth, those pressure waves at certain frequencies become what you call sonoluminescent. It actually turns electromagnetic vibrations in the air into light. Some of your scientists are experimenting with sonoluminescence now and have created floating lights just with sound vibration.
So much treasure here on Earth, just in the natural world. It's an endless library.
Yes.
And the last one was, this is someone asking this question, are my self-portraits pictures of me in different dimensions?
Yes. Very creative.
Because what? Because you're the creator.
It's a very creative way to get in touch with the different versions of yourself in parallel realities. Yes.
And when you look in a mirror?
That can be that too. But the portraits are simply that person's way of doing it.
So the idea
all art is a mirror.
Yeah, it's really potent whenever you're looking at yourself, right, with an outside representation.
Yes, but even when you think you're not looking at yourself, you are. It doesn't have to actually look like you to be a reflection of some aspect of you. Yes?
Yes, the people that you encounter are also reflections.
Exactly.
Too. But the real challenge there is always knowing whether or not you're seeing a reflection of yourself one-to-one, or you're actually there to provide the other person with a reflection that allows them to shift to another vibration if they choose to.
Well, that's the fun of having discernment.
So Earth is such a big mystery school.
It is. Mystery is fun.
It is.
And never ending. There are always new mysteries to solve. Always. Without end. Would you like to take your break and have your holotope now to crystallize these experiences in your lives?
Perfect timing as always.
Take a short break. We will resume this transmission with your holotope meditation.
So, well, it looks like it's time to take our last step in this weekend. I just want to express gratitude to all the people who make this possible. Emmy on camera, and I mean, she came out here and scoped out this place and the beautiful decor for the stage and everything, and Alexa also helping with that. We just so appreciate it. And Gary and Michael and Stephen, and God, if I forgot anyone, Diane, and
we'd like
lots
to thank
of
all
people.
the staff and volunteers.
Raven, yeah. So, and it's really, it's a lot of fun when we do these events. You know, everybody gets a great sense of teamwork and spirit, and we hope that you feel that spirit of love that comes from everybody that's providing help here at this event. So thank you again so much for coming. And did you want to say something?
No, just thank you all for making it such a wonderful experience for us, and we hope it was a wonderful experience for you.
Namaste.
All right, we will say, with the continuance of this transmission, how's that for timing? The Thunderbirds are speaking and joining in the energy of this meditative experience. So we and they ask that you now allow yourselves to relax into the flow of the energy of the vortex of Sedona and the Thunderbirds who are joining us this day. All the thunder beings, all of the spirits, all those who inhabit this beautiful portal into unnamed, untold, and infinite dimensions. Allow yourselves to begin to relax, breathing easily and deeply. And as your music rises and your lights begin to shift, allow yourselves to gaze upon the center of the holotope before you, knowing that this is a mirror and a reflection of the multidimensional aspect of your true being. Take a moment to just let go. Let go. Let go and join in the flow. Let yourselves drift upon the currents of creation as you absorb the light and energy of the holotope before you, the reflective mirror of all that is. And you allow all the aspects that it represents and all the symbols to begin to make connections to your consciousness. Take a deep breath in and let it out. Take a deep breath in and let it out. Take a deep breath in and hold it, and hold it, and hold it. And blow it out, adding to the wind your unique vibration, merging, blending, balancing with one another and with all life upon the earth and all life within the cosmos. Gaze upon the different facets of shifting energy and light and sound, and let it sink in to your neurological net as it rewires the pathways of your brain, your body, as it invigorates and revitalizes, rejuvenates and re-energizes the cellular structure of your being, both in matter and energy and in spirit. As above, so below. And as you continue to breathe, and as your heart continues to beat, allow yourselves with every breath, and allow yourselves with every beat of your heart to go deeper and deeper into this journey, into the deeper mysteries of life, of consciousness, of existence, so that they may reveal themselves to you in perfect synchronicity. Allow yourselves to feel the flow of energy passing through you, surrounding you, immersing you, flowing through every part of your being. And allow yourselves to remember, when you find yourselves in any circumstance or situation, and you are uncertain of what to do, of how to be, or who you are, allow yourself to be reminded that the limitations you have chosen are there to be used in positive and beneficial ways, and that you always come back to center, and with every breath realign and reorient yourself back to center every moment back to zero, to redefine yourselves how you prefer, and to recognize that the guidelines and the parameters and the boundaries and the borders that you have chosen are for you what allows you to experience that precise conduit of information and energy to gain the most intense, the most alive experience you possibly can. To feel life coursing through your veins, so that with every beat of your heart, with every breath, and with every thought, you are rebalanced and realigned and fall perfectly within the guidelines and parameters that serve you best. And as you keep breathing and floating through the sea of energy, through the threads and lines of light that connect you to past, present, and future as you understand them, to the eternal now of all things, you know that you contain all the answers to all the questions that could ever arise within you. For they are always there, always here, always now, always accessible. You are never disconnected, nor can you ever be. You are never out of control, nor can you ever be. Whatever you experience is under your control. Whatever you experience is because of your connection to Source, to all that is, to existence itself. Infinite reflections shine in your eyes. Infinite understandings beat within your heart. Infinite knowledge forms within your mind, and infinite awareness is what your spirit becomes. Allow yourselves to drift and dream on the currents of creation, and allow them to crystallize within you the certainty of your being. For you are here, and you are now, and you are existence itself, the very fabric of creation, the very essence of life, expressing itself in all the ways that it possibly can. You are necessary. You are worthy. You are deserving of joy, love, life, and light just by the very fact of your existence. For there can be no mistake in your existence. And without you, creation would not be complete. Shine forth in your birthright. Shine forth in your lives so that you may be a living example, a shining example of what others can also choose to become. Drift and dream, drift and dream. In the cocoon of the infinite, you are wrapped in loving arms, in a warm embrace of support and unconditional love. It is your essence, it is your nature. Create and craft your lives, for you are the artists and the writers of your stories. Be the story you wish others to read. Be the art you wish others to see. Be the light that guides the way for those who feel lost in the dark. Just be It's all you have to do. It's all you have to do. It's all you have to do. And grace showers down upon you. Deep appreciation and gratitude. And life renewed in everlasting cycles. Breathe it in and breathe it out. Breathe it in and breathe it out. Breathe it in and breathe it out. And be refreshed and renewed and grow. Drift along the currents now that flow through you of energy as it is given to you. The gifts of life that shower down from creation upon you. Never ending. Never ending. Never ending. Are surrounded by spirit. You are spirit. Come alive within yourselves. Awaken within yourselves. Shine forth from yourselves. Be the flame in the darkness and the crystalline light. Be the eyes of all that is. Sparkling with new possibility, infinite probability. Be yourself. There is no one else to be. It is for you the gift that has been given to be you. To be you. To be you. Allow yourselves now to simply bask in the energy, to float freely and dream, to drift and float along the currents of creation and crystallize all that you have experienced for yourselves within your hearts, your minds, your higher minds, your spirit, your soul. You are cradled within creation. Be the child born again, born anew, that sees life through new eyes. And marvels at the mystery. Drift and dream. Drift and dream. And awaken within yourself. Our unconditional love to you all, our deep appreciation for you all, and our deepest gratitude with you all. Sweet dreams and welcome home. I want to thank you all again very much for being here this time. We deeply appreciate it. Have a wonderful, wonderful day, and we hope to see you all again. Thank you.
All you will ever discover in the deepest, darkest, most fearsome abyss. You will discover
Oh, it's a good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. Are you all excited? Yes. All right, workshop's over. You see how fast it can happen? Have a good time, good day. Now, allow us to begin by saying we have no idea what we're going to talk about. The reason I say this is to allow you to understand that when you live totally in the moment, you don't necessarily have to plan everything out, don't necessarily have to lay it all out before you do it. You can, in the moment, upon the realization of what needs to be done, simply call upon your connections to the infinite to bring through whatever information is necessary at that moment. You don't necessarily need to think about it a moment before. Just know that you will know what you need to know when you need to know it, and it will be there for you. This connects into the idea of living fully your excitement, being present, being in the now, and knowing that you are connected to all that is in whatever way, shape, or form at any given moment you need to be to bring through for you at that moment what you need most. Living in that trust, living in that assurance, living in that knowledge is the state of being that best reflects living your life to the fullest, living your excitement to the fullest. Now again, when we talk about the idea of excitement, you can use any kind of label you wish to represent that. We understand that words have different meanings in your society, and excitement, in a sense, can be many things to many people. It can be unconditional love, it can be joy, it can be bliss, it can be passion, it can be a peaceful state of mind. You don't always have to be jumping up and down to be excited. When we talk about the idea that we refer to in your language as excitement, we are simply talking about that vibrational state that represents you being in harmonious alignment with your true natural self. And the process of discovering your true natural self and being that true natural self is what it's all about in terms of having a life that allows you to experience ecstatic explosions of synchronicity and effortlessness and creativity and love and joy. It is the willingness to be who you really are, to discover who you really are and be that you. That willingness is all it takes to get the ball rolling, to start the momentum going, to bring into your life, to attract to you those things that are most reflective of what you need next, of what you need to look at, what you need to deal with, what you need to process, in order to add that knowledge and add that experience to your being, so that you can expand and expand and expand and become, experientially become more of who you were already created to be. There's a process of self-discovery, a process of awakening, a process, in a sense, of remembering who you are. As we said, that's what physical reality experience is all about. It's making choices. It's the ability to choose. It's the experience that choice brings you of discovering through all the choices you make who and what you really are as this particular personality in this particular parallel reality life. Now, yes, of course, the greater you, what some people may call the oversoul, obviously has a number of lives going on simultaneously in what you call parallel realities or past or future. All of those things coexist concurrently, simultaneously. But this you is unique, as all of the different versions are, all the different life experiences are, whether physical or not. Each aspect of your greater self is unique. And so even though you have many lives, this life will never happen again and has never happened before. This is the only life this you has. And so to make the most of it, to allow yourself to really experience, to really savor what this life is all about, the idea is that you have the freedom, regardless of what you have been taught, regardless of what you may still believe, you have the freedom at every given moment to choose who you prefer to be, how you prefer to act, what experience of life you prefer to have, that you believe is most representative of the you are, in your heart of hearts, in your deepest soul. Now, as children, many of you automatically understand what it is to live an exciting life. But of course, different belief systems that have developed within your society over time will often talk you out of continuing to live that exciting life as you grow up, as you mature. But the idea is really to learn to balance that, to learn to blend that, to learn to become a grounded adult who still understands the freedom of play, the freedom of creativity, the freedom of excitement in the way you understood it as a child. So it is allowing yourself as an adult to rediscover how you can integrate that excitement, that childlike attitude, that childlike gratitude for every moment of the day, for a total appreciation of your life in a way that is natural, in a way that is second nature to you, actually first nature to you. So that you can know with assurance that as you move through life and as you make decisions and as you make choices, you are constantly supported in whatever choice you make, to whatever degree you are willing to make it. You are never not supported by the universe. And this is the first element we wish to drive home with you with regard to the idea of living an exciting life, is the understanding and the realization you are never not supported by the universe. Totally. Many of you can create an experience as if you are unsupported in a variety of categories and ways. but all that is happening is you are being supported in what might be a negative belief. The universe does not judge. All that is does not judge whatever belief you choose to experience. And if you choose to create a definition and a belief within your consciousness that says you are not supported, the universe will support you in your experience of lacking support. You are always supported, but you are only supported to the degree and in the manner your strongest belief says you are capable of being supported in. But you are supported fully in that belief, in that experience. Every single belief, as we have said, contains, in a sense, a mechanism that reinforces that belief. It creates a self-fulfilling reinforcement mechanism. It has to, by definition. If beliefs did not contain self-reinforcing mechanisms, you would not be able to have discrete experiences in physical reality. You would not be able to have a particular experience of a particular belief without other beliefs leaking in. And this is, to some degree, one of the things you are learning to transform, is the idea that you can have an overriding belief. An overriding belief that colors all other beliefs, that beliefs are easy to change, instead of an overriding belief that beliefs are difficult to change. The overriding belief that beliefs are difficult to change is part of the paradigm of the belief itself that is there so it will be reinforced so you can have that experience that the belief creates. But now, in your age of transformation, you are learning you can replace that overriding belief, that program, that equation, with another one. That beliefs are easy to change. So that you can simultaneously, shall we say, experience to whatever degree you wish to any particular individual distinct and discrete belief, but at the same time always leave yourself a key to unlock from that belief should you desire to do so when you are done with that scenario. This, in some sense, is the malleability, the flexibility that is required as children have it to shift very quickly from belief to belief to belief to belief, from experience to experience to experience to experience, creating a life that can go at any given moment in any direction whatsoever. So that you understand that every single moment is a zero moment and is absolutely not connected to the moment that was there before it, unless you believe it is. And that's the key. At every moment, you have the absolute and total ability to reinvent yourself, redefine yourself wholly, completely, and become a completely different person. That is another thing that it helps to begin to realize, fully realize, when it comes to living a life of high excitement, is that every single moment you actually are literally a different person. And the person that was there a moment ago is not the same person. And even though you may look in a mirror and see what you think is the same face that was there a moment ago, that is just an illusion of continuity that you are creating for convenience sake, so that you will not be deemed crazy or insane by your fellow members of society. But you could create such a distinct difference in the person from moment to moment that when you look in the mirror, you would actually see a different face every single time you look. Some of this ability has been demonstrated, as you say in your language, scientifically, medically, in cases of what you call multiple personality, where you can actually have one personality that actually has a particular physical condition, such as a cancerous tumor. But when they switch to another personality, the tumor is nowhere to be found. Instantaneously transforming because this personality never had cancer. It's not that reality anymore. That this can be done by individuals exhibiting multiple personality disorder shows you what kind of capabilities you actually have. And if you can, as you say, get a handle on transformation to that degree, and at the same time know that it doesn't have to be out of control, then you can also make the same kind of transformation instantaneously in any way, shape, or form you wish. And when you begin to understand that that's what you're already doing anyway, from moment to moment, then you can, with more consciousness and more intention, guide the transformational change from moment to moment in the direction of your preference, in the direction of your excitement. Remember, that's what it's all about. It's not about learning how to do these things. You already know how to absolutely and completely and utterly do all these things. Create any reality, every moment, transform instantaneously, let go of one belief and latch onto another instantaneously from moment to moment to moment. You're doing it all the time. The issue is not learning how to transform. The issue is awakening to the choices you are making of what you transform from and to. Because you can create a sense of continuity in the beliefs that you choose that make it seem as if, from moment to moment, nothing much has changed. When in fact, from moment to moment, everything has changed. You are a completely different person and a completely different reality, literally, take me literally, every single moment that you experience. Any change at all, it's a total change, a complete change. You exist as a different person in a different universe, utterly. Utterly. So you don't have to worry about learning how to do that. It's automatically built into your creatorhood. That's what you do. You can't help yourself but create, moment to moment, a new universe. You are made in the image of all that is, and all that is constantly creating new ideas, new perspectives, new universe, constantly shifting its consciousness simultaneously and concurrently from every different possible perspective, and that's exactly what you're doing too. But you have created an idea. You have created an idea, a notion, a system of definitions, a system of beliefs that define a particular experience you call physical reality on Earth. And you have set up certain guidelines, certain parameters that you've all agreed to abide by to make it seem as if you are not doing all the things we are talking about now. Again, as an example, you talk about the idea, or your scientists talk about the idea that you only use 10% of your brain. No, you use 100%, but you use 100% to make it seem as if you're only using 10. That's what you're doing. You're creating an experience of only using 10% of your brains with 100% of your brains. So waking up to that fact is what will allow you to realize you can change the percentage anytime you wish. Anytime you wish. Because all you're doing from moment to moment is saying, I choose 10%, I choose 10%, I choose 10%, I choose 10% again, I choose 10% again, I choose 10% again. Why? Because I said I have to. Why? Because I said I have to. Why? Because I said I have to. That's all you're doing. You're creating an illusion of continuity with your choices. You can break the continuity. Now, I understand, again, because of belief systems within that particular paradigm, that the idea of breaking continuity can be scary because of the way you define the concept of breaking continuity. But what this is all about is learning to break continuity creatively. This is all artists do anyway. You're all artists. You're all geniuses. The idea of there being a fine line between genius and insanity is exactly this issue. The individuals on your planet that you call insane or have psychological disorders like the multiple personality disorder we recently mentioned, the only difference is that they are not aware of what they are doing in such a way that they can apply it creatively. They're not breaking their continuity intentionally and consciously. This is all about doing the same thing, but doing it intentionally and consciously and artistically and creatively. That's the only difference, and that's why you recognize instinctively, intuitively, that there's a very fine line between genius and madness. Because the idea of going from genius into madness is simply an idea of creating a belief system that allows you to forget that you are capable of breaking your continuity at will. And when you impose upon yourself the belief system that you are not breaking your continuity by choice, then you experience the thing called madness or disorder. But when you understand that you are breaking your continuity by will, by choice, then you have genius and artistry and creativity. That's the only difference. It's an issue of understanding how to break your continuity by choice and liking it, enjoying it, and not being afraid of it. It's all about making a friend of the unknown. Making friends with the unknown. Allowing the unknown to be a place of excitement and surprise and discovery rather than a place of fear. Rather than something to run from. Rather than something to hide from. It's a place to go toward. The unknown is where you will discover all the rest of yourself. That's where the rest of you is, in the unknown. So you want to develop a willingness, a willingness, not just to crawl there, not just to walk there, but to run there, run to the unknown. Embrace the unknown. It only contains more of you. That's all the unknown ever contains. More of you. More ability to discover more of you. If it's scary, that's an opportunity to get in touch with the belief systems that make it seem scary. Because it's only your definition of the unknown that creates the experience of fear. There is nothing about the unknown itself. There is nothing about the unknown itself that generates fear. Only your definition of it generates the experience of fear. That's all. It's the only thing that works that way. So, embracing the unknown, making choices at will to break your continuity creatively will begin to allow you to truly experience what you have for a long time called magic, where one moment does not necessarily have to appear connected to the next, where your space-time reality begins to get very slippery, and you can all of a sudden begin, if you have not already begun, to experience such things as winding up somewhere and having no idea exactly how you could possibly have gotten there, getting somewhere in an amount of time that heretofore would have been impossible to get there in, and all sorts of experiences like that where you suddenly realize that you can do without some of the intervening continuity moments. The ideas of teleportation, the ideas themselves of shifting in time, the idea of expanding your awareness to many different lives and parallel dimensions of reality, all come from the willingness to break your continuity creatively. Now, up to this time in your history, it hasn't necessarily served you to do that, except perhaps now and then in a very random way when it served some particular purpose in some particular person's life. But now, in this day and age, the idea itself that you are in a day and age of transformation allows you to consider many more options, many more possibilities of what you can experience physical reality to be. Physical reality is very flexible, very malleable. Remember, it's just an illusion. It's just a mirror. It only reflects back what you give off. So just as your reflection in the mirror really has no substance, physical reality itself really has no substance and is, in that sense, a true will-o'-the-wisp. It will take its form only from what you believe it to be. Only from the solidity you impart to it with your definitions and your meanings and your beliefs. It is no more substantial than that. No more substantial than your idea of it. What is real is your experience. That's reality. Experience is reality. Reality is experience, not the things that are the props of the experience. The experience itself is who you actually are, is what you actually are. You are consciousness experiencing itself from all the perspectives it can. That's what creation is. Consciousness experiencing itself from all the perspectives it can. That's it. That's what reality is. And when you begin to get a handle on that, when you begin to be willing to break your continuity with that intention in mind, you open up a myriad of possibilities that heretofore were not experienceable in physical reality, because you are redefining physical reality itself. We have long said, and we will repeat this if necessary, we have long said the process of shifting, the process of ascending from one dimension or one reality to another is the process of realizing that you actually are the reality you previously thought you existed in. I'll say it again. The whole concept of ascending, the whole concept of moving from one reality level, one dimension, one density to another, is the result of realizing that you actually are the reality itself that you previously thought you existed in. So what we are saying is, you don't exist in physical reality, you are physical reality. It is you. It's just an extension of your consciousness. It's just an experience in your consciousness. When you recognize fully that there is no physical reality except for your experience of it, and that that's what reality is, that is what allows you to experience an expansion of your idea of reality as you experience an expansion of your idea of yourself. And that's what allows you to have the experience you call ascension, or advancement, or growth, or expansion. Does that make sense to you? Yes. Is there someone to whom it does not make sense? All right. Would you like me to explain more clearly in some specific way what I have just said?
But you could repeat it, please. Just repeat what you said.
All right.
Different words, maybe.
All right. Right now, most of you imagine or have been taught to believe that physical reality is a place in which you exist. You understand? You are being taught that physical reality is a dimension, and that somehow you, as an individual, exist inside that dimension. But you don't. The dimension exists inside you. It's just an idea. There is actually nothing out there. There is no out there. That's an illusion. It's a projection. It's all going on inside your consciousness. Does that make sense? So when you understand that you are not in physical reality, that physical reality is in you, that awareness in and of itself, that moment of being aware of that in and of itself, is the experience of expansion and ascension to a different level. Does that make sense? Does that help clarify it sufficiently? Or is there something else you wish to explore about this concept before we go on?
Well, I guess it does, but just like I just said, the belief needs to be changed, basically.
All right.
Yeah.
But you understand the concept.
I do understand.
That's a beginning. That's a beginning. And we understand that you're not going to let go of it completely, because you still do want to have an experience of physical reality. We are not necessarily saying that you absolutely have to suddenly find yourself floating in the middle of a black void with nothing around you in order to understand you are changing your reality moment to moment. What we are simply saying, however, is that you can understand that since you're changing your reality moment to moment anyway, it can really be anything you want it to be because it's only coming from within you anyway. Does that make sense? All right. So we're not saying you will necessarily completely give up the idea of the experience of being in physical reality. We are simply saying that when you realize that physical reality is within you, then your experience of being in physical reality can be almost anything you want it to be. Make sense? Now, the other thing that you will all tend to do is, of course, you will do this changing, you will do this transforming, you will change your physical reality experience at a rate that you believe and in a way that you believe is not only comfortable for you, but in a way that makes sense for all the people you are connected to in your life, because you want to retain some degree of the experience of continuity in order to have the experience and share the experience. You follow me? So, you will move at a rate, you will do it in a way that best suits you, best serves you, and best serves all those around you with whom you have made agreements to move forward with at a certain pace. So some of you, let's say, within any particular group arrangement, may move a little bit faster than others, may change your reality a little bit more quickly, a little bit more effortlessly. Some may change a little less quickly, a little less effortlessly. But within that whole family group, within that whole arrangement, you will generally move together at a certain rate, at a certain pace that benefits you all, because that's the agreement you have made, is to help each other learn to do that by reflecting to each other what is going on within the group with regard to changing your reality, so that each member can decide for themselves how and how fast to change their reality, or to be aware of the changes they can make. So some of you will do that as well, and that will form a kind of a regulating speed for how you do it. That does not mean, however, that you are limited by that. At any moment, you can change your idea of what you want to do with regard to those agreements, and you can go a little bit farther ahead and come back. You can do anything you want. Anything you want. Choice is always available to you. We have talked about before, and we know many of you are familiar with, a series of books that exists on your planet called Conversations with God. Yes? Yes. In what you call the latest book, there is an understanding and an explanation that fully illustrates what we are talking about in terms of having choice at every moment. It is explained very clearly in that book that even after you physically die, you still have a choice to not go on into spirit, but to pick up your physical life where you left off and continue. You do not have to physically die until you want to. This immediately, of course, in many of you brings up the question, well, if you can always come back, then why didn't so-and-so come back? Because they were done. Because they made a choice to go on. But you are always given a choice to actually continue the life that you just died in. You may or may not choose to remember that that's what happened. Those that might choose to remember or experience some idea that something different is going on may remember it as some kind of a continuity glitch or a dream about dying and then suddenly waking up and going, well, that was just a dream. When in fact it may have actually happened in physical reality. And you died and were given a chance to simply go back and pick up where you left off and only remember having died as a dream, so that you retain some idea of the experience, but not in a way that interrupts the flow of the physical reality you wish to continue. You do not even have to physically die if you don't want to, even though you may die, and even though many of you have actually physically died many times. You may not know that you have. You have choice at every moment, even after death, to not die, to continue that life if you want to, or to go on to something else. You are that free. And many of you have exercised that option a few times. Sometimes when you are in what appears to be an approaching accident, and you think, there is no possible way we could get out of this, but then suddenly you find that somehow you got out of it, you may realize that you didn't get out of it. You died and then simply reconstructed your life on the other side of the accident. You are that free. That's what we mean by freedom of choice. It doesn't matter. Even if you die, you still have freedom to choose what you would like to do from that point forward. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about the idea that you have to hurry up and get everything done by a certain time, that you need to finish this before you die. If you don't, you can come back and still finish it. In the same life as the same person, so you think. In effect, it will seem to be the same life. Of course, it's not. It's a parallel reality by definition. But you won't know the difference because you're creating a continuity in order to have an experience as if you did not die. That's how free you are with your choices. That's how powerful you are. Knowing all of this and applying it to your life on a daily basis is what will allow you to really begin to feel in your soul, in your heart, in your bones, in every cell of your being, in every fiber of your body, really begin to feel what it means to be free to choose. You are unlimited beings, except for the experience of limitation you impose upon yourself, but you impose the experience of limitation on yourselves from your unlimited self. You can experience anything, everything. It simply depends upon your agreements, your beliefs, your definitions. That's all. But this is the time on your planet, now that you have decided it is time to wake up, that it is time to become aware of these abilities, time to become awake to more of yourself. And that's why we have the ability to discuss this with you. That's why you have the ability to implement these ideas and experience this magic in your lives, to see that life is this fluid, this flexible, this magical, this unlimited. Guaranteed 100%. Not because I say so, because that's the way the universe is. That's the way it's structured. This is the great gift that creation has given to all the creations within it. You are that free. You are that powerful. You are made in the image of the creation. That's what it means. You are a spark of creation and have all the same abilities within whatever you deem to be your reality. You are that free, and now you're coming to that realization. One of the ways that we would like to assist you in coming to this realization, in giving yourself more awareness that you have these abilities, is a technique that we would like to refer to as rewiring the brain. You see, every thought you have actually rewires your neurological pathways in your brain. But when you create a belief system that perpetuates or repeats a certain experience, when you continue to choose a similar experience over and over and over again, what you also create in your neurological pathways is a kind of a feedback loop. And this feedback loop, like a belief system, becomes self-reinforcing. So that you only experience that automatically over and over and over again until you break the cycle. This idea now of breaking that cycle, breaking your continuity creatively, will be expressed in an exercise, more specifically in an equation that will allow you to stop short-circuiting yourself in a feedback loop and will allow you to complete the circuit and ground yourself into an ability to manifest what you prefer instead of getting caught up in this feedback cycle of continuing to choose what you don't prefer. We will discuss and describe this equation to rewire your brain and complete the circuit in a moment. But first, we would like to share with you questions and answers to make sure that what we have discussed up to this point is clear. So if any of you have any questions or require clarifications about what we have discussed so far or anything in general with regard to following your excitement before we move on, ask them now.
Hi, Bashar.
And a you good day.
Thank you so much for doing this weekend.
It is always our excitement and our pleasure to interact with each and every one of you. So thank you for doing this with us.
I've been dealing with what you referred to last night as the roller coaster.
Yes.
And I spoke about it with some other people here, and as you mentioned, many of us are going through this.
Yes, up and down, but up and down in a way that constantly keeps your energy rising.
Yes, and it's been really intriguing to me and difficult, obviously, at times when I'm in the down part, dipping way down.
Yes.
And I had an epiphany last night.
Oh, all right.
Because
was it tasty?
It was.
We like our epiphany sauteed. How did you have your epiphany?
It was roasted.
Roasted epiphany. All right.
You mentioned that we dip down into these lower depths in order to bring things up to our awareness.
Yes.
To get into these lower energies.
Yes.
And I realized that the kids that I'm helping
Yes.
are really low down. They're the lowest. I mean, they're not only coming from poor, disadvantaged families, but they're also dealing with abuse and neglect and
Yes.
really challenging issues.
Yes.
And so I wonder if my dipping down and dealing with the lack of abundance and my difficulty to pay my bills and making all of these sacrifices to help these kids is so that I can experience some of what they're going through.
Number one, yes. And number two, you're doing it so that you can integrate yourself and raise your vibration so you can also help them raise theirs.
I get that, yes. And the people that I'm bringing to them, the volunteers, are bringing them spirituality and enlightenment and then
Yes.
a lot of these ideas that
You're doing what you are doing so you can A, relate to them, and they can relate to you, because you have some of the same war stories, so to speak. And B, then they can also watch you raise your vibration and thus by example know they can do so too no matter what their situation.
So how do I get to the higher levels now where I could show them the rewards?
By treating the lower levels as high levels. That's the whole issue. The idea of dipping down is to know you're not dipping down, you are just dipping into something that is required for your integration, and that's a high level of being. The willingness to do that, the ability to do that is representative of a high level of vibration, so that then paradoxically even dipping down becomes going up. Defining the dipping down as going up is the first step.
So the fact that I'm now getting national media recognition and being praised for what I'm doing is giving the recognition to the kids as well that look what she's doing, you can do the same.
Yes, and also again, it's your opportunity to understand that you need to also work on your redefinitions to show them how to do so as well, so that they can understand that nothing has built-in meaning and how you define it determines the effect you get. The more you practice this with them, the more it will rub off on them and you simultaneously, and you will move up the ladder together rather than you moving ahead of them. You will move up the ladder together.
That's wonderful. And we discussed, the last...
One moment.
Whenever.
One moment.
Okay.
The difference between you and the advantage that you have in teaching them is that even though you will be moving up the ladder together, the advantage you have is that you know there's a ladder to move up. They don't.
Right.
You're showing them that there's a ladder. and moving up the ladder together with them is what will really make the biggest difference in their lives, rather than you scooting up the ladder ahead of them and saying, come on, follow me. Moving up the ladder, climbing the ladder together will have the most meaning and impact for them in their hearts.
Wonderful. And then the idea that I get into as well is that I feel like my writing and my scripts and all my film projects are on the back burner, and it's not, I keep remembering what you say, it's not this or that, it's this and that.
Yes.
So
inclusivity is the mark of expansion, not exclusivity.
So the timing is just not current, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. It's just at the moment the focus is elsewhere.
That is true. But the issue is it's not about whether or not it's going to happen. It's about what is happening that you then are willing to recognize as a part of the whole picture, as opposed to breaking it off into pieces. When is this going to happen? When is that going to happen? It's all happening right now. In whatever is happening, that's part of it. You have to learn to make no difference between the two. And then there will be no experience of difference.
Wonderful. And then the other piece of that, which we've talked about in the past, is the fact that I'm going to be helping the hybrid children to acclimate to being on Earth. And the work that I'm doing with the kids on Earth ties into that.
Yes. Many of you will have that experience, and no, we cannot elaborate on that at this time.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar. Wonderful to experience you.
And to you, good day.
I have a question about death, and I understand what you've just explained.
Yes.
And my question may answer itself as I ask it, which will be embarrassing. But
Why would that be embarrassing? Is that not to be desired, that
Yes,
you
it is.
understand the question contains the answer?
Yes.
All right.
All right. So the question is, do we ever come to a point where we choose not to continue to create a physical experience to experience?
Yes, you can have that experience. Again, remember, all things are concurrently simultaneous. So all the physical experiences exist simultaneously with all of the non-physical experiences the greater you is having. But you can create an experience, a continuity experience, that you go through a series of physical lives and then do not incarnate anymore. You can create that experience, yes.
Does that become permanent and final?
Unto itself, yes, that's an experience. But again, remember, since all your physical lives are simultaneously concurrent, your consciousness can, if it wishes to at any given moment, change that. But that idea, the idea you have just defined of going through a series of physical lives and then not having to incarnate anymore, that experience is its own reality. And in that reality, that's the only thing you experience.
Bashar,
Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right.
And I'd like to know more about that. Have you had that experience, and can you describe?
Yes. Well, it's simple. It's simply the idea of what you call physical death passing into spirit and saying, I recognize that I am done with that experience in that way, and I will move on to something else. It's as simple as making any kind of similar decision you would make as if you were changing a job or changing a school or changing a house. I'm done living there. I'm going to live over here now. I've made my decision. I'm never going to go back to that house. Simple as that. You've had that experience many times, haven't you?
Yes.
That's all it is. Yeah. Remember, what you don't really understand at this point, but are beginning to or will understand, is that when you get into spirit, you have a completely different perspective and a completely different experience from that point of view about physical reality. I'll put it to you this way, in some senses. It doesn't always have to be this way, but generally, this is a truism for most people moving from physical reality into spirit, for most people having that transition experience. When you are in physical reality, the non-physical spirit reality kind of seems unreal, kind of seems like a dream. When you are in spirit, the physical reality seems unreal, kind of like a dream. So the idea is that when you move into spirit, it's kind of like waking up from a dream and saying, oh yes, now I remember, this is who I am. And, well, I don't need to do that anymore. That was a dream, that was then, this is now. This is the reality. That's just a dream. You see?
Yes, that's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you. I'm feeling very nervous right now, but
nervous. All right, I'll be nervous with you.
Okay. All right. Well, last night I realized that.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not nervous anymore.
Oh, thank you.
Last night I realized that I'm linking my highest excitement and joy in life with my biggest fear in life.
That's usually the case.
Yeah, which is stopping me from choosing to do my highest joy in life.
Yes.
So
yes.
My highest joy in life,
Would
my
be
passion to, well, I'm a coach and a teacher and a facilitator. But
A
now,
coach of what?
metaphysics.
All right.
So I choose now to have a job that I don't really like.
Oh, all right. Why?
Because I'm linking doing what I love with not being financially supported by the universe.
Why? How does it serve you to do that? You obviously know that's what you're doing because you said so.
Right.
You understand, obviously, that you have a definition about that is making it seem as if that can't support you. So you must be choosing to believe that definition because you are attaching another belief to it that it says it would serve you to do so. So what belief do you have attached to this idea that says that to believe that that can't support you is somehow serving you? What belief could that be?
Well, it's serving me, I feel like it's serving me by keeping me safe.
Oh, all right. Very good answer. That is quite common for many people on earth based on the belief systems they have been brought up with. If they have issues of self-worth or lack of deservability or something similar, or the idea of failure issues, they will very often not really want to make the attempt to live their dreams because they are afraid that they might prove that they will fail, that they might prove they are undeserving or unworthy. You follow?
Yeah.
Now, of course, even if they have an experience of proving that they are going to fail, see, I told you that couldn't support me, I'm right. Then they are at least validated in that assertion. And that's one way that the human mind can actually seek validation. As strange as that may sound, you can actually be validated for proving yourself right about not being able to do something. But there are other ways also to understand you can validate yourself. And there are ways to understand that it's only your beliefs that make it seem as if that's not a way to go. So, usually the remedy for that, and I'm not saying it's the only way, but a good remedy for that is to do it anyway and let yourself fail and say, so what? So what? Never underestimate the power of so what? So you did it, so it doesn't support you, so what? Then what? You'll do something else. Or you'll realize that you created that, have gotten it out of your system, and then can actually do it. But one way or the other, so what? You always have choice, no matter what it is. So no matter what experience you give yourself, you will always have an opportunity to give it another shot if you wish. It's up to you. And maybe following your excitement and following your dreams in the fullest way you can and then finding out it doesn't support you will actually teach you something about yourself that you really need to know. But understand, you will always be supported somehow. Now, I understand about the idea of what you call taking a job you do not like. Certainly, there are also degrees and variations of this idea, because many individuals, if they are honest about their belief systems and recognize that their belief system will not allow them to believe that what excites them the most can actually support them, will understand that they could do the next most exciting thing. They could still do something else that still on some level excites them, and that they believe can support them. You don't necessarily have to go all the way down the ladder to do something you really don't find yourself compatible with to support you. Can your imagination not come up with something else that is at least somewhat exciting that could support you while you're waiting to bolster the belief that the thing that excites you the most could support you? Yes, no, maybe. If the answer is no, that's fine.
Maybe.
Such as what? I know you have a picture of the thing that excites you the most, but if you find that you cannot give yourself fully to it at the moment and are honoring your belief system by not jumping off the cliff before you feel you're ready, is there not something else your imagination can come up with that is still somewhat exciting for you that you could be doing instead of doing a job you really don't like at all?
Sure. I mean, I could be, if I had to work for somebody else, I could be teaching.
So you could be doing what you love somewhat.
Right.
Well, would that be preferable?
To what I'm doing now, yes.
Then why don't you do that?
Well, I haven't seen that opportunity yet.
That's because you're not of the vibration that it's possible. You cannot see what you're not the vibration of. Understand, this is a true physics principle. If you are not already in the state of being, in the vibratory state of being, that says it's possible to see an opportunity like that, no opportunity to do that will present itself to you. They will be invisible to you. You have to be in the state that that's possible first before you will suddenly see right in front of your face, synchronistically, magically appearing all the doorways and all the opportunities to do that thing. Do you believe it's possible?
Yes.
So be in that state that it's possible for you to do at least something that excites you, if not the big picture yet, and you will then be open to being able to see the opportunities that can synchronistically appear in your life that will allow you to do that thing. And then from that platform, you can work on letting yourself believe that the greater excitement will also support you. Does that help?
Yes. But isn't it true if I believed the greater excitement could support me, then it would?
Of course. But you're saying you obviously don't.
Right.
And that you have given yourself a reason for not believing it. And that's what you need to work on. You have to take that reason away. You have to, in a sense, allow that reason to not be real as a choice for you. As long as it's a real choice, that somehow it serves you to believe that your greater excitement can't support you, you will continue to have that experience. So you have to take the time to find out what belief and definition you've attached to it that would make it seem as if it's reasonable to assume that that's going to happen.
Well, I mean, what comes to mind when you're saying that?
Yes.
I've had a belief in the past, up until the time I'm saying this, is that I have a belief of unworthy.
Yes,
like
that's what we talked about.
Right.
Unworthiness. And the idea, again, is to realize and take it back to square one. If you were truly undeserving, if you were truly unworthy, trust me, you wouldn't exist. Do you understand that concept?
Yeah.
The universe does not create mistakes. If you exist, obviously all that is believes you need to in order for all that is to be complete. So you obviously are worthy of existence, or believe me, you wouldn't exist and we wouldn't be having this conversation. The fact that we are able to have this conversation means that creation itself has validated you by allowing you to exist. So why not take to heart that you obviously are worthy of existence and let everything else take care of itself? Does that make sense?
Yes.
You can approach it from that direction if you wish, or whatever other direction your imagination comes up with. Do you feel this is helping unlock some ideas that you can explore?
Yes, thank you.
You are welcome.
Thanks.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Very great to be with you again.
And you as well.
My first question, every time I hear you say you
Yes.
to the audience,
Yes.
I'm thinking, well, your all that is, spark of creation, is speaking to our all that is.
Yes.
So is the you just for convenience sake?
In some senses, but it also obviously serves a purpose in helping you identify to some degree what we are saying, since you use language in that way. And we are speaking to all levels of it. Sometimes we are actually saying things to the individuals, and sometimes we are speaking simultaneously to the greater collective. Whatever level of it needs to sink in, we know will sink in to whatever version of you is applicable at that moment, to whatever version of you needs to hear it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Did that answer the question?
Well, if all that is all that is, and
Yes.
we're all one.
Yes.
I've heard some teachers say we don't exist.
You exist.
Well, I mean,
Otherwise, we wouldn't
We're-
be having this conversation.
Okay.
But we understand what is meant by that. But the
Okay.
point is, again, is to remember it's this and that, not this or that. All that is literally all that is. And whatever you can imagine, both the collective and the individual, if you can imagine them both and experience them both, they are both just as real and are both just as really a part of all that is. So in that sense, yes, you exist, and on the level in which you mean it, you don't. It's an illusion. But nevertheless, both experiences are real. It's this and that, not just this or that.
okay.
So you don't have to drive yourself crazy with semantics.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does, thank you.
Does that help clear it up?
It does, yes. I just have one more question.
Yes.
I'm holding a red obsidian crystal, and
All right.
I'm looking at what looks like a sword, and I get this feeling it's a sword in the stone.
All right.
And it feels
What does
like,
that symbolize for you then?
well, I knew you were going to ask me, but I was going to ask you.
Oh, how psychic of you.
But I must need to know the answer because
Well, if you feel like you need to know the answer, then why not assume that you do and make a statement of it?
okay.
What is the answer for you at this moment? Doesn't mean that the answer doesn't have the ability to change in the next moment. Whatever your answer is at this moment, however, is correct for you.
Okay, at this moment I feel it's an opportunity
To what?
to access the purity and power of the notion we call here Excalibur.
All right. Which
And-
means what to you?
Well, it means the essence of pure power and pure intention.
Ah, you mean cutting through all of the red tape.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Then that's what it means for you right now. It will mean other things at other times as you become different yous within the overall you that you are.
So the red tape that I'm cutting through, is there any feedback?
It's
you
beliefs
could
and
give me?
definitions that don't work for you, that may have come from other people in society that you are beginning to realize have nothing to do with who you are. And using that as a symbol to cut through that and see with clarity what is and is not you.
Okay. And this will guide me in my practice as a teacher and healer and leader. Is that correct?
That didn't need to be a question.
Yes.
You are your own Merlin. You are your own Arthur. You are your own Guinevere. You are your own Camelot. Invent yourself. All right?
Yes.
As you wish. Does that help you?
Very much.
You are using symbols you are familiar with from other simultaneously coexisting lives that served you in those lives well. So you're recreating symbols in this life that harkens you back to those vibrations because you know how to use them. So use them.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
I'll be of service to your civilization and ours.
You are of service to everything in the universe when you are your total self. Even the willingness to be your true self is of service to everything in creation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I have had the experience recently of thinking that I died.
Yes.
I left a message on someone's phone. It started out, my intent was to say how great I felt about them being in my life.
Yes.
But after I hung up, it sounded like a suicide message.
All right.
Did I die at that time?
Not right at that time, but before.
Okay. Why did I choose, or could I have yes, the answer is yes.
Yes.
But how could I have not continued with some of the things in my body that I didn't want?
The idea of choosing to come back means you understand that the things you don't prefer in your body are representative of issues that you wanted to work through to expand your spiritual growth. So you didn't want at that moment to get rid of them in any other way, but getting to a point where you could process them to add to your understanding of yourself.
Okay, thanks.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Is there anything else you wish to discuss about this?
No.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. What is your time frame at this moment?
It's 11:25. We have a half an hour.
All right. Allow us at this moment to let the idea of questions continue later. Allow us to begin right now to explain the issue of the completion of the circuit. So there can be the addition of this idea to the questions that will occur after your break. So all of you become relaxed at the moment. Pay attention, but relax. Now, if you have something to write with, by all means, get out your paper and pen or pencil. You don't have to, but you can. If you need to borrow from another, by all means, take a moment to do so. Remember, of course, that you will always be able to access this on your recorded device. So you can always get it later if you're not writing it down now. But if you wish to write it down now, by all means do so, if you feel it will help you focus what we are about to say. Now, you don't have to write anything just yet. One more time, let us explain that the idea that we are discussing here has to do primarily with when you say, I feel a certain way. And I don't necessarily mean physiologically, although there is a connection, of course. What we are discussing right now is mostly the idea of the spectrum of emotional feelings. And, of course, because you generally prefer what you typically call the positive emotions, what we are dealing with here in this exercise is mostly the idea of what you typically call the negative emotions. Although generally speaking, nothing is really positive or negative about emotions. They are experiences, and you can use them as you wish. But generally in your language, we understand that when you say, I feel angry, I feel sad, I feel frustrated, I feel scared, I feel in doubt. These are the ideas we are talking about with regard to this particular exercise. And a way to allow yourself to begin to transform them by putting yourself in the appropriate state that will immediately neutralize the energy of that particular emotional vibration, while simultaneously allowing you to rewire your brain so as to complete a circuit. Because up to this point, many of you have not been taught how to complete the circuit, and so get caught up in a short-circuiting, self-feedback, self-perpetuating loop that never gets beyond the feeling. I feel frustrated. And that just leads to, I feel more frustrated. And that just leads to, I feel even more frustrated, that I am frustrated, that I am frustrated, that I am frustrated, that I am frustrated. And now, because I've been frustrated for so long, I feel angry that I am frustrated, and I'm frustrated, and I'm frustrated. And now, because I have been angry for so long, I feel sad that I've been angry about being frustrated, and so on. And you build upon those kinds of feedback loops until you are caught in a cycle of what you call depression and suicidal mania. So, we are now about to talk about the idea that this actually sets up a literal, physical, neurological feedback loop in your brain, and we're going to now create an equation, if you wish, a mantra, that will actually allow you to finally divert that feedback loop when it happens along another neurological path that completes the circuit, grounds the idea, and neutralizes the effect of the feedback loop. All right? All right. Now, here is what you can write down, if you wish. And when I say fill in the blank, that just simply means whatever emotion you wish to transform, whichever emotion you wish to neutralize. You don't even have to fill that in right now. You can actually put a blank or a line to represent whatever emotion you might want to experience in this equation later. But for right now, write down, I feel blank. And I feel blank because I choose to. And I choose to because I believe it serves me to. So there's 3 sentences there. I feel blank, period. And I feel blank because I choose to, period. And I choose to because I believe it serves me to, period. Now, this seems very simple, but it is deceptively powerful. When you find yourself in a situation where, for example, you say, I feel sad, or I feel frustrated, or I feel angry, complete the entire equation. I feel angry. I feel angry because I choose to. I choose to because I believe it serves me to. When you take that thought all the way out to its logical conclusion, you are allowing yourself to touch in and represent all the stages of the creation of that emotion. And you're rewinding it and unfolding it and exposing the underlying structure that created that emotional experience. You're making it transparent, and you're putting yourself back in charge of having chosen that experience. And that will neutralize it. When you say this often enough, you get into that pattern of saying this equation every single time you feel something you don't prefer. Understand, we are not talking about denying the feeling. We are not talking about glossing it over. We're talking about owning it, acknowledging it, accepting it, because you cannot change what you do not own. But you are recognizing that you are choosing it, and you are understanding that you are choosing it because you believe it serves you. And when you lay out the entire equation that way, you will begin to find that it will immediately or very quickly neutralize the emotional sensation. You'll be back to point zero, and then you can begin to explore what belief and what definition you may have about your relationship to the situation that would allow you to choose to feel that way in relation to whatever it is that's happening. Again, it's an extremely, apparently simple tool, but its effects will be profound on your neurological wiring. I feel blank. I feel blank because I choose to. And I choose to because I believe it serves me to. When you have laid those 3 sentences out, the next thing that will happen in the automatic section of the neurology of your brain will be the question, why on earth would I choose to do that? Why on earth would I believe this serves me? And that will start the ball rolling for your investigation of what it is in your belief system that would make you believe it actually serves you to feel that way, to have that kind of a relationship with whatever is going on in your life, to have that kind of a definition. It will put you in the proper place in your brain that will automatically trigger the question and bring up your curiosity to allow you to dive down and find out what the heck that belief could possibly be. That's what this exercise is actually designed to do. It's designed to take advantage of the neurological wiring that exists in your brain in such a way as to put you in touch with your ability to automatically wonder why you're doing what you're doing and to begin to explore the reasons for that and illuminate for yourself the definitions that are causing the emotion to be experienced. It creates a larger kind of loop, a larger kind of circuit, a larger kind of higher vibrational self-fulfilling, self-building, self-creating, self-manifesting, self-perpetuating prophecy and experience for you in your life. It turns the small, closed circuit of negative experience into a large spiral circuit of positively perpetuating expansive synchronicity and self-discovery and investigation. So remember those 3 sentences, and anytime you find yourself feeling a certain way that is uncomfortable for you, own it. All right, yes, I feel this. I'm not going to deny it. I own it. I acknowledge it. I am feeling this. And I am feeling this because I choose to. And I choose to because I believe it serves me. Now, how the heck is that possible? How does it serve me? How do I think this serves me? What would I have to believe is true in order for me to believe this serves me to feel this way? And you will begin by having that internal dialogue start. You will begin to find answers bubbling up in your imagination. Just be open. Don't be afraid. Be willing to let those answers come up. And if you find in that process that you are afraid of what answers you might find, then take the process over again from that point and say the 3 sentences again and bootstrap yourself all the way along the circuit until you find it completes itself to the point where you are willing to allow whatever answers will bubble up to bubble up. Let them bubble up. Remember, this is where you begin to make a friend of the unknown, because you're going to discover through this process that the only thing that exists in the unknown is more of you. That's all that's there. It's all that's ever been there, all that is there now, all that ever will be there is you. And you will discover that you is the same as the all that is. That it is you, that you are it. It is both. It is neither. It is both. It is neither. And that is the mystery of the experience of life. The power of paradox is where you wish to come from to experience the breaking of your continuity creatively. The power of paradox is where you are at the center of yourself between what seem to be contradictory and opposing ideas, but which, obviously, by definition, must both have emanated from the center of your being, or you would not be experiencing what appears to be paradoxical ideas. So somewhere within you, they are actually one thing that you have created to seem to be two opposing things. Standing in the center of what appears to be two opposing things will allow you to begin to understand the actual commonality between them, how they are reflections of each other in a different way than you may think, and it will teach you much about the power of your creativity and your ability to break your continuity creatively. So, those 3 sentences get the ball rolling. They will literally, as you say them over and over again, literally change the wiring in your brain until it becomes what you call second nature, to think that way, to see yourself that way. And when it becomes second nature, you will find that less and less and less and less will you be feeling frustration and anger and sadness and doubt. You will instead find that you will very immediately only be feeling joy and creativity and excitement and love and peace and curiosity and mystery and profundity and gratitude. Not that the others are of any less value, because they all serve a purpose. They are all valid. This is all about validating every portion of yourself. Remember, expansion is the process of inclusion, not exclusion. The farther you go into the light, the more aware of the darkness you're able to become. It doesn't mean you have to choose it, but you become more aware of the choices you have on both sides. But just look at them as choices. That's all they are. Remember, physical reality is all about choices. And just because you may become more aware of what you may call negative choices or dark choices doesn't mean you have to experience them. In fact, the more willing you are to become more aware of them, the less you need to experience them, because you're allowing them to be equally valid to any choice you could make. And when they become equally valid to any choice you could make, then all choices being equal, you are then effortlessly capable of choosing what you prefer without invalidating what you don't prefer. It just becomes a recognition that that's simply not where you live anymore. You live in this house now, not that house. That doesn't mean that's a bad house. It served you well. It brought you to the ability. It brought you to the place where you can now choose this house. So bless it, love it, keep it, own it, but leave it in its place. It's a place you no longer live. But someone else may still be using that neighborhood. And bless them for experiencing those things you have experienced, knowing that they are also going up the ladder in their own way, in their own time. Make it all equal. And you will have equal ability to choose anything you wish, anything at all. We will explore this further and also get back into examining different ideas and perspectives through questions and sharing after your break. By all means, enjoy your refreshment, and we will continue this transmission afterwards. Thank you. All right, I'll say let us continue with the transmission. First of all, we would like to begin by asking you to meditate on not meditating. There's that paradox thing again. Now, we are to some degree playing with you, but the point of that is, from a basic level, we wish to remind you that living a life of excitement is also fundamentally about simply appreciating what there is all around you. Starting from a simple foundation of nature, what your world is like, rather than for the moment what it can be like, because there is great beauty on your planet. We understand that there can be also and is also harshness, but there is also beauty. And if you will take the time in your desire to live a fulfilled life, a fulfilling life, a life of high excitement, to also be at peace within the nature around you, take a moment just to appreciate what you have as a beautiful planet, that will go a long way toward increasing your experience of the world that you prefer, increasing and heightening and enhancing your experience of excitement. And as you appreciate more and more every day the world that is around you, you yourselves, your vibration will also appreciate. And that is, in other words, rise in vibration so you can experience the value of yourself. It is no accident that you use the word appreciate to describe the raising in value of an object or of money on your planet, because it has to do with the recognition that that vibration can grow, can become enriched, and you can allow yourself to understand that you yourself are a medium of exchange, even though you will have the symbolic form of money on your planet for a while yet. You will begin to use it differently in time. You will begin to base your money not on gold, not on objects, but on people, on the value of people, on the value of a nation's wealth, of a world's wealth, of people's abilities. And basing the value of your money on the value of people's abilities directly will allow you to expand and make available to many people around the world both opportunities and gifts and services that heretofore have not been possible for you to be capable of accessing or offering. Because when you base your medium of exchange on the value of the people of a world, you will soon realize that all barriers, all borders need to dissolve in order for that system to work. And you will understand that it is worth dissolving those barriers and those borders because the increase, the rate of increase at which your money will actually appreciate by basing it on the value of the people on the planet will be exponentially larger than any value it could attain by basing it on gold or some other object of artificial valuation. The only true value you have in your world is the people and the world itself. Even though you may deem certain objects or materials to be valuable, and we are not saying they aren't, all of that comes from you. You decide what is valuable. Just because you say gold is valuable is what makes it so. By itself, of course, it has attributes. It has properties. It has many advantageous attributes that you can utilize in a variety of ways, and you can say that has value. But it is still determined utterly by you. Because obviously there are such things as societies that do not value the same things in the same way. But all societies recognize that if they do not value their people, the society begins to collapse rapidly. And nothing works. Even if you set up a perfect system of monetary exchange based on an unlimited supply of any material you believe is valuable, that system only works when the people in the system are also given value. Because it takes its cue of appreciation from you and how you appreciate yourselves. Abundance and the experience of abundance is the experience of appreciating the self and appreciating others. That is why you see on your planet that when people follow their dreams in the form of projects or businesses, the most successful ones are the ones in which the creator appreciates him or herself and also appreciates other people in recognizing that the way the business is most successful is by being of best service to others. And any time a business is structured around being of service to others, it succeeds. And any time a business is structured by someone who is in full appreciation of themselves, it succeeds. Those two components make for successful business and make for the appreciation of true wealth in a society, the wealth of the people. You are the wealth of your world. Appreciate yourselves, and your reality will reflect that appreciation in a variety of ways. Creatively, abundantly, any form that is apropos for you at any given moment will be reflected back to you based on the level at which you are willing to appreciate yourself, raise your vibration, value yourself. It all takes its cue from you. You are the coin of the realm. Cash in on yourselves. Invest in yourselves. Draw interest in yourselves. All those terms apply to you, not just your money. Because you are the money. You are the coin. And like a coin, you have heads, you have tails. You have light, you have dark. You have polarity. It takes two sides to make a coin. Without both, there is no coin and nothing can be spent. Appreciate both aspects of your polarity. Bring them both into a state of balance. There's that business term again, balance. Balance your books. Balance your worth. Balance your value. And you will be astonished at how rapidly you will gain a variety of forms of abundance, a variety of forms of wealth, a variety of forms of expression and creativity and ability. to interact and exchange in a variety of ways heretofore unconceived on your planet. And your world can also, this way, eventually become an ecstatic explosion of orchestrated synchronicities. We know it can be done because we live it every day. We know you can do it because we can see the real you. And we know who you really are, regardless of what you may spend time convincing yourself otherwise. We know who you really are, what you are capable of, and what you actually do every day in terms of your levels of creativity. And we simply remind you of who you are so that you can learn to appreciate yourselves more and more fully. In some ways, this is really, if you stop to think about it, just common sense. But of course, paradoxically, once again, we understand that on your planet, common sense isn't very common. However, it can become more so. And again, listen to the synchronistic monetary metaphor, common sense. It still has to do with money and valuing yourself. As you gain in a typical common sense grounded appreciation of the world in which you have created yourself to experience life, then that will bind you together in a common connection that will increase your value to each other and to yourselves. Common sense, both in the vernacular of cents and dollars and cents. And as you appreciate common sense and ground yourself in the common sense of appreciating the world you have at your fingertips, all around you, all the time, then that will bind you together in a common form of self and mutual evaluation and valuation that will allow you all to appreciate together. Make sense? So, based now on what we have said prior to the break, and now, and with regard to the new equation that allows you to diffuse and neutralize the feedback loop of the negative and bring it into the spiral of the positive, and remembering all that and applying all that at your own pace, in your own way, to the best of your ability, we may continue for a while with exchange, if you wish, questions and answers.
Ahar, Bashar.
All right. Are you a pirate?
I've always wanted to say that, so I thought I'd take this opportunity.
Thank you. Ahoy, matey.
Aye, laddie. I've come out from behind the camera to ask you this question today because your subject matter seems particularly attuned to the primary issue of my life.
All right, such as?
Well, I am told by another channeled entity who goes by the name Friend, whom I believe you know.
Yes.
That I came into this life with what's known as the chironic wound.
All right.
Is this something you're familiar with?
We understand it by different nomenclatures, yes.
Okay. Another terminology that applies to this would be wounded healer.
Yes.
And my understanding of this is that the idea of the chironic wound is this story, which I guess comes out of Greek mythology.
Yes.
Chiron was a centaur who was an immortal being, and he was a master healer and master herbologist.
Yes.
And according to the version of the story that I heard, Zeus asked him to make the perfect poison.
Yes.
Which would be a poison which had no antidote.
All right.
And which was invariably fatal.
Yes.
And somehow Chiron got himself poisoned by his own perfect poison.
All right.
And Chiron, being an immortal being, of course, could not die.
However?
Well, he apparently, according to this version of the story,
yes,
attempted to heal himself from this.
Yes.
He couldn't die, so he was in the misery of the poison.
Yes.
And he couldn't, even though he was a master healer, could not come up with an antidote because it was a perfect poison. So it was between the proverbial rock and a hard place.
Yes. What we have also called the watermelon seed phenomenon.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that.
When you squeeze a watermelon seed between two fingers to the point where it has no choice but to go in a new direction by shooting out from between them.
Okay, right.
Can't go up, can't go down, must go this way. And this is also what connects to this particular mythology.
Okay.
Can't go this way, can't go that way, must go that way.
Okay. Well,
must move in a new direction to survive.
All right.
And heal.
The manifestation of this in my life can be characterized by the following statement.
Yes.
No matter what I do, no matter how hard I try or work or endeavor, I cannot catch a break. I cannot succeed. I cannot be effective in the realization of my dreams. And I have very, very big dreams.
All right. Maybe you should reduce the scope of the dreams a little bit.
I don't want to.
Why not?
Because I'm not interested in a second choice, a second place, a fallback position.
I am not calling it a fallback position.
Well, let me put it this way. I'm doing a kind of shadow version of my dreams.
Yes.
I make videos.
I understand.
Yes. And what I really feel that I want to be doing is writing and directing major motion pictures.
All right.
Okay, I make video stuff, so it's definitely a reflection of that kind of activity.
All
but
right.
Not on the scale that I want to do it.
Understood.
And not in the subject matter that I want to do.
Understood. Nevertheless, it is of the same ilk and can be treated with the same energy so as to allow that as a seed to expand into something bigger.
Okay, well, let me focus my question a little bit differently. Maybe,
all right.
Maybe your response will be the same and maybe not.
We'll see.
We will indeed, dude.
All right.
Well, you said you were talking earlier about the circuit breaker, the three sentences, and you were talking about an overriding belief.
Yes.
And the chironic wound is kind of like an overriding belief.
Yes.
So overriding that even the efforts that I make to change my core beliefs fail.
Then that's the overriding belief.
Well, the overriding belief is that no matter what I do, I can't succeed.
Yes.
And so if that applies to my efforts to change core beliefs, I'm unable to change core beliefs too, which means I'm unable to change the chironic wound belief.
And how does it serve you to believe that that can't be changed?
I don't know. I ask myself almost every day, what was I thinking when I came to this life with this belief as a basis of my life story? What the hell was I thinking?
All right, but it's not about what you were thinking. It's about how does it serve you to hold on to it?
Well, I don't have an answer for that.
All right.
I mean,
you do need to explore that particular avenue, though.
Well, I have looked at it, and I mean, I recognize the fact that there's all manner of endeavor and exploration that is valid here in this reality. And
yes.
This is probably the only reality where a belief and life story of that nature could be explored and really, really understood.
All right.
And I know that many people explore far more devastating life stories than I have. I mean, I still have a roof over my head, although I'm on the brink of homelessness all the time, but...
On the brink.
Yeah, I mean, I'm...
The brink.
I get to the point
The
of
brink.
the brink of destitution.
The brink.
Yes, the brink
of
destitution.
The brink of.
My word is destitution.
The brink of.
I don't have an answer for that.
Yes, you do. What is the name of your story?
Oh, I have that. The brink of tomorrow.
The brink of tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes. Your answer lies there.
Okay, but see, it's not instructive to me.
No, because of the way you are looking at it.
Well, certainly I know that I have more looking to do, and that's what I'm trying to do.
It's not more looking, it's different looking.
Okay.
That is required.
Well, if I do different looking, that requires more looking than I've already done.
Yes.
Okay. So,
but not more of the same.
Well, I would say that's true because so far my looking thus far has not been effective. I haven't come up with an answer. I'm
Correct.
still looking. That's why I'm asking this
So
question.
it needs to be a different kind of looking, a different way of looking at the situation than you have been.
Oh, I'm open to suggestion.
All right. Well, brink of tomorrow was one suggestion, but obviously not strong enough for the way you are looking at it.
Okay, well, one way to interpret that phrase, now, of course, that's the title of my novel, but
yes,
I have other stories, of course, that I'm interested in producing.
That's fine, but we're not talking about them.
Right. That particular one, let's say we use that as a trigger for this answer.
Yes.
It suggests that I wait for tomorrow. Well, that's not exactly satisfying.
The character in the story
right.
has a reason for hiding.
Yes.
From the public.
Right.
There is no accident that you structured the story the way you did. Because there are elements, even though not the same elements, there are elements of the character's situation that mirror what you feel about yourself or what you feel others will feel about you if you do, in fact, go public in the way you wish to.
I have no doubt of that.
All right. Well, a big clue lies there then. And looking at yourself differently in the way that it is achieved at the end of your story is a key for you to begin a new story for yourself. So that you do not have the fear that others will see you in the way that you fear they might if you go public.
You see, I don't feel that fear myself. I'm not in touch with that.
I know you're not in touch with it. But the reason that you put that story in words is so you could be in the easiest way for you intellectually. You put it all out right in front of you, right in front of your face, so you could read it and absorb it in the way that you're used to looking at things intellectually.
Okay.
So it's all there. You created your own mythology, your own chironic story for you to learn from. In really looking at that story and putting yourself in the main character's position metaphorically, you will learn a lot about what you need to do to look at yourself differently, or look at how you think the world will look at you differently.
Well, what you're saying is not totally ringing true to me because I do not, I mean, his affliction was really serious, and it was a very
Yours is too. It's just not the same kind.
Well, it's not physical.
I said it wasn't the same kind.
Yeah. And I
but it is nonetheless a metaphor for how you believe people may react to you.
Well, I don't see it.
I know you don't.
Yeah.
That's why you really need to look deeper into the story.
I don't believe that looking into the story will reveal what is in me that I'm...
And so you're not even willing to give it a shot.
Not a matter of not being willing, I just don't see it.
You don't believe it, you said.
I don't.
How about do believe it and see what happens if you believe it might actually help you? If you read the story in the belief it might actually reveal something to you, it will. If you read the story not believing it will reveal anything to you about the situation, of course, it won't.
Well,
this is your own chironic paradox.
I conceived this story over 2 decades ago, and I
Yes.
kind of have the feeling that I pretty much explored the darn thing.
Obviously not all the way through, or we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Except that I conceive it as possible that you have taken this particular tangent or this particular approach and not necessarily applying as thoroughly to me as you'd like to think it is.
All right. You're entitled to believe that.
Okay. It's just, I mean, I will certainly look into it. It's very difficult for me to see that I have the problem that he had, because it's not, I don't have the physical problem.
So you cannot relate the physical metaphor to the idea of a belief system or emotional one. The
That's
fear
right.
of how people will see you.
Well, one of the clues to the difference is the fact that I'm sitting here in front of a bunch of people
Yes.
talking in a broad manner, and I have done public speaking, so I do put myself in front of people.
Yes.
It's not the
But
same
you are
thing at
talking
all.
about putting yourself in front of people on a different scale. He put himself in front of people in a sense by at least allowing them to hear his voice.
Yes.
And that's what this is equivalent to for you. But you're talking about the equivalent of allowing himself to be seen in public, which is the idea you're talking about the grander vision you have of how you wish the public to see you. That's the equivalency.
I'm not getting it. So let me just
All right.
shift gears for a second.
Oh,
here.
all right.
Okay. Go back to the chironic wound.
All right.
As I understand that story,
yes,
the resolution for Chiron was that Zeus took pity on him, if you will,
yes,
and elevated him to the level of a god.
All right.
And thereby relieved him of his affliction.
Yes.
So I'm thinking, okay, if I have this chironic wound deal,
yes,
I don't have a Zeus.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Okay, where is Zeus? Who
you
is
are.
Zeus?
You are Zeus.
Ah, but if I have the belief that no matter what I do,
yes,
I can't be effective in my efforts, then I can't even be effective as my own Zeus.
That's a belief.
Well,
you have to examine why you have the belief that you cannot be effective as your own Zeus.
I think I have that belief because I came in wanting to explore it, and I so far have not come up with the key to resolving it.
Remember when we said in the past that the whole idea of what is called on your planet karmic debt is simply the realization that karma is self-imposed, and the realization that karma is self-imposed completely erases the concept of karmic debt.
I do recall that.
That applies here. The idea that you may have come in with the concept of the chironic wound or the so-called karmic debt, all it really requires is your ability to understand that if it is self-imposed, then you can be your own Zeus and realize it has nothing to do with you anymore as soon as you say it doesn't. As soon as you really believe it doesn't.
I understand, and I have been through that very train of thought numerous times.
Train of thought is not the same as really holding the belief.
Well, I understand that as well. My understanding of it is intellectual. I understand it very well intellectually.
I know.
Getting it to be understood emotionally and viscerally and at the belief level, that's where the problem comes in, because it's a vicious cycle of belief that I can't do it, and therefore that belief reinforces my inability to put that belief aside, to change that belief. It's incredibly frustrating and discouraging.
Well, one of the reasons we provided, the tool we provided today, is to see if it will help with situations like this in many of you. So apply the idea of the expanded equation over time and see if it starts breaking down the walls of the belief that you believe is holding you back.
I do intend to do that. That's
All right.
one of the things I intended to do with that. So one aspect of my question is,
yes,
what would you suggest, since you structured that circuit breaker to contain emotions in those blanks?
Yes.
This is not so much an emotion but a belief. How would you suggest
But
that
the
I put
belief generates the emotions of frustration that you express.
But I think that if I just put frustration in there, it's not going to get to this core belief represented by the chironic wound. I'm thinking there's probably something else that I can put into that blank.
What do you think should be there?
Maybe just a restatement of the chironic wound? I mean,
If you wish.
I mean,
you can give it a shot.
Yeah.
But usually, the idea is that when you feel the emotion that stems from the belief, there is then an active resonance that will actually carry through the rest of the equation and bring you back to a place where you may have better insight into what the originating belief is of the vibrational emotion to begin with.
So I can impose upon the word frustration, for instance, is frustration, discouragement, that kind of thing.
Yes.
I can impose upon that vibration the idea of the quote-unquote inability to change the belief
Yes.
structure, all that kind of stuff, okay.
Yes, and then continue with the equation and see over time whether it begins to break down the walls or not.
Okay.
All
do
right.
that. I have one other question on a completely different subject, but related. You're talking about the State of the Union, and in your
Yes.
last evening with Bashar,
Yes.
you talked about the State of the Future Union, and
Yes.
you talked about the dissolving of borders between the United States and Mexico and Canada and so on.
Yes.
The people who are currently attempting to do that are doing it with the intention, I believe, of not freeing and enlightening humanity, but controlling and oppressing humanity in what they call their own New World Order.
So?
Via the Illuminati, etc.
So
like
what?
that.
What's that got to do with your world?
Well, that structure is part of my world. For some
Is
reason,
it?
I've chosen to
Is
adopt
it?
that. Well, only from afar. Yeah,
Well,
it is, yeah,
then-
because it actually does impose upon me.
I see. Why do you choose to have it impose upon you then?
I think because I chose this world. I don't. That's another question. Why the hell would I choose a world to have that kind of oppression imposed upon me?
So that you can transform it.
Okay.
The idea being that the first step is to understand that even though you can observe it, it doesn't have to affect you. And that even though somebody may be doing something with a different intention than you would have, you can still use that to your advantage.
Okay, well, I guess my question is, if the people who are currently attempting to dissolve the borders and impose the New World Order of suppression and oppression of humanity,
yes,
if that is their intention, and yet the ultimate result is going to be an enlightened humanity,
yes,
where the dissolved borders and the use of non-use of money, I suppose, is the ultimate result. How does that transition from the
it doesn't. As we have already said many times, you're not changing the old system. You're implementing new systems that are representative of another parallel reality to which you will take your consciousness. And eventually you will simply no longer experience the systems that are of the old reality, because that will be in another reality.
Well, okay, I don't know. That may answer my question, but it doesn't seem like it does at this point. Right now there is an effort afoot by the architects of the New World Order to impose this New World Order.
Do you enjoy speaking like a victim?
No, I'm just describing the
No,
world.
no. That's denial.
I don't
Listen
think so.
to yourself.
No, I'm just describing the world that I find myself in.
Listen
I do
to
realize that I am
yourself.
creating this reality.
Listen to yourself.
But it's a shared reality.
I understand, but you are using words like impose upon me, which
No,
implies you believe you are being affected by it in
No,
a
I
negative
didn't-
way.
I didn't say it's imposed upon me. I said it's imposed upon our society.
But you're the one speaking.
I'm not the society.
Yes, you are.
Well,
you are a member of society.
Oh, a member. Now that's a different story.
I see. So you like to split hairs.
I try to be semantically precise.
I believe you would do yourself a great service by being a little bit metaphorical.
Okay, let me establish some ground rules, if you will. I do understand that I create my reality. I do understand that I have chosen to create in concert with others, I believe, even though I really only know my own reality, this situation in which this New World Order is in process.
Yes.
I do realize that I'm creating it.
Yes.
I do believe that I'm creating it because I and the collective consciousness have chosen to explore this particular eventuality.
Yes.
And learn how to resolve this sort of thing.
All right.
Okay, so I understand that.
All right.
I'm not talking about the imposition of the New World Order from a perspective of not understanding that I'm creating it.
But that's not what I was addressing. I'm simply addressing your ability to recognize that even though you are part of a collective agreement in having that experience around you, that it still doesn't have to affect you in any way, shape, or form that you don't want it to.
I do understand that.
All right. Then you don't need to control things so tightly in order to get them to go in the direction you would prefer them to go into, which is what you're attempting to do. The idea of the semantic precision and the idea of having to set ground rules and guidelines often can be taken to extremes that represent the idea of exercising and imposing too much control on your own reality to allow it to breathe properly.
Then please don't take it to those extremes.
And I will not do so if you will also not do so.
I won't do so.
All right, but that's what you are doing.
Well, I was just, our language...
I don't mean in this conversation. That's what you're doing. You are attempting to control your reality in a way that is actually reminiscent of the way you are saying they are trying to control reality, even though you have a good intention and they may not. You are still imposing too rigid a structure on your reality to allow it to actually go where you would like it to go. You're trying to push it into place instead of allowing it to go where it is representative of your bigger self.
Believe me, if I could allow it to do that, I would be doing that.
Oh no.
This is one of the problems that I've encountered.
Yes.
The ability to allow it seems to I have not been able to allow it.
I know, because you have beliefs that don't let you. That's what I'm saying.
I know that.
I know. And I know you know.
Yeah. But that's the problem. I know I have these beliefs, and I have not been able to allow the beliefs to change.
That's perhaps because you haven't figured out exactly what they are yet. When you identify them clearly, you will let them go. And ideally, as with many other things, the tool we have talked about today will allow you to begin to do that.
Yeah.
But it takes identifying the belief clearly. Once you've identified it, you will let it go. But you haven't identified it yet.
Wow, because I have several pages of lists of various statements of a whole variety of beliefs that, that I believe these statements reflect accurately what I'm creating in my life.
Well, let me
So
ask
far,
you
they
a
have
question.
not changed.
Let me ask you a question.
Please do.
Do you believe that if you can identify it, you can let it go?
I have the conscious belief that that quote unquote
Stop.
should
Stop.
Okay.
You are being too circumspect, and that's part of the problem.
Well, let me put it this way.
No. That's part of the problem. Let me put it this way. No, that's part of the problem. Don't put it another way. Don't rephrase it. Don't box it into a specific thing that your mind feels satisfied with. Don't put it another way. Allow yourself the freedom to insist for yourself that it needs to be looked at in a particular way that may be uncomfortable for your mind to grasp. That's when you will really make progress.
I don't have any trouble with that. But you see, 20 years ago...
So you say.
I thought that actually more than 20 years, 30 years ago, I thought that my dreams would just automatically come to realization.
Yes.
And I've been surprised every time that barriers have cropped up, and I realize that I'm creating the barriers myself and that they are the result of my beliefs.
Yes.
I have been surprised to discover that there's this barrier based on a belief. I thought that my beliefs were all attuned to my dreams coming to fruition.
And how did you feel when you found out they weren't?
Discouraged.
Thank you. Thank you. Take that feeling and put it in the tool I gave you today. That's the feeling you want to put in the blank space. Discouraged.
Like I said, I will do that.
All right.
That's the intention that I have, and I will do
That's
that.
it then.
Okay.
That's all that's necessary. That's what you had to get in touch with. Was your initial feeling when you were surprised that it wasn't what you thought. When you felt discouraged, that's the primal state of vibration you need to put in the blank to allow yourself to neutralize it and find out what beliefs underlie that discouragement.
I do understand that.
Then do it. Then do it. Then do it. That's it.
I intend to.
All right, that's
No
it.
question about
That's it.
I just wanted to say that I have been in touch with that feeling.
That's it. Stop explaining it. That's it. Get in touch with the discouragement and use it this way. That's it. Don't explain it further. You'll only take yourself out of it again.
No, I won't take myself out of it.
Don't
'cause I feel it
say
all
you
the
won't
time.
take yourself out of it. Don't keep insisting that you have to have the last word. Just do it. That's all. Just do it.
Yes,
See if you can do that.
Yes, Massa.
All right. See if you can do it.
Oh, I can do it.
See if you can do it. Don't say it. See if you can do it. Just do it.
So you're setting...
Just do it. Stop talking about it. Just do it. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
How you doing?
Perfect. And you?
Good.
All right. Thank you.
I'm not sure what I want to talk about, so I'm just gonna
all right.
see what comes up. Actually, yeah, I kind of do have one thing I want to talk about.
Oh, all right.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the how many members are in the Galactic Alliance?
Ours?
Yeah.
How many members, as in how many civilizations?
Yes.
452 at present.
452. And we're going to be the next
inclusion
into that?
No.
One of the next ones coming up?
One of the next ones, yes.
Okay.
There will be many more between now and the time you become an actual member.
Ah, I see. And are most of those societies like ours, like yours? Are they like, can you describe them?
We have described some of them from time to time. What would you like us to describe about them?
I don't know. Their physical forms, their likes
All
and
right.
dislikes.
All right.
Or maybe actually, here's one question. What brings them all together? What is the common goal?
A perspective that all things are one, and a valuation of the differences that reflect to them all the ways that all that is can be. And an understanding of the synchronicity that results from that, and the expansion of awareness that results from interacting with all those other aspects.
I like that.
So do we.
Good. Okay.
Now, we are not saying that there are not different levels of understanding and different levels of expression even within the alliance. There are members that, because they themselves have a relatively unified society, are simply curious to join the alliance to see what effect it may have on them to do so. And they may have no other motivation than that. But at least in their own context, they are among themselves unified.
So it's really a group of people that have self-respect, self-love, and self-understanding that they are the one and the one is them.
Yes, and the appreciation of the difference that they are from all the other differences.
Okay.
And the difference that everyone else is from them.
Wow.
Now, there are beings, of course, that are somewhat similar to humans, but that's only about 15% of all the beings we have ever encountered.
Wow.
Most of the ones that are similar to humans in the sense that they have the two arms, the two legs, the head with the two eyes, are actually, for the most part, actually genetically related to you. Or, I'll be more precise, you are genetically related to them. Thereafter that 15%, most of the ones are not in any way, shape, or form what you would recognize as human.
Are they still corporeal?
Most of them. There are a few in the alliance who have the ability not to be.
As your society is getting into, right?
Yes.
I see.
But most of them have at least what you would recognize as the ability to project a corporeal aspect of some sort that most members can relate to. But for some, that's just a projection of convenience.
Wow, I just find that whole thing very fascinating.
Yes.
Very fascinating.
Now, one moment. One moment. One moment. One moment. We are filtering requests. One moment. Imagine, if you will, or if you can, that you have 4 legs, not 2, and that you are basically, to what you would consider to be now, upside down and backwards. In that your torso is hanging from the legs, not standing on top of them.
I see.
You follow me?
Yeah.
Now, imagine, if you will, that this being can move in any direction it wishes because its vision is 360 degrees. Do you understand?
Yeah.
One moment. Imagine, if you will, off of each of the four legs are also an extension that are manipulators, or what you would call hands, although they look nothing like yours. Which means the being can move in any direction it wishes to and still achieve the same degree of manipulation in its reality. In that sense, these beings have never developed the concept exactly that you recognize as quadrants, or north-south, east and west. To them, it's all the same and based on the idea of radial patterns that only expand uniformly.
Wow.
Or contract uniformly. They do not have the same kind of sense of direction that you do.
Wow, I get it. Cool.
A very, 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 very loose vibrational translation of what they call themselves would be the freeing.
Say that again.
Freeing.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. One moment. We have to explain your joke to them. They don't get it.
Well, tell them there's no offense.
No offense taken, they just don't get it.
Okay.
They do not have the mechanisms that you have that cause sneezing.
Okay.
Once, twice, or 3 times a day, depending upon the philosophy that is held in the society, all of their vacuoles open and a strong, stiff breeze is created to blow through them to clean their systems out. They do not sneeze as such, but they have 1, 2, or 3 blows a day. They understand it to that degree, but not the explosive nature, since they completely control the passage of the air through those vacuoles through a system of muscular diaphragms.
See, I've been trying to do that myself, and I can't get any control of passing my air. So. It's a challenge.
All right. One moment.
You got to try to explain that one to them.
I'm not even going to attempt it.
I'm just playing around.
I know that. They are a little bit confused,
Yeah,
but that's all right.
right.
They simply understand that they have to chalk it up to the differences between us and are fascinated to some degree as they can understand it by what you are saying and realize through the images we are imparting to them telepathically that you look, of course, very different than they do. And actually they are wondering how you can even stand up.
I wonder that myself.
It's not that they have not encountered other bipedal forms, but because they are so innately four-legged, it always seems a little bit mysterious to them and curious to them that something can actually balance on two. And so they wonder at that. And it is part of their appreciation of the differences.
Now tell me this, for that creature to be that type of creature,
yes,
it had to start from some level of consciousness first, right? Just like we started from a level of consciousness that then produced a bipedal being.
Well, if you mean it that way, yes, although remember that on the spirit level, we're all the same kind of consciousness, choosing to experience incarnations in a variety of forms. But as you mean the consciousness of the material evolutionary world itself, yes, there were what you would call primary forms before the form that is now in existence.
I see. Okay, and that primary form is the same for all species throughout the entire universe?
No. I am saying that in their environment, there was an initial form that actually had 8 legs and over time evolved into that which has 4 and has grown larger in its domain and has become, in your terms, capable of supporting incarnational spirit and expressing intelligence in a way that you would recognize as a civilization.
Okay. Okay. Well, it's true that everything starts from consciousness first, right?
Well, everything is consciousness. Of course, on that context, yes. If you want to call that the primal form, then yes. Everything starts from the same primal consciousness. But it doesn't really express itself as one form, per se. It's formless.
Right. Okay. And
Does
then
that
it
make
can
sense?
Yeah, and then it can choose the form that it wants to manifest.
Yes, and it chooses all forms. The primal consciousness chooses all forms that it can
there's
choose.
no limitation to it. It's
Correct.
infinite. You know, that's the one thing that I was getting from your talk earlier, that we are ungodly unlimited. And it's so...
Ungodly?
Well, I mean, you know what I mean. And it's so interesting that we've really boxed ourselves into this quote-unquote corner of humanity.
Yes.
When we are so much bigger
Yes.
than...
That's
It's amazing.
the mystery of it and the fascination of it and the beauty of it and the power of it is that you can do that, being such unlimited beings. That's why you are so fascinating to so many species.
Wow. Because
That's
of our
why we
degree of
call you the
limitation.
masters of limitation.
Yeah, I've heard you say that several times. It's like a
There are
cartoon.
not many civilizations we have encountered that have imposed the same degree of limitations upon their experience of life. And this to us is a form of mastery.
Because the default behavior is to not be like that. Is that
In a
what you mean?
sense, you could call it the default behavior, yes.
Interesting.
The default state of being is to be unlimited, but also at the same time to experience absolute limitation as well. That's the polarity, and everything in between. But as you meant it, yes. Recognizing that puts you in a state of higher awareness, yes.
Wow. Cool.
Whatever temperature you want.
Explain that to them.
They understand temperature.
Oh, okay.
You mean the slang?
Yeah.
One moment. They actually have something similar. That's not foreign to them. They understand that a decrease in temperature usually causes things to slow down in motion. So they actually have in their language something similar to the idea of chill out.
Wow. Cool.
All right.
I didn't mean that. I meant that. Just kidding around. Okay. And I guess one other quick thing.
Yes.
I was talking to Jill earlier, and she and I have the same interesting experience where we're both experiencing some pretty deep lows and some pretty amazing highs as well.
Yes.
And I don't know where I'm going with it, but I guess just
Probably generally upward.
I sure hope so.
You can know so. You don't have to hope so. If you are implying uncertainty in that statement.
I was, but especially after yesterday and today, I'm getting more of a picture of
All right.
defining my own certainty.
All right.
And building my own certainty and making my own certainty.
Thank you.
And I'm not there yet, but I will be.
You are where you are.
Right. Right. So this has been a very interesting seminar so far. So thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. I
will.
Oh, yeah, actually, sorry, one other thing. Thank you very much. I am very fascinated by the Institute of Applied Metaphysics and the acronym.
I am.
I am. There's no accident there, is there? Okay, I know you guys. Of course there's no accident. That's so cool. Any comments about that? Anything you want to add that you haven't said so far earlier? Because I'm just fascinated by us being able to do practical, everyday things to really get it in our skulls and our brains to become more who we really are. And in fact, you did that.
There will
earlier with
be
expert
basically two mandates for the Institute of Applied Metaphysics. Number one will be to explore all of the ancient metaphysical ideas and extract from them knowledge that can actually be applied in a variety of disciplines on your planet in very practical ways to expand your level of understanding, technology, medicine, and what have you. The second mandate is to provide the idea of general knowledge itself and explore and experience the expansion of yourselves through a variety of learning techniques and access to a variety of archives of knowledge. Generally and briefly, the two mandates are the idea that there is information within metaphysical knowledge, both present and ancient, that can actually be literally physically applied to technologies and various disciplines on your planets to expand their understanding and actually create products that will be representative of expansion of awareness on your planet. Number two is simply the learning aspect, where it will function like a curriculum in a school to allow individuals to improve their own understanding of metaphysical concepts at whatever rate they are comfortable doing so. You are welcome.
I am so blown away by that because...
Blown away where?
Because I'm working on various projects and inventions now that have that exact idea in mind, to use basically to mix art and technology and spirituality to help people evolve themselves.
And I suppose that's not an accident either.
I'm just being blown away. It's just
cool. Well, thank you.
I mean, I'm hearing these reflections, and it's so amazing.
Yes. Well, I wasn't being facetious.
I know.
I was playing with you.
I know. Wow.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Bashar. Thank you very much. Have a good time. We'll see you soon.
I do.
All right. We love you.
Our love to you as well.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Good. I talked with you a few months ago about my abnormal cells in my part of my body.
Yes.
And you said it was mostly the toxin that I had in my body. So, you told me, suggested that I do all the 3 cleanses, colon.
It is one of the strongest things most of you can do with any kind of buildup in the body.
Yeah, and then also you suggested the aloe.
Yes.
And I tried that, and I was eating organic and vegetarian and tried that, and then for a few months, and then finally last week I went back to the doctor, and I couldn't reverse it.
All right.
And so I had to kind of do the procedure.
All
then,
right.
And I wanted to. My question is, why? Why? What was
it is always best to allow yourself the opportunity to see if your belief systems will allow you to do the most natural thing. If that doesn't work, then there's an indication that your belief systems are telling you that this is a process you need to go through in a different way, because it's going to put you in touch with what you need to be put in touch with by going through the process that way.
Right, and you also...
So the question to ask is, in then going through the procedure, what came up for you?
I was actually very busy trying to get the supplements in time, and I was busy working 2 jobs, and
Yes. But what we are asking is, how did you feel?
I was feeling I had to take charge. I have to in control of my body.
Take charge.
Yeah, I had to. I need to do this.
All right.
In order for me to heal.
All right.
But then also I felt like I was trying to push it away instead of embracing it.
All right, very good. So that revealed something about yourself that you can now deal with.
Yeah, and I tried to. Well, I actually want to know more about that, because I tried to find a belief system that wasn't working for me, so so that I can let go and heal.
Yes.
And I couldn't really do that. Maybe anger, maybe not unforgiving, unforgiveness.
All right. Well, since you are coming up with these concepts, what is it that you are still angry or unforgiving about? What has happened in your life that you find difficult to let go of in terms of anger and forgiveness?
What happened?
Yes.
Well, what happened? I guess the big incident was I was threatened about me living here, and
threatened in what way?
Like legality of my status
All
in
right.
the United States, and
So in that sense, some part of you is still holding on to the idea that you don't belong?
right, yeah, that's true.
All right.
Yeah,
So you are dealing with that idea of, in some sense, being a foreign object
right
in a body that wants to get rid of you.
Say that again.
You are acting or believing that you are a foreign object in a body that doesn't want you, that won't accept you. And so you are, in that sense, mirroring it by creating a foreign object in your own body. And thus, by accepting and embracing and going through it and not rejecting, you can then also see that it is a mirror of what you are going through macroscopically in your reality.
What does that mean? Like
On the larger scale in your life.
Should I?
It is about
accept it?
learning
Yeah.
why you feel rejected even though someone may reject you.
Why do I feel rejected?
In other words, you don't have to feel rejected just because someone may reject you.
Right.
And if you are going through anger at made to be feeling like you don't belong, you are accepting. You are accepting that belief of rejection upon yourself. You're accepting the judgment. And it's about learning that it doesn't have anything to do with you. It has to do with their issues, not yours. And not taking it upon yourself and letting it insist itself within you.
Let it insist.
It's concentrating within you and materializing within you. You understand?
So that's the reason you think the reason why I got this?
That is the most obvious reflection. There may be other things
Yeah.
peripherally tied to it.
So,
but since you brought up the idea of anger and forgiveness
Right.
at being rejected, it is a metaphor for that idea. You are creating something within your own body that is mirroring the way you feel, like a foreign object in another body.
So by trying to remove that abnormal cells, what was I doing?
It is all right for you to physically do that, but the idea is to also get the point of why it was there. And the point of why it was there is to allow you to understand that you don't necessarily have to be extracted in the same way if you understand the dynamic of consciousness that's going on that created it. That you feel yourself like a foreign object and allow yourself to stop feeling that way. To allow yourself to know that you belong wherever you say you belong. Wherever you believe you need to be is where you belong. And just because other people might make you feel like you don't, doesn't mean you have to believe that. And treat yourself with the same disrespect.
Right, that's true.
And thus don't have to be angry about it. You understand? The anger will build up in that way materially in your body so that it causes blockages and will allow your body not to flow and will allow certain things to build up that then can be removed one way or another. It's not really about how it is that you allow that to go away. It's about what you learn from why it was there to begin with and how it mirrors what you may be going through in your physical life.
And how can I let that go?
I just told you. You need to start understanding what it is within you that allows you to accept so easily the judgment of others upon you.
I do that all the time.
Yes, I know.
And I create it too.
Yes.
Why
So
did I
you
do
need to
that?
practice not doing that. You need to allow yourself to understand who you really are so that you can recognize when something has to do with you and when it doesn't. And when it doesn't have to do with you, don't react to it. It's all about discernment. It's all about recognition of the true self. And only responding in a positive way to what's going on in your life instead of reacting in a negative way and taking upon that energy in some kind of self-judgmental fashion.
Right, I do that all the time. And
I
I want
know.
to shift. I want
Go ahead.
And just by, you mean like by really focusing on who I truly am?
Yes,
I can shift?
because when you know who you truly are, you will know what is and isn't relevant to you. And if someone comes up to you and says something that you know has really nothing to do with you, then you will not react to it.
However, though, I think I'm from the culture where, you know,
Yes.
let's say my hair is red.
Yes.
Somebody says, you know, my hair is black, you know, but somebody says, if somebody's really, you know, confident and if she or he tells me that my hair is red, and I
Yes.
say, oh, yeah, probably my hair is red. You know, that's how I
I
grew
know,
up.
that's what I'm talking about. All of you are brought up with different belief systems, and you have to get to the point where you realize exactly which belief systems you've been brought up with work for you and which don't, and to let the ones go that don't.
So ancestral belief systems aren't any more powerful than any other belief system. She's
No,
Japanese,
although
so-
you can make them seem as if they are with a belief system that ancestral beliefs are more powerful than any other kind, and many of you do. Many of you make certain kinds of beliefs seem more powerful than other ones. They're all equal. They're not any more powerful than any other belief, but you can have a belief that they are, which makes them experience as if they are. So if someone says, well, an entire society telling me this is way more difficult to change than just one person, well, then that's what makes it more difficult, is that belief. And of course, because all beliefs are self-perpetuating and self-fulfilling, a society that holds that belief to be true will obviously want to make sure you learn that belief too in order to perpetuate that belief. That the society's beliefs are more powerful and more overriding than your own.
So I can change that belief.
Of course you can.
Okay.
And in fact, just by talking about it, you have, if you believe it.
Right. Right.
Make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. And I have one more question.
Yes.
So what is toxic? Like we talk, Kevin and I talk about sugar. Is sugar toxic?
Not generally, but it depends upon the form in which it comes and how it is processed and whether toxins have been used in the manufacturing process. Also, perhaps, the idea of too much of something can be toxic, even though it may not generally be so.
Okay. So
Because if you overload a system,
Yeah.
then obviously the system will collapse. Even if what you are putting through it normally is the same substance, as long as the correct amount for that system is going through, it will be fine. But if you overload it, obviously in some senses, it will not survive.
right, like refined sugar, is that bad for us?
It depends upon the refinement process. If you're talking about the idea of a relatively natural refinement process, it is probably fine in moderate amounts. If you're talking about some sort of artificial process that introduces toxins in the refinement process, then probably you are receiving toxins.
Okay.
Again, this is simply common sense.
I didn't know.
M and M's. Yes. Well, a few M&Ms are probably fine. 10,000 might be overloading the system. Again, the idea is that generally speaking, even in a relatively toxic planet such as yours, things in relative moderation will probably be generally all right for you as long as you keep yourself cleansed and detoxified. Do the best you can within that system and do things in moderation that way. The idea, of course, is that if you overdo it, there's an issue there and a belief system that needs to be addressed as to why you would do that, because there is no other reason why you need to, unless there's an issue that says you must. Because if you are simply regulating yourself naturally, you will find that your body consciousness will know what it needs at any given moment, and you will ingest exactly just so much of that and no more, because it will feel unnatural to do so. To some degree. Because you must understand that the channel before you is my past self. And the channel before you, at one point in his life, was told about the effects of too much sugar. And in surpassing a certain amount, developed an allergic reaction to it. And can now no longer consume it without painful consequences. And so, in a sense, yes, from experience. Although it wasn't M&M's.
Thank you, Bashar.
Thank you. One moment. What is your time frame?
It's 3 o'clock. It would be a good time for a 15-minute break.
Then we shall take one and resume transmission in 15 of your minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
will say, in continuing this transmission, we would like to thank every one of you for the conversations you are creating, for you are, in these dialogues, bringing up very powerful issues and ideas that are going far beyond the room you are in, to others listening in, who are, in that sense, learning from your experiences in a variety of ways. So regardless of what each and every one of you may individually feel you are or are not getting out of these interactions, please believe us when we tell you you are having a profoundly beneficial, beautiful effect on many other beings who are part and parcel of this interaction that may not be visible to you, who applaud your willingness not only to share of your experiences, but also your willingness to have placed yourself in an experience of such profound depth and profound process. None of what you experience in your life in any way, shape, or form goes to waste. There are many, many whose lives will be profoundly changed by what you yourselves have been willing to experience in your earth incarnations over thousands of years. We applaud your strength. We applaud your willingness to experience limitation. We applaud your willingness at times to experience profound darkness or confusion. We extend to you our deepest thanks and appreciation for the service you are providing to many others within creation by your choices. On that, let us continue the remainder with sharing and exploration together.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Have you a good day. I'm a little worried because my English is a little bit not that strong as other people.
All right.
And my question also personal, so that's one reason I worry.
Take your time so that everyone may hear what you have to share. Just relax.
Okay. Well, this is also my first class here, so maybe also question will be maybe a little bit different because
doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, basically, I would like to share my situation that I experienced in a personal relationship with one person.
Keep it brief.
And the problem, I been in a relationship for like over 12 years.
Yes.
And I don't understand, it's kind of back and forth. So basically, I don't know how to finish circle. So the question is like, should I change my belief and finish circle in which way? Basically, to stay in the relationship or not.
What you simply always have to decide is whether or not the relationship is still something that can serve you and serve the other person by continuing in the form that it is continuing. You have to allow yourself to understand what relationships are for. Relationships are for each person in the relationship to reflect to the other what they need to know to become more of who they are. If you believe in any relationship that you have arrived at a point where you are not really serving each other, where you are not allowing each other to grow, where the vibrations in both of you are incompatible in that way, then perhaps the best thing you can do for a relationship is to let each other go so that you can attract yourself to individuals with whom you really need to interact and allow yourself to find out more of who you are. If in discussing it with each other you believe there is still learning and growth that can occur from it, then by all means you can decide to allow it to continue, but communication is the key. If there is not clear communication about what each individual in the relationship is in the relationship for, and not clear communication between the individuals about the idea that they are there to learn more of who they each are about themselves, to grow, then if there is not clear communication, you are not really in a relationship anyway.
Okay, well, the problem is I can really grow in this relationship because each time I interact with this person, he teach me something. And I'm teaching this person too. But this thing that like, we're not like a couple, like, I mean, we're not married, but we've been like on and off in a relationship dating. And another thing, when we're basically not together, we're learning from other relationship either. So the question, we don't know if we need to continue together learn or like keep
It is not an issue of need. It is simply an issue of choosing what you prefer. If the definition of what is going on in the relationship is a definition of what you prefer in a relationship, keep going. If the definition of the relationship and what is going on in the relationship is not the definition that you prefer, change it. It's as simple as that. You have to decide what the definition is that you prefer. We understand you can always get something out of a relationship. You can always learn. But you are also allowed to choose a definition of a relationship that you prefer. And if it has some things that you prefer, but some things you don't, you may have to understand that in an overall sense, it may not be a relationship that you prefer, unless you prefer the back and forth.
No, really, that's the... I'm confused because I prefer to be with one person and basically grow together and not to like on and off, you know, type of...
Then if that is what you are making as a statement of your preference, you have answered your own question. Find an individual with whom you can share a relationship that is of a definition you prefer a relationship to be. And if you don't prefer the on and off, that's not the relationship you prefer. And it doesn't mean that you will not necessarily stay in contact, but if that's not the way you prefer a primary relationship to be, if a primary relationship is what you want, then you have to understand and hear yourself that you have now defined what you prefer. Allow yourself to make room for it in your life so that you can attract it. Because if you don't make room for it, you won't attract it. You understand?
Okay.
Does that help you?
Well, so I should not consider in the situation like this other person opinion, like, I mean, the person with whom I am, like, I mean, he kind of like it, keep it the way he wanted, so.
Is that what you prefer? No.
No, yeah.
Then what else is there to say? Again, if you have communicated with the other person what it is you prefer in a relationship, if they want something different, there is obviously an incompatibility in your preferences. So if you decide that what you prefer is different than what they prefer, you have to do what is best for you and let them decide for themselves what is best for them. If they have attracted themselves to you and you prefer something different, then they must deal with the fact that they've attracted themselves to someone who does not want what they want. And by letting them go, you give them the opportunity, whether they understand it now or not, to find someone they would, in that sense, be more compatible with. They may think they want to keep what they have with you, but what they're actually saying is they prefer something that you don't prefer. So let them find someone who prefers the same thing they do. Just as you will find someone who prefers the same thing you do. Does that make sense? That's actually how you help each other. Because again, remember, as I said, that's what relationships are for. Sometimes, if what you prefer and the other person prefers are too different, then the best thing you can actually do to help each other in the relationship is let each other find another relationship that works for them best.
Oh, okay, but there seems like a problem still for me. I understand this point very much. Thank you very much. But seems like this person just won't continue only with me this type of relationship. Means like he want me to be his friend, to care for him, you know, to feel for him. He doesn't care other people care for him. He want
what's
me.
the difference?
So if
what's
I go,
the difference?
No, because if I go to other, he coming back, you know. So he doesn't let me go to and keep other.
There is no such thing as someone not letting you go. You choose to stay.
Oh, because when you care for somebody, you kind of like.
That's my point. Understand the definition of what it means to actually care for someone. If you actually care for him, you will do what is best for both of you. And that means you will find what works for you. And even if it's not something that he immediately enjoys, you are giving him a chance to actually go and find what works best for him, even though he may not understand that. Regardless of what he says he wants, if you understand that that's not what's best for him and not what's best for you, do what's best for both of you, not what he thinks he wants. You understand the difference? Does that help you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
The closer I get to this chair, the more emotional I get.
Oh, all right. That can be a good thing, yes.
Yeah, okay.
And to you, good day.
Good day, thank you. Hello. This is kind of a burning question.
Oh, a burning question.
Yeah, and it feels important to say that, and
all right.
It's and
shall I have some water ready?
Yeah, maybe, maybe, and it's really great that it's on the heels of this what you said to this this last girl too. I think it kind of dovetails in, but
all right,
takes it a little bit bigger. And the question that I have is, I wrote it down, so I'm going to read it because I wanted to word it right.
By all means.
Okay. How would one begin a dialogue about peace with another who fervently believes that martyring themselves or killing is the way to God?
All right.
What is the entry point where an alignment can begin?
The entry point is, well, of course, it might be different for different individuals, you understand. Yes. However, in general, our perception would be that the entry point is in the definition of God. A discussion of a definition of what they believe God to be. You will find, in many cases, of course, that the kind of people that you are talking about may be in such states of denial that you can't necessarily actually have what you would consider to be a logical or intelligent conversation with them.
Exactly.
Nevertheless, part of that is also allowing yourself to realize that may mean that you never will. And therefore, it may not necessarily be something you will do.
Well, that's okay.
That's the first thing to recognize.
Okay.
Is that you may never be able to open up a dialogue, or even if you do, to reach them in any way. That's the first step in any kind of dialogue, is doing it without an agenda of needing to reach them or needing them to change. You follow me?
Ooh,
okay. Ooh, yes. Yeah. I understand that's very difficult for many of you. Nevertheless, you actually give your point more power by not needing your point to have power.
Oh, so you're not trying to convince them of anything.
You can't convince anyone of anything anyway. Can you?
No.
Thank you.
But we certainly do in this society have an urge to do that.
You certainly try, yes. This is the idea of trying to control reality. You don't need to do it. Now, we understand that it may be beneficial to make an attempt to open up a dialogue with certain people who may have a way of doing things that's not necessarily very compatible to the preservation of life.
Right.
Nevertheless, they may not be, in their own reality, capable of even understanding you. You follow me?
Yeah, I do. And here, see, we're talking about paradox a few moments ago, and this is an ultimate paradox in our society that we're experiencing right now with the conflicts that are going on.
Nevertheless, for those that might harbor a willingness to communicate with those that they hate, you can perhaps find some crack to open in a conversation, as we said, with the idea of the definition of God. However, you might also be under the mistaken assumption that they do what they do under the auspices of faith, when in fact they may be saying that, and it may have nothing to do with that.
Exactly.
So the approach we are suggesting really only has to do with those that are reachable on that level. And the idea being that if you can both agree to an idea or a definition of what God is, and can come around to the common understanding that it is truly a vibration of unconditional love, and that acting in any other way is obviously antithetical to that, and in opposition to that vibration, then you might form the foundation of the basis of a further dialogue, if you can even get that far.
That far, exactly.
However, this is why we say it isn't really about changing anyone else's mind. It's really just about changing yourself and allowing yourself to put into place those ideas, those implementations, those institutions that represent the vibration of the world you prefer to live in, so that when you make a shift yourself, you yourself will wind up in a world where those individuals who are incompatible with it will simply no longer exist. In that sense, I'll put it in what you would call a space-time linear kind of pragmatic way. Let's just talk about it from an incarnational point of view. Now, again, as we say, everything exists simultaneously. So it is not really reincarnation, it is multiple simultaneous incarnations. However, from the linear experience, let's say that one way you could experience the idea is that as you generate more and more energy and do more and more things that are compatible with the world that you prefer to live in, a world of peace, a world of creativity, and a world of joy, the people that do not resonate to that frequency will no longer be born into your world. And bit by bit, they will die out. You follow me? And they will not come back to your Earth. They will go to another Earth, another parallel reality Earth, if they reincarnate. They will not come to yours. And so bit by bit, you will think your world is changing. You will think they are changing. But in a sense, they are not, unless they actually choose to. But if they don't change, it doesn't mean you will continue to experience them beyond a certain point, as long as you continue to add your vibration to the world of a world that is representative of what you prefer. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't make an attempt to open a bridge and a link and a dialogue, because that in and of itself is an action that represents the kind of vibration of the kind of world that you prefer to be in. All we are saying is, it is the action that you take in that direction that will make a difference in the world you ultimately experience, whether they change or not.
Right.
That's not the point. That's why you don't need to go in with an agenda. You know that your actions alone in that direction are sufficient to make a difference, no matter what they choose to do. And that's the power of having no point to make.
Wow.
Make sense? You do it because that's who you are, because that is who you are, because that's the behavior that represents the world you would like to live in. And it isn't about what they choose to do. It's only about the actions that you take.
That's very powerful.
Thank you.
There's one more aspect to
Yes.
that question, though.
Yes.
If what's going on in our world conflict-wise and our transformation from dark to light, if there is a segment of our world who is reflecting to us this darkness and these primal urges that we're transcending, then it's reflecting also to us those two parts that are within us that are in conflict as well.
They are reflecting to you things that you definitely contain. They don't have to be in conflict within you just because you contain them. You could have made peace with them within yourself a long time ago.
With them within myself, but what about the part of me that is in my dark side that's in conflict
No, that's
with
what
my
I'm
light.
saying. You can either have the peace within you that is still in conflict, or you can have that peace within you that is no longer in conflict. It can be either way.
Like, in other words, you're saying, let me see if I got this right. You're saying that when it's within us, just like what this whole workshop is about discovering beliefs and emotions and issues
Yes.
that are no longer preferred,
Yes.
right, basically.
Yes.
That we have tools that as the person who is preferring to change
Yes.
can utilize to transform that energy. Whereas if it's that conflict in the Middle East,
Yes.
where someone may not necessarily be willing to communicate or change where they're coming from because they may be covering it up with another revenge item or whatever
Yes,
it is,
yes.
that's a little different because we're not in charge of changing that preference with them.
No.
We're in charge of changing it within ourselves.
Of course.
And they're reflecting some of these things to ourselves to make it more possible for us to make choices.
Yes, and
which
you
is
can
of
make
value.
those choices and still allow them to make their choices, even if their choices are different than yours.
Right. But we don't have to, in order to transcend our personal issues, change them.
No, and
It's
you can't.
you can't. It's impossible.
This is why it is so perfect that everyone is autonomous. Because it isn't reliant on anyone else that you change and grow. It's only reliant on you.
Which is important because if there are people that feel that in order to bring peace, we've got to change the terrorists or those who do not agree.
Yes,
and,
I know.
This is big. This is really
Yes.
important.
And again, you can always make the attempt to open up a dialogue, but the point is, it is the attempt that makes
that
the
will
difference.
make the difference and will lead us to peace.
Yes.
Because we will gather together those people who really want peace,
Yes.
and they'll so way outnumber the ones that are not willing to
Let me
go
give
there.
you also an example of something we have talked about before, and perhaps this will shed a different kind of light on another way in which something like this can occur.
Uh-huh.
We have, in the recent past, said, and at this point, as we sense the energy that exists at present, find that nothing has really changed yet. We have said that there is a 98% probability that there will be some sort of terrorist nuclear strike in the Middle East. You
Ooh.
understand?
I'm afraid I do, but I don't remember hearing this.
All right, well, I'm telling it to you now.
Okay.
Here's the point of this. I'm not saying it has to happen. It can still change. The point is, if it does, it is going to cause such a backlash around the world that I guarantee you the response to it will be that it will never happen again. So even out of something that you would call horrific,
Yes.
can come accelerated peace by throwing in everyone's face something unavoidable that they must look at and come to a decision about and make changes about immediately, so that they will then realize they must take action in some way, shape, or form that is positively constructed to prevent that from ever happening again. So even if it happens, it can still actually allow peace to accelerate.
Is there anything we can do to more turn the tide on that? That we can do to make sure that doesn't happen?
The attempt to express love for your enemy.
Yes.
The attempt to express understanding is what counts.
You know what?
The attempt to express that you understand they are a part of God, even though they may not understand you are a part of God. The attempt to express the idea that if God is as vast and incomprehensible as they protest it is, that the idea is that God also created you. And if God created you as different from them, God must have had a reason in its wisdom for doing so. These are all, shall we say, the foundations of the beginnings of dialogues, but again, It is simply the putting out of the information and the behavior, the action that you take that makes the difference. Whether they respond positively to it or not is really up to them. But if you are clever, you may find a way to strike a chord within them if you study and understand what they are all about and why they do what they do. Then that's going to have to be left up to you. But I shall read you something now.
Yes.
This is a passage from what you call a Bible, but it's not the Bible that exists in your reality.
Okay.
It's a Bible that exists in a parallel reality earth where this prophecy is actually something in that Bible. It isn't in yours, but it's in this one.
The prophecy you're going to tell me about.
The prophecy I already told you about.
Oh, this one. The one we
Yes.
just discussed about
Yes.
the nuclear
I am just
thing.
sharing with you on a variety of levels some of the differences between parallel realities to illuminate several points at once. And in one parallel earth reality, their Bible actually has this prophecy, whereas yours does not.
Oh.
And lo, those with hate in their hearts did call upon the God of fear, and rained down fire and brimstone upon the holy city, and it was utterly consumed. And there arose thereafter such a hue and cry in the land, that those were cleansed away who caused this to be done.
You're going to have to say that slower. Can you read slower? Because I
Yes.
really want to get it down before 3 months passes.
And lo, those with hate in their hearts
Yes.
caused to be rained down fire and brimstone
To be-
upon
wait a
the
minute, rained
holy
down.
city.
Right, so-
To be rained down
To be rained down
upon fire and brimstone
Brimstone.
upon the holy city.
upon the holy city. Okay.
You understand?
Yes.
And thereafter the people did rise in such a hue and cry.
And thereafter.
Are you writing this
Yes,
down?
I am. People did rise
With such a hue and cry
with such a hue and cry
that those that caused this to be happened were cleansed away.
that those that caused this to happen
Were cleansed away.
were cleansed away. That's it?
No.
Okay.
They were cleansed away.
They're cleansed away.
It does not mean what it means in your reality.
Wow.
But do you understand the first part of it?
And lo, those with hate in their hearts caused to be rained down fire and brimstone. That's the nuclear thing.
Yes, upon the holy city.
Upon the holy city. So it was put on, it was shot at Jerusalem.
Yes.
Okay.
The single city that represents all three religions in conflict.
Right. Upon the holy city Jerusalem, and thereafter.
It does not say Jerusalem in
I
this
know,
Bible.
I
It
know.
just says the holy city.
I inserted Jerusalem.
Yes.
But I won't if I use this. And therefore the people did rise with such a hue and cry. Hue is H-U-E, hue, like color?
Yes.
Okay. That those that caused this to happen were cleansed away. I'd like to use this. I can use this.
All right.
I just don't have to say it's from the Bible in a parallel reality. I can just say. I can say
You might get some
anonymous.
raised eyebrows at that.
I can say anonymous.
All right.
Because it's very powerful.
Yes.
It's very, very powerful. Thank you very
One
much.
moment.
Okay.
One moment. One moment. One moment. In this context, cleansed away in that reality means all were gathered up and placed in isolation, where they eventually eliminated themselves. Are you still writing?
Yes, of course I'm writing. Eventually.
I see.
I can't remember this.
It is rare to find one whose excitement in life is stenographer.
No, my assignment is not. Well, it is stenographer because I like to write down things. I like to write down things that are important.
I see.
Because I can't remember them, so then I can access them later.
All right.
And
Thank you.
Just one little piece of adding this into where you're. Same question. If you extend love to people, even the wildest creatures change. I think that somehow they change, even if they don't change the way you want them to.
If you want to change anything in your world, change yourself. You will take yourself to a reality in which you are then dealing with the versions of those things that already exist in that reality. They do not change.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bashar.
You are welcome.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
How are you doing?
Perfect, and you?
Where are you hanging out at?
I am in my ship, thank you.
Oh, great. Love to hear that. My question is sun gazing.
Sun gazing?
Yes, it's a new thing I've come across, I guess it's an ancient practice. This gentleman's going around talking about staring at the sun between the hours, an hour before after sunrise, and somehow the sun rays open up the pituitary and hypothalamus gland, and it activates like a solar charge in the brain, and that if you do this for 9 months, your body can completely live without food. And I'm just wondering if you've heard anything about this.
We understand what is being said because of the different degrees of polarization of light as it comes through the atmosphere at different angles, having different vibratory effects upon the body in different ways, depending on the state of the person to begin with. It will not work for everyone.
Okay.
Trust me.
Okay. And collectively, for all of us, this question is about our getting where we want to get to our dreams. If we have a place we're trying to get to, and as you said to one lady, you can't reach that because your belief system isn't there.
Yes.
Are we supposed to just climb a stairway to that, just find something easy and then work towards that
It depends upon what belief systems you have. What we are simply saying is honor the beliefs you have and don't force yourself to step off what you believe to be a cliff unless you believe there will actually be a footing there. So the idea is to honor what belief systems you actually have. If you believe you can go faster, go faster. If you believe you need to take your time, take your time. If you believe you need assistance in a certain way, then allow yourself to have assistance. It's up to you.
What happens if you don't really know what you want?
The point that we talk about when we talk about following your excitement can simply be followed on the simplest level of all. And that simply is, as we say, at any given moment you have available to you a number of different options of things you could do. All we're simply saying is that moment make a decision which one contains the highest degree of excitement that you have the greatest degree of capability of taking action on, and take action on it. And the next moment, do the same. And the next moment, do the same. It is the thread of excitement that you need to follow. It doesn't have to be represented by a big overarching life career or project. At every given moment, different degrees of excitement come with different options that are presented to you. Pick the one that has the highest excitement that you have the greatest degree of capability of actually acting on. That's all you have to do.
Thank you, Bashar.
Thank you.
Good day, Bashar.
Good day to you.
As I moved closer in the line to get to this point, I could feel a shift in energy. And
all right.
I was perceiving that as I relaxed into it as a strong flow of loving energy that
all right.
seemed to be coming from you and all those who are
It is
with
coming
you.
from us, but the only reason you felt it is because you matched the vibration and are experiencing your own energy that way, and thus created the effect in your reality. So thank you for loving yourself enough to do that.
Thank you. And thank you to you and all who are with you for projecting that for me to experience.
You are welcome.
Earlier this year, around March or April, I happened to read an article that was about some ancient scriptures that had been recently discovered that spoke of Judas and suggested he did not betray Yeshua. And this was
Correct.
something that I had not any background and understanding
Yes.
of. And
in a sense, it was a setup.
Okay. So immediately after I read this brief article, for approximately 10 minutes, I would say, I was immersed in a very strong flow of love, a sense of release, of joyful tears and love, relief, release, and it
Thank
was
you.
quite a joyful experience.
Thank you.
Even to the point I was jumping around the room
All right.
joyfully and jubilant.
Thank you.
So, and about 3-4 weeks later, it was end of April, I was here speaking with you, and I asked you about Judas, and did he turn Yeshua in, and in doing so betray him? And you told me, no, Yeshua told Judas to turn him in. All right. And then the next day, I began working with an exercise you had given us. It was the spiral with the 4 Ds.
Yes.
You expressed my desire to define my dedication to detach.
Yes.
And as I sat down to work with that exercise, just before I got involved with it, I made a connection to a conscious being. And this being identified itself as a son of Judas.
All right.
And asked me 2 questions.
Yes.
And I did not have the answers.
Then what were the questions?
The first question was, Yeshua told Judas to turn him in. Why did not Yeshua turn himself in?
All right. And the second question?
Second question is, what happened to Judas after that event took place?
Understand that the reason for having the appearance of being turned in was more powerful as a statement in the eyes of those around him to carry out certain aspects of the play. If you, shall we say in modern terms, write a movie and you have the hero simply turn himself over to the bad guys, is it not more dramatic to have someone betray him to the bad guys? Does it not resonate more strongly in the mythology to do so?
There seems to be on this planet a stronger resonance to that idea.
Yes. So it was something that people could identify with in a way that would cause the appropriate reaction or vibration to occur so the story could have the proper impact.
Okay.
Now, in that, he was asked to do something that was to him, in that sense, loathsome and contradictory to the love he felt for Yeshua. There was for Judas, even though he understood the part he was playing and understood the effect it would ultimately have and understood the benefit that could ultimately be derived from it, he had within himself the idea of self-loathing. And in that way you will find that the scenario of the hanging is accurate. He hung himself. Do you follow?
Is this within a week after, a year or 2 years after, or?
It is not that long after.
Within a day, or?
Within the week.
Because of, you say self-loathing.
Yes.
I don't identify with just with that, or the people, his family and friends, attacking him in a sense, verbally or abusively?
No. The idea that he would understand the importance, that out of love he did what Yeshua said, but in doing what Yeshua said, in that sense, would put him through that torture. And simply couldn't live with having done it, even though he understood the importance of it. And wanted, in that sense, to join Yeshua on another plane. Do you follow me?
So they both chose to move through in a what we would consider a tragic way, but to present their message in the way they felt.
Because they understand the cathartic transformation that occurs in your society when presented with a tragedy that then ends in a transformation.
All right.
It has a much more powerful cathartic effect than the other way they could have done it.
Did he make the decision that he would end his life that way before he actually did turn Yeshua in, or did it come after and he just realized? Okay. And so the Son, the being that is communicating with me, the Son, did not know that this occurred. I'm curious why he was asking me
to
what happened
rekindle
to my
in
father.
you and extract from you an ability to get back in touch with that particular vibration and energy, since you have familiarity with it.
With that type of circumstance or with that specific event?
Both.
And you said earlier when I read the article it was a setup, because why?
Well, a setup in the sense that it was organized, it was orchestrated.
An idea of coincidence.
Well, not meaning that, meaning it was orchestrated. In other words, that he asked him to do it.
Oh, okay. No, I mean, when I read the article, okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay. I'm not clear as to my connection to this event.
You existed, or shall we say again, simultaneously coexist in that time frame, were familiar with the proceedings going on, and it affected you. It impacted you in a very profound way. To come into this life and find out that those that were blamed are not to be blamed is a great release of understanding for you, and a great joy for you to understand that everything that was done was actually done out of love.
Okay. Can you give me an idea who I was in any, or is that for me to discover on my own?
You can, but giving you a name really wouldn't help. It is not someone in that sense you would be able to historically track down.
Any connection as a family or friend to these two?
Yes. In the sense of listening to the information, being a part of the organizations, shall we say, the groups, the philosophical organizations that understood what Yeshua was saying. You understand? The Essenes.
The Essenes.
Yes.
I was a part of the Essenes.
Yes.
Okay. And how small a group, what might have been the smallest size group I was?
About 50.
50, all right.
And you were in that sense crushed by what at that time you felt was a betrayal because you weren't let in on it.
Right.
Now you understand it wasn't, and great joy and release is yours.
Okay.
And it is calling you back, those questions, to get back in touch with that vibration so you can bring the joy of it into the present reality in whatever form works for you.
So I wasn't necessarily the son of Judas. It's just the consciousness of the son of Judas is cannot contact me to bring this up.
Well, understand, not literally genetically, understand that different groups were called son of this, son of that.
Got it.
You understand?
Yes.
You were a son of Judas that way.
Got it.
And so you felt that whom you had named yourself after betrayed the entire order and couldn't understand what happened. Now you do.
So this is the person talking to me now is potentially myself in that timeline.
Yes.
Okay. I understand.
And you have completed a cycle.
Got it.
And hence the great release.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bashar. Much love to you and all who are
and
with
to you as well.
Yes.
By the way, just as an aside, think about the modern translation of Yeshua in this day and age of your timing. The full name back then was Yeshua ben Yosef. What you would say is Jesus, son of Joseph. But Yeshua is actually more properly aligned with the name in your modern parlance of Joshua, rather than Jesus. Jesus, in a sense, is a Greek alteration. So, really, a modern description of the name of Jesus from directly ancient times to modern times would be Joshua Josephson. This may seem like an aside, but there's a reason for this we cannot go into at this time. But it will become apparent to some later on as to why we bring this up. Next question.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I've been having these experiences of like visual experiences. So I'm trying to understand them. So let me explain a little bit.
Thank you.
It's kind of like I can see a movie on a wall, and it's like a film strip. It's like a movie. And
Yes. Of what?
It looks like it's of other just communities, different things going on, and in between it's like space and galaxy and angels and
All
flying
right.
through. So it's kind of in and out, and it's getting to the point where I can see what I'm seeing, but I think I'm seeing parallel realities, or I've been told I'm processing information that I was not conscious of. And is it both, or is it? I'm
It's
trying
both.
to understand it.
You are having experiences you may not be completely conscious of and recollecting it this way, and you may also be crossing over into parallel realities where you're also having similar experiences. One may bleed into the other.
So it's a combination, because when you see these communities, I'm wondering if they're represented that way at all, or are they represented in any
Well,
way?
can you be more specific in describing them?
Like cartoons, a lot of it's cartoons, like cartoon communities where they look more animated and not like we are so much.
All right.
I see.
That may be an interpretation, although we are aware of one species we have referred to in the past called the Dilla that you might look upon as animated cartoons.
What do they look like?
They are sort of plasticky. The idea is that they are thin, they are malleable, flexible beings that can stretch and change form, of variety of brilliant colors. That might be, in some sense, a close approximation.
Like an animation moving quickly. It's
Yes.
always moving very quickly.
Yes.
But I've seen black and white and real stuff and
Yes.
babies, and someone else said hybrids and
Yes.
all that.
There are a lot of things lumped into those visions that you're having that represent different kinds of experiences on different planes at different times. And they're all being lumped into these photogenic films that you are perceiving.
Because they change. There's like
Yes.
space in between them, then you go into another one.
Yes.
And what else are they going to ask you?
And what can you make of this in terms of how can you use this and apply this in your life energetically?
Just accepting it and
All
being
right.
okay with it and not judging
All right.
it good or bad. But I do see a lot of, when I go into them, I mostly see, and I'm really clear in my mind because the energy field's very heavy, so it's hard not to be, but like a lot of war and explosions. And
All right.
a lot of
Well, those are
destruction.
other realities as well as probable future ones. You are sifting through different probabilities, different experiences. You are, in your own way, shall we say, helping to add energy to the ones that define the path of most preference out of all the probable ones that do happen, have happened, or could happen. It's your way of doing it. You have an unusual connection in this way. There are a few individuals from time to time that incarnate on Earth that come from different places and different times than most of the population incarnationally, and they have different ways of doing things. It is highly likely that one of the things you are seeing in those movies is actually a place you have a strong connection to and many different life experiences in.
And there's, I guess I interpret it as the destruction that's going on here with the collective consciousness is going on in many other parallel realities. So
Oh,
we
yes.
can connect through this way and see that they
Yes.
have wars, they have all
Yes.
these things as well.
Oh, yes,
And when we become
many
aware
other,
of each other, it
yes,
raises. Okay.
many other parallel Earth realities have taken themselves places that you will not. Many parallel Earth realities have had things like nuclear war and so forth. So you are sifting through all of this to determine the vibrations that brought them to those choices so that you can aid and assist this reality in making other choices.
All right, that answers.
Does that help you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I have a question on awareness and understanding of neutrality.
All right, understanding of neutrality.
I understand the concept of everything being neutral. I also understand the various vibrations that you can choose.
Yes.
Once in a neutral state.
Yes.
I had an experience where I changed a belief system of mine to experience a certain kind of music.
Yes.
And understanding that it was neutral where before I had a definition that it was negative.
All right.
But understanding that it's neutral, I still felt a very heavy
Yes.
feeling,
Yes.
It was
that can simply be an observation of the mechanics of the vibration itself and a recognition that there may be incompatibility with your preferred vibration, but that can be recognized within a neutral state.
Okay, but within the heavy feeling
Yes.
and the low vibration, how does that help within the acceleration of an individual?
By simply accepting it for what it is and recognizing that it is not your preference, and thus, in that sense, not incorporating that vibration into your overall preferential vibration.
Okay.
It's simply an assessment process. This works for you, this doesn't. And you're observing that from a neutral state to choose what works for you. It doesn't mean you're invalidating or judging what doesn't. It's simply an observation and an experience that you can use to incorporate into yourself whatever vibration is more compatible with the being you prefer to be.
It's just very powerful because
Yes.
within seeing the neutral, you experience one to be very high and one to be very low, but then
Yes.
you see the variations.
Yes.
One feeling of a flow of acceleration upward, and then one very
Yes.
grounding.
Yes.
And that's okay.
Of course.
Okay.
As we said, the process of expansion is the process of inclusion, and that requires that you do some observation, an acknowledgement of what's there, so that you can pick and choose the ultimate effect you wish to create in your life.
Okay, so then is the whole point of this experience, like you said yesterday or today, is that you come here to choose. Physical reality is a choice.
Yes.
And then by seeing choices, you look at everything, like for example, for me was the definition of God.
Yes.
When I guess most of us feel that when you come into this world, you have a definition of God saying that it's more like an entity or individual, and not really the new idea of all that it is in creation. So the whole choice of coming into this reality is to come in here, see that, and then choose to have a new way and a new vision of it.
That can be a choice. Many people may choose many different kinds of things. But in your general transformational age, many people are choosing that particular perspective of transforming from the limited view to a more expanded view.
Is that what physical or third density is? To expanding it more, to look at
Going
things?
from third to fourth density, yes, that's what that is the process of going from the limited view to the more expanded view.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm so excited to be around you again. I just wanted to give everybody on Essassani this gigantic embrace. I just love you all
Thank you.
so much.
Our love to you as well.
Oh, thank you.
And from the children.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to try to get a handle, and I know this is a big thing to tackle at the end of the session here, the physics of consciousness.
Yes.
And manifestation.
Yes.
I really get excited about trying to understand this. I've sort of made this division in my mind, and I know they don't really exist, into the metaphysics of it, which
Yes.
to my sense means like intentionality, coherence,
Yes.
belief systems, and then the physics of it, which involves sort of zero-point field and Bose-Einstein condensates and
Yes.
how
And these are simply different labels for things that are somewhat similar from time to time. Different ways of people interpreting similar ideas.
How then does that work if you were to explain it in a physics sense in terms of reality actually coalescing and manifesting out of a shift in consciousness?
Do not your quantum physicists already understand that there is no reality apart from the observation of it?
Yes.
Well, there you go. Quantum physics has already defined this idea. There is no reality apart from your observation of it, and that's what reality is.
Is it, in a sense, kind of this holographic projection?
Yes, and that's another way that some scientists have of defining it. It's still, in a sense, a convenient euphemism, but it will work as a template to define something that allows everyone to at least be on common ground with their terminology.
And how do we move, and I know you've addressed this many times, but I'm not getting it,
Yes.
from third to fourth density?
Well, there are many ways to look at it. One way we have defined the recognition of it and the moving through it is to recognize that you actually are the reality that you previously thought you existed in. And another way of saying that, again, is, as your quantum physicists say it, the idea that There is no reality until you decide to observe something. And it is the choice you make of what to observe that determines the reality you experience. So it's just a matter of making a certain choice to observe a certain thing, and whatever the definition of that thing is, then becomes the reality you experience based on how you set up the observation. So if you start defining the idea of fourth density as something different from third and imbue qualities to fourth density in your definition, then you set yourself up to be capable of perceiving and experiencing fourth density reality based on the definition you have given it. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We can also describe an actual scientific experiment that could be done to actually prove that point.
Go ahead.
All right. You understand the process that exists on your planet called hypnosis, yes?
Yes.
All right. This is actually a very strong technique to unlock you from one reality assumption and allow you to focus on others. One actual experiment that could be done to literally prove this would be to have a series of chambers, one inside the other, each big enough to contain people. And what you can do is you can hypnotize people to tell other people in the inside chamber that one particular kind of thing will happen in the next chamber, and then hypnotize that person to tell another person that thing will happen in that chamber, and hypnotize that person to tell another person that a particular kind of thing will happen in that chamber. And in each of those chambers you can have cameras. In the outer reality chambers, the cameras will record one thing. In the inner reality chambers, the cameras will record whatever those people absolutely believe they would see in that chamber. You will have two different realities on tape. Do you understand this? Because if you get everyone in one reality to believe a certain thing, it completely affects everything about that reality. And if the person doesn't know that there's another reality to believe in, then that is the overriding vibration in that chamber and becomes what gets recorded by everything that does record in that chamber. And you can actually see on two side-by-side monitors two completely different realities happening.
And these similar realities are viewable within this reality.
Yes, because you are creating bubble reality. You're creating isolated bubble realities through the hypnotic technique of convincing someone that there is only one kind of reality on that side and another kind on this side. So in other words, you could have the belief system that it's not possible for you to pass your hand through a plate of steel. But if you convince someone in the inner reality through hypnosis, to convince someone through hypnosis, to convince someone through hypnosis, so there's no way to trace back to the original belief that there is no plate of steel in the inner chamber, you will actually be capable of seeing someone pass their hand through something that to them is really not there. You understand?
So in terms of surpassing and dealing with the limitations that we put on ourselves,
yes,
can we then self-hypnotize to the point where
that's
we're able...
what you do all the time.
But we just don't do it
That's
in the right way.
what belief systems are. You are hypnotizing yourself.
And we're entirely capable of putting
Yes.
a different program in there.
You are. With
There's
an
no limit.
overriding understanding that you can hypnotize yourself to something else. Yes. Does that help?
Yes, as always.
And
I'm not quite finished and I don't know where else to go with this. So much of it depends on choice. Like,
it all depends on choice.
if you have, let's say, the physics experiment where they have the Schrodinger's cat, and the
Yes.
cat is either alive or dead.
And of course, you know the answer is the cat is alive and dead, because that represents two different parallel realities. If you did it in the way we just described this experiment, you could actually record the cat both alive and dead. You will see both simultaneously co-occurring parallel realities.
And they are both equally, there's an opportunity for either to exist equally, depending
They do
upon,
exist equally.
They exist equally until the observer comes along, and then it's their belief system that then creates it, sort of collapses that wave function into dead or alive.
Yes. You bring your own belief system into it, and you decide at that point which shall be the effect in your reality, unless, as I said, you bring a belief system in that you are capable of perceiving both realities simultaneously.
Ah.
I am simply suggesting a technological way to assist you to do that. Because some of you will believe in the power of the technology a little bit more easily than the power of your own belief system. So you can set yourself up through hypnotic suggestion to actually experience that through literal physical recordings. Because you see, if you bring someone in as an observer that has absolutely no idea what the experiment was, then there will be no bias at all, and they will actually be capable of telling you that they see one recording on one monitor and a completely different result on the other monitor, because they have no idea what you did to get those two recordings, so there will be no contradiction in their mind that both recordings can exist side by side. You see? You need to constantly remove someone from the belief system level, though, that would, in a sense, allow them to collapse it one way or the other. That's what the hypnosis is for, and that's what the idea is for of a blind observer who has no idea what the experiment is, so they can actually tell you that they can see both results side by side without bias.
And how do we break our circuit sufficiently to be able to exist in that state?
You can start by understanding it is possible and believing that it is possible and conducting the experiment.
Cool.
There's that temperature again.
I love you so much.
Our unconditional love to you, and remember that your own imagination will also supply you with many other techniques other than what we have suggested here in this communication. And at this time, we will say to each and every one of you our deep appreciation for each and every individual who has participated in the co-creation of this interaction. You all make a difference, and we love each and every one of you unconditionally. You are all beautiful. You are all perfect as you are, even though you will change. And each and every one of you is a teacher for everyone else, as well as a student of everyone else. We thank you for this interaction and bid you a fond, exciting, creative, and loving good day.
BASHAR, before you go, please, can you squeeze one last question? Or no? Probably not. I don't want to impose on you.
That was a question.
I want to impose on you one last question.
That would be two questions, wouldn't it?
Please. Thank you. I had a relationship.
Did you have fun with almost missing out?
No. I had an experience with somebody at work, which was like more of personal, like love kind of experience. And
yes.
it wasn't good.
Kind of, or was?
It was.
Thank you.
But it wasn't good at all at the end, and I've been always denying the red flags and denying like everything. Everybody was telling me she's not good, blah, blah, blah. But then finally, I realized that 2 days ago, after suffering and suffering, like I realized that she doesn't deserve me, basically. And I've been always saying, I don't deserve her, she's not, you know.
First of all, if you didn't deserve each other, you wouldn't have attracted yourself to each other.
In the beginning, it was.
It's not about judgment. I mean it on every level. You only interact with those that are in some way, shape, or form on a wavelength that you need to interact with to get out of it what you need to learn. So in that sense, you always deserve each other, no matter on what level each of you is personally. There are no accidents. And the point, again, as you have brought up for you, is to learn more discernment in recognizing the signs of a situation ahead of time that are incompatible with your preferred vibration. You don't have to bring it down to a deservability issue.
Gotcha.
That's all it really is for, is learning discernment through practice of what it is sooner and sooner each time that represents vibrations that are not compatible with your preferred one. It's just an issue in that sense of experience and practice.
I understand everything happens for a reason, and I know this was a good experience for me.
All right.
And to learn stuff about myself.
Yes.
Stuff to do and everything.
Yes.
And I did learn.
All right. Then you can also understand that it happened out of love, no matter what the result was. You attract yourselves to each other out of love. In fact, every single thing that's done on your planet is done out of love. There are those that don't understand how to match their actions in harmony with the idea of doing what they do out of love. But the reason and the fundamental underlying reason for what anyone does to anyone, for anyone, with anyone, by anyone, is done out of love. They simply may not have been brought up to understand how to express it in a positive way. But every single thing everyone does, even killing, the initial reason for that is because they want to be loved and feel like they're not getting it. And so they lash out because they don't know any other way to express the idea of getting what they want, of feeling loved. It's all done out of love. And if you understand that fundamentally, then you can go into any situation and recognize why it's happening. You can see into the soul of the person and can also have discernment about what is going on in that particular interaction and relationship much more quickly, and can really learn what each of you are getting out of it much more quickly.
All right. Other branch is I love my work.
Yes. Is there a but in there?
There might be, yeah.
All right. We can almost always sense that.
Definitely. But the thing is, I don't like the work politics. I don't like, I consider myself to be straightforward. If I feel like something, I cannot hide and put a mask.
Yes.
I cannot smile and laugh when I don't feel it. I mean, when I see people around me
Do you think you can find a creative way to express that without necessarily doing it out of judgment?
What do you mean exactly?
Can you find a way to communicate to others that the politics are not your preference, but do it in a way that doesn't judge others for doing it? Can you express who you are and how you prefer to communicate and how you prefer to behave and how do you prefer to act without necessarily judging others for the way they have been acting? If not, and if you find you are completely incompatible, then the idea is to understand that when we talk about doing what excites you, we also talk about doing it where it excites you, how it excites you, with whom it excites you, and not doing it otherwise. Otherwise, if any of those components are not reflective of the vibration of what you are truly compatible with, then it is not really doing what excites you in a holistic way. You're only doing pieces of it. So if you find that that particular situation and environment doesn't fit the idea of your preferred vibration, we would suggest you look for something that is more compatible with it. Otherwise, allow yourself to examine whether or not there is a way to communicate who you are clearly with your coworkers so that they understand what it is that they can do to respect your way of doing things without necessarily compromising what they do or being judged for it.
All right, should I explain to them how I am or something, or just in a different way?
I mean, you can keep it very simple. You can say, you saying this to me or you doing this in this way made me feel this, or made me think this, or made me feel disrespected. This is how I would prefer to communicate or have you communicate with me or deal with me or interact with me. If that's not something you believe you would prefer to do, I can respect that. All I'm asking is for you to also see if there's a way that we can find a common ground in which to work together, because the ultimate idea here is the doing of the work that excites us. And if you can come together in common ground to find ways to communicate, to do something that excites you both, then use the thing that excites you both, if it does in fact excite you both, to find common ground on which you can communicate, because that's the actual focus that needs to be there. So you can be inspirational in that way, and if they're willing to rise to that level, they will. If they're not, well, then you still have to make a decision as to whether or not you want to stay there or find some place that's willing to act with more motivation for the big picture. You follow?
I do, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To all of you, thank you, and good day. How'd it go? Thank you all very, very much for being here today at what I guess Bashar explained, I guess, is kind of a landmark workshop, since it's one of the few remaining. So I appreciate your participation in this, and look forward to whatever else will cause our paths to cross in the future. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Have a great day.
Well, good evening, everyone. Good evening. I'm April Rochelle from BASHAR Communications, and it's my great pleasure to invite you to join us for this wonderful journey that we're going to have this weekend with BASHAR. This is a type of contact that we're having. And so it's so great to see you all here and joining us for this experience. I'd also like to welcome all the people on Ustream that are joining us. That brings a lot of energy from all over the world, and we thank you too for joining us for this experience. Tonight's session is entitled Masks, and this session is about the idea of masks that we wear, and the idea that the masks have to do with the higher mind, and the idea that, as you've heard Bashar say, you know, the higher mind and the physical mind are what allow us to be fully functioning people. And so we're going to learn more about how the higher mind sees things and learn to see things more from the perspective of the higher mind, so that we can integrate and bring that energy to earth and be able to be more of our full true selves in this reality. Tomorrow's session is entitled The Story Tree, and this is all about the stories that you tell yourself about your life, and basically what you think is true for your life, so that you can rewrite your story and start to have a different effect. And that's a very powerful tool, a new tool that Bashar will be introducing this weekend. And then on Sunday, the session entitled The State of the Union, where we're going to start hearing more about 2016, what the situation is as it presently looks now, and other information that Bashar is going to bring to us to help us handle this accelerating, changing energy that's coming down the road. And so that should be a very informative session to help us understand more about how to be able to navigate the changing landscape of our reality. So it should be a very exciting weekend, really devoted to the idea of giving you tools and insight into the things that are coming so that you can have a good experience here on Earth. Let's see. So we have just a few videos that we want to show you. The first one is about the contact crystals, right? Okay, so many years ago, Bashar told us about this contact crystal that they have on Essassani that has all the different civilizations that they've had contact with, a crystal for each one. And so we actually replicated this, and he created an activation meditation so that you could use the crystal as a vote for contact and also for connecting in with the energy associated with their community. So here's a little bit about the contact crystal.
The charged crystals that represent the idea of contact. These being the permission slip that have been entitled Essassani contact crystals or seeds of contact. The idea being that on my world, this crystal represents the center point of a larger crystal array that is created to represent all of the consciousnesses and all of the worlds in the interstellar alliance of which we are a part and of which you are becoming a part.
Bashar has been in some sessions explaining more about his own life, his own experiences on his planet. When he was very young, he was shown a large piece of artwork that contains many different kinds of crystals, and each crystal represents one of the civilizations that's part of their association of worlds. Now, the central crystal he described is a hexagon that is dark green in color. It's larger than this, but this is basically a replica of that crystal as he described it to us. There is a symbol inscribed on the crystal, which is a triangular symbol that has a spiral in the middle of it. This symbol, Bashar described, is actually his family crest. It represents his family's lineage as contact specialists. So Bashar suggested that if we made replicas, even if they're smaller, of this central crystal, what he did then is he did a special meditation that actually comes with every crystal on a DVD that's for the purpose of charging the crystal with the specific frequency of contact. So when you have one of these and you use the meditation, it is actually charged with the particular frequency that represents his civilization and the particular frequency that represents their initial contact with us. Bashar has basically said that, charging one of these with your own energy and the energy that's in the meditation that he gave is kind of like casting your vote specifically for contact. So if you're interested in acquiring one of these, by all means, please ask the people at the back table to give you the information. It comes in this lovely box along, like I said, with the DVD. And so please check out the information at the back table.
Okay, and why is the contact crystal a hexagon?
It supports the idea, very specifically, that what is attached to it, around it, as the central hexagonal crystal, are 6 others, which represent the 6 hybrid races, and altogether the 7th. Earth being the 6th hybrid race. We are the 3rd. But altogether, the 6 and the 1 in the center will be representative of the 7th hybrid race, when all 6 hybrid races exist and blend together into the 7th. That's the core the core of our common evolution and what we share as family and where we're going into what you call the future. Together.
So these ones are the serious ones. They're dolphin crystals and then the contact crystal. But they're actually up here at the front if you're interested. The next video is about the whale trip that we do in the Dominican Republic. It's called the Whales of Atlantis. And right now we have one spot left in 2016 for a guy. And then in 2017, we have room for one guy. And then in 2018, we still have more spaces. So it's a really cool experience because you live on a boat for a week out 80 miles out to sea in the Dominican Republic in a place called the Silver Bank, where the humpback whales come to give birth and to have sex. And it's a real party out there. I remember I was swimming one time, snorkeling, it just sort of near the boat. And all of a sudden these two whales came by and, they were underwater. And I had that moment, that stunning moment of realizing, oh my God, there's two whales approaching me. But then I kind of picked up on their energy and it was like two dudes, like doing the bar scene, So there's a lot of love in that water. So it's really a great experience if it's something that sounds exciting to you. And then the next dolphin workshop that we do in Hawaii is in February of next year. And both workshops involve a series of guided meditations that BASHAR created specifically for this adventure to allow you to go very deeply into the experience and have a very personally transformative experience. In fact, anyone who's done it before, Shakta, you've done it before, yeah. It's just so powerful. You just find, if you remember going to summer camp when you were a little kid, just playing in the summer, do you remember how much fun that was and how you'd fall asleep at night and be so tired and so satisfied? It's going to take you back to that. So here's a little video to show you a little bit of what it's like. got something that's whale bubbles in the form of a heart. So it's very special. Just check our website if you want more information. And lastly, our surprise is that we're going to show you the trailer for the BASHAR documentary that we recently finished. So, are you ready? Okay, here we go.
The concept of alien contact is no longer foreign to our society. The question isn't if it will happen, but when.
Yeah, we're pretty excited about this. So, okay, they're going to move this out of the way, and then we'll bring Daryl up here. Okay, so I think we're ready to get started now. So it's my great pleasure to introduce to you the phenomenal channel for BASHAR, Daryl Enka. Oh, thank you. Just want to say how much we appreciate your great talent and your ability to do this and all the things that you're doing to help us bring about first contact.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and get started. Please, everyone, have a good time. I'll see you later. But it'll say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, we thank each and every one of you individually and all of you together collectively for the co-creation of this interaction and the opportunity for this transmission at this time. We will begin this transmission by reminding each and every one of you that it is titled Masks. We will be doing this part of the transmission in the beginning a little bit differently than we've ever done before. It will be a little unusual, but it will be for the purpose of more clearly illustrating the concept that we will be sharing with you today. So, Nania, you have something that you can bring up? I do. All right. Now, I would suggest for the greatest impact, that all of you close your eyes. And I will tell you when to open them. So, eyes closed. You may open them. Now, we understand that for some of you, your first reaction may be, that's creepy. And that's all right. Because the idea of the masks is to understand something very important about the relationship between your higher mind and your physical mind. And that is that what you consider yourself to be as a person, when you look in the mirror, what you're seeing is a mask. You are projecting, you are channeling the idea of a portion of your consciousness into the experience of physical reality. You are always channeling, therefore, every single moment. And your physical face is a projection. It's a mask, it's a representation, it's a symbol of the idea that you call a physical experience. It's how you have focused your consciousness in such a way, in a space-time linear framework, to experience this idea you call physical reality. But we remind you that in a sense it is an artificial construct, a projection of consciousness. Therefore, from the higher mind's point of view, your physical face, your physical personality is truly just a mask. It's not really all that you are, but a very small portion of it and a temporary portion of it for the purpose of navigating in your physical reality. Therefore, the idea of this particular permission slip is to begin when you have the excitement to do so, to go out, find a mask that covers a majority of your face, similar to what you are seeing now. It can be any kind of a mask you wish it to be. We would suggest, however, that it be relatively plain, because the idea of this is to form a neutralization of what you typically see when you look in a mirror, so that you can really begin to start to relate to your face through this exercise as a projection, as a mask, and not associate it with the idea of your personality in the way you think of yourselves typically on a day-to-day basis as a person. When you begin to neutralize the idea this way, you will begin to form a dissociation with your physical face a little bit in this exercise. And if at first it feels a little bit creepy, that's all right, because the first phase for some people will be to get in touch with the idea of whatever negative or fear-based beliefs may come up in doing this, because we understand that many times on your planet when people don masks, in your culture, for a variety of reasons, many people will assume that there's a nefarious reason for doing so, that you're hiding something that you don't want people to see. So some of that may come up at first, and that's all right, just let it do so. Eventually, you will begin, as you stare in the mirror at the mask instead of your face, you will begin to relax and neutralize the idea of any negative connotations or associations, and you'll begin to dissociate from the idea of your face and begin to understand your personality as a mask, as a projection, that the higher mind sees it as such, and you can begin then by creating that dissociation, by creating a disfamiliarity. You can begin to see through the eyes of the mask more like the inner being, the higher being that you also actually are. Once you lose touch by doing this a few times, practicing it a few times, lose touch with the idea of what you're used to looking at in terms of the emotional expressions, the physical marks, the frame of your face, all of that, you'll begin to see through different eyes. You will begin to, in a sense, feel like you're pulling back, dissociating, disconnecting, uncoupling from physical reality a little bit and a little bit more each time. Now, please understand, this is not about glossing anything over. It's not about denying your humanity. It's not about denying anything negative or fear-based beliefs that may come up. It's about truly acknowledging that they are there, but then allowing that to be part of you, and then allowing yourself to neutralize and relax about it, and start to feel a little bit of this disconnection from physical reality, from the typical expressions you have, from the typical way you have of communicating with people, even without words, through minor facial expressions, attitudes, emotionality. This may take some getting used to, but that's all right. You will, eventually, if you do it often enough, if you practice. And eventually you'll begin to start seeing things a bit differently, from another perspective. You'll start associating the idea of looking through the eyes of the mask with looking through your physical eyes as if it is a mask. And the more you can do this, the more you can start to form a basis, a foundation for starting to see things more in the way that your higher mind does, because your higher mind does relate to your physical persona as a mask. And the more you do that, your thoughts will be different, your perspective will be different, how you interact with physical reality will be different. You will start to blend and balance the idea of your physical mind and the higher mind in such a way that you can move through life as a more complete person. And then even when you take the mask off, you will remember that your face is still a mask, is still not everything that you are. Again, not to discount the beauty of it, but you will find yourself more blended, more balanced, being in the world but not of the world, and that knowing that the world is in you. More and more each time you do this. And when you finally allow yourself more opportunity to function closer to the frequency of the higher mind, then different inspirations, different thoughts, different ideas will come to you than may have been able to come to you when you associated more strongly with the idea of your physical face, your physical personality. You'll begin to truly begin to see things that heretofore were invisible to you, begin to see a broader picture, a bigger perspective from a higher position. You'll begin to understand how synchronicity works by seeing through the eyes of the higher mind, through the eyes of the mask of your physical personality. This is a very, very fun permission slip, but also one that takes a little getting used to. You can feel a little disoriented at first when doing this, but that's all right. The more you practice, the more you'll get it, the more you'll feel the balancing act, and the more inspirations will come to you. And you may even grow to use this technique as a way of getting in touch with higher planes of existence, with other spirit realms, other consciousness levels, other beings in other dimensions. It can go that far. Again, you can keep your feet on the ground and yet form this creative and constructive, positive dissociation with your personality, with the physical plane, with the physical experience in a balanced way. And this will give you not only greater outer sight, but greater inner sight as well. How do you think we look? Oh, thank you. And so, this is, of course, not exact, but you understand it is somewhat a representation of how we actually look as a hybrid being. Our skin color is about this white. Our eyes, while similar to yours, have enlarged pupils that are this black. But you would see a little bit of the iris around it, more like what you are used to seeing as an eye. But the interesting thing here also, in this exercise, in this endeavor, in this presentation, is that you're also getting an opportunity a little bit to experience the idea of communicating with us physically. And so even though this is not entirely representative of how we really look. It is a close approximation of a symbol that allows us to come a little closer and allows you to come a little closer by remembering this experience and how this mask looks right now to open contact, to physical contact with us one day. Remember that there is only a small percentage of our energy coming through the channel, never more at this particular moment than 10%, although 15 is possible. But on the day when there is physical contact, there will be stages to this that will allow you to be approached in stages, in steps, at whatever rate, at whatever pace you are comfortable, and allow you more opportunity to integrate within yourself all those energies and all those beliefs that will allow you to take a step closer to us and a step closer to actual physical contact. So this is a very, very early simulation of that experience. And therefore, take advantage of this by taking a moment to really look at the mask on the channel's face and understand. And again, of course, you never have to believe this. We are not forcing this. But if you're open to it, take this opportunity to understand. You are communicating with an extraterrestrial being right now. And by this mask, seeing a slightly closer representation of how it would appear in your physical reality. So take a moment to absorb this, to let it in. Let the feelings, the energies, the vibrational states run through you. Taste them, savor them, explore them, and let your imagine fill in the rest. And imagine that we are, in fact, sitting right in front of you, physically, having this conversation in what you would consider to be a normal fashion, a normal everyday thing, that you can interact with us in this way, in your reality that is no longer the reality you used to be in, but a new reality, a link, a bridge, a third reality, different than mine, different than yours, a meeting place in which we can exchange more deeply, more concretely, and which will give you more opportunities to see the probabilities that can issue from such meetings and the paths that open up to you that lead to the stars. So we thank you for this opportunity of allowing us to present this symbol to you, to give you an opportunity to understand how to come a little bit closer to us without freaking out. Does this help you? So find a mask, do the exercise if you wish, every day if you wish, see what happens, bit by bit, take your time, no rush, no hurry. When you feel a little disoriented, that's all right. Slow down, take a breath. You will start to feel the dissociation in time. Keep it balanced and allow yourself to let it be all right, to let yourself see through the eyes of the higher mind, knowing that this physical face is your mask, is your diving mask that allows you to see more clearly in physical reality and yet can open up new vistas to you by blending the physical eyes and the higher mind senses to create a new experience in a new world and a new reality for you. So we thank you. Nania, yes. Would you like to take back the mask?
Okay.
We thank you. And now the more familiar face of the channel sits before you and allows us to move forward in this exchange. And in return for the gift you have given us, we ask you now, how may we be of service to you with your questions and your dialogues? Please proceed as you wish.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
It's a true honor to speak with you.
And for us as well.
I have so many questions, but the one that keeps coming to me now is, where are the closest extraterrestrial bases close to this Earth? And
there are some on the Earth, you know.
okay, that's pretty close.
Yes, it is. There are some in various places that you would call relatively remote. There are some under the ocean floor, so relatively close.
Yes. And do we, as the U.S. or the world, have bases off this planet?
No, not in the way that you mean it. However, there have been a few individuals that have had the opportunity to visit some of the bases that some extraterrestrials have off your planet.
Okay.
But the bases were not made by you.
Okay. Excellent.
Does that help you?
Oh, very much.
All right. Anything else?
Sure.
You're sure you're sure?
I have one more question.
All right.
If I may.
Of course.
Beyond that one.
Yes.
A friend of mine has commented that prior to 1999, there's absolutely no evidence of chemtrails on in this planet.
Yes.
To those who say the chemtrails are kind of bullshit, excuse me.
Oh, that's all right. We understand the terminology.
So is there something we as general humans are supposed to be doing about these chemtrails, or just looking at them and saying, oh, gee, another day of deep breathing, thank you?
Oh, all right. Well, it would probably be advantageous to your health to not do them. You see, the idea in general that was begun is there was a recognition that by putting certain kinds of particulates in your atmosphere, you could, in a sense, moderate the different changes going on within your climate. Do you understand me so far?
Yes.
However, what would have actually been effective is if the particles would have been gold rather than the particles that you're using, which are relatively toxic.
Yes.
But since in your economic system, gold seems so valuable to you, you weren't really about to do that. Therefore, the people that were the ones engineering this decided that other materials, aluminum oxides and so forth, would be also effective, and to some degree they can be, but they are quite toxic. Therefore, it's not necessarily going to be as effective as they thought.
So the initial intent was benevolent, but the side effects, if you will, are less than so.
Yes.
Okay.
Although the original idea was also to some degree misguided, because it came from the idea of things that were being done that were impacting your atmosphere in a negative way already, and therefore the misguidance was the idea that putting more such things in the atmosphere would be of benefit.
Sounds appropriate.
You are saying par for the course?
Yes.
All right, we understand. Nevertheless, it can act to wake many of you up, as it is doing, and it can help you make different decisions, to make different choices. So you can look at it that way too. Yes?
Yes, sir.
You can follow a different trail instead of the one you have been laying out. Does this help you?
Much healthier. Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you.
Pleasure. Have a great visit.
We always do, even though we're not actually there. But thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
So grateful to be here. Thank you.
All right.
It's nice to meet you.
You as well.
Where are you located? Where's your ship at?
It is above the area you call Sedona.
Thank you. And I have a question about certain pitches I've been hearing in my ears.
Yes.
What exactly
Well,
is
it can be many different things.
Sounds kind of like, like when I walked in the room, I kind of heard a high pitch in my right ear.
It can be many different things.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes it can be the result of different kinds of cells in your inner ear passing away.
Okay.
Sometimes it can be sensitivity to high frequency energies that may be associated with some of the electronics that you may be using in the room or even exist within the building. Sometimes it can be your auditory interpretation of high frequency energies from other dimensions that you may be receiving information on. It can be many different things. It just depends.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Anything else?
May I ask a question about fall 2016?
You may ask, but the information may not necessarily be delivered until the State of the Union on your Sunday.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much.
You are welcome so much.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day. Making sure you're all awake.
I have a question. I've had this for the past 30-some years.
Oh, how exciting.
Early 1980s.
Why you've been holding on to it for so long instead of answering
I
it?
have been asking, but I have never had an answer.
Oh, all right. What is your question?
Early 1980s, there was a physical being outside my window, which was not from this dimension or from Earth.
Yes, well, that's not the only time. You just don't remember the other ones.
Actually, I remember a few of them.
All right, but not all of them.
Okay. So I wanted to see what was the message behind that being's visitation. It freaked me out, as you were saying earlier.
All right. But you are part of what is called the hybridization agenda. Do you understand this?
It's not very clear.
Are you somewhat familiar with the idea that has been typically on your planet called alien abduction?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with the idea that in those experiences, genetic material is often taken and blended with that particular species and yours to create hybrid beings?
Yes.
Then you are familiar with the hybridization agenda.
Okay.
And therefore, one of the races created through that hybridization agenda is our species, and there are others.
Yes.
The idea is that you participate in that, and many people are made to forget, but the rate at which you remember that you've had those experiences is used as a measuring device to tell us when you're ready for more conscious contact.
I see. This was it did not look like any, it was one of the other races, I shall say.
Yes, I understand. Nevertheless, the idea is it's still part of the hybridization agenda. There are many races involved with it.
And another race is serious, because I was contacted by them too.
Yes, although that's a different thing.
And can you
Their
tell
participation in that is something quite different.
Can you tell me about that contact? Because I woke up and they told me it's serious, and I fell asleep.
All right. The idea of the involvement from the beings from the star system you call Sirius is more of an energetic template one of laying out certain vibrations that will lead you into what you would call the future, where your planet is becoming, over time, the sixth hybrid race, evolving in a different way, with genetic changes going on that take you into something that you might call not Homo sapien, but Hyper sapien.
Okay.
So they are laying out the energies for that path. They are providing the template for that vibration that those that are sensitive to it can key to, those that have made agreements with that energy can key to, and be gravitationally pulled towards, magnetically pulled in that direction, which represents more alignment with the higher self. Does that help?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Oh, you are welcome. Pleasant dreams.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day. Keeping you on your toes.
I was wondering, do you have any recommended meditative techniques to enhance our hyper sapien evolution?
What do you think I just gave you at the beginning of the monologue?
Touche.
And there are many. But the idea, again, is to remember that all techniques are simply permission slips, yes? You understand this term?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So whatever you are attracted to, you're attracted to it because at that moment, that's the one that will work best for you according to the belief systems you're holding on to. So you are all more than capable of attracting to yourself whatever permission slip, whatever tool, technique, information, knowledge, object, ritual, what have you, will work best for you at that moment to allow you to give yourself permission to go into the state that is most representative of your preferred self. That's what permission slips do. So it's up to you to decide what works for you. We can give you and have given you many different kinds of techniques, but you still have to decide which works best for you of the ones we either have given you or the ones that you simply attract through synchronicity into your own life. It's that simple. There's no mystery about this. Yes?
Yes, thank you.
And so, anything else?
I have one more. I was wondering, would this be a similar case to what you just said to helping aid the vibrational frequency of people that you are surrounded by if you find them on a different path of evolution?
Yes, because by acting as an example, by living in the state you prefer, you provide them an opportunity at least to see that they could choose that for themselves as well. Not that they have to, but at least you can provide an opportunity and an example which otherwise might not be in their reality. Yes?
Yes.
But they don't have to change. That's your part of the job, is to be okay with the idea that they may not accept the vibration that you're showing them. Yes? Are you okay with that?
Yep.
All right.
And if you don't mind, I have one more question.
I don't mind.
Do you have a favorite style of music or a favorite band in our three-dimensional reality?
Our music on our planet is, to your ears, relatively simplistic and would probably be most closely associated with certain kinds of indigenous tribal styles of music, or that which you would call sort of Zen music. But the simplicity that you would perceive is not what we perceive, because we can hear more vibrations in what you would only perceive as a single note. So to us, it's richly complex, whereas to you, it might sound very simple, although it is structured mostly along patterns of three. Does this help you?
Yes.
All right.
I'm very appreciative. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Bashar. Thank
And
you.
to you, good day.
Thanks. I have a couple questions. One of my first ones is I really like a lot of different channels, and I find them all saying basically the same thing.
Yes.
Like Abraham Hicks or Benito. And
Yes.
And I guess I'm wondering from, where you're standing.
I'm actually sitting, but
Okay,
all right.
Fair enough. But I'm wondering, with all the extraterrestrial information, that's something that the other channels don't give, but the energy and the message is all the same. So I'm just wondering, is it partly permission slip where people can resonate with the style of delivery?
Yes.
Okay, and so...
Because there are many different belief systems, many different approaches to absorbing information.
Mhm.
Therefore, it comes through many different avenues in order to reflect all those different ways that people desire to receive information.
What if we believe we just can get it?
Then you can just get it, which you always do anyway.
Yeah. So
We are, in that sense, doing this job to put ourselves out of a job.
I get it.
Yes?
Yes, yeah.
We are a stopgap measure. We are a temporary measure so that you can understand that you have all the abilities you see exhibited within us.
Yeah.
That's what we're here to reflect to you.
Yeah. And I
Yes?
think more and more people are getting that, which is great.
They are.
Yeah. And a second question is more personal.
Yes.
I'm in my mid to late 30s now, and since I've been 20, I've had...
You are still a whippersnapper.
Thank you. Since I've been in my early 20s, I've actually had to wear hearing aids because I've just lost...
What was that?
I've had... You almost got me.
All right, all right.
And the medical field doesn't understand why. I honestly don't understand why I've heard that we don't have to have, limitations, but
Well,
why
some
would I
of
choose
them,
this maybe?
yes. Some limitations are positive. Yes?
I wonder. I have some ideas why, but I'm wondering your reflection.
Well, again, there can be many reasons as there are people. The idea can be as simple as many people may choose to appear to limit or restrict some of their senses because it gives them an opportunity to look and hear more inwardly than outwardly.
Yeah.
It allows them to focus on things they may otherwise not have focused on because they would have been distracted. Do you understand?
Yep.
Now, it doesn't mean you have to do it that way, but that may be one of the reasons why you chose that. To get yourself to a certain point so that you know that you wouldn't be distracted and that you would get there. But once you understand you have the ability to do that without necessarily imposing those limitations, if that was the reason that you imposed the limitation, then you may be able to let that go because you will no longer be distracted because you've had enough practice focusing where you really preferred to focus.
Makes sense. And thank you for mirroring what I was wondering about and thinking inherently. And yeah, I've always wondered if it was because it allows me to be more sensitive to other energies,
Yes,
other ways
it can.
of perceiving. So,
Yes.
And looking for other kind of ways to pick up information.
Yes. Anytime you allow what is to be okay, then you will actually use it up faster if that's at all probable. And things can change more quickly. It's only when you're not okay with what's happening that you actually make things take longer to change.
Right.
Because you're resisting what has been brought to you in your reality that you need to look at, that is there to serve you in a positive way if you allow it to. And by refusing to acknowledge that it has anything at all to do with what your reality is supposed to be like, you're actually resisting what's there and not using it in a positive way. Therefore, it'll stick around until you do.
And the paradox is when it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. And so whatever happens,
When it doesn't matter what's going on because you're the one that determines your state of being, no matter what's going on around you, then what's going on around you can change more rapidly.
Right. But I guess I wonder too,
Yes.
does it necessarily have to change if
It
you're
doesn't.
okay with it? Yeah.
It doesn't. Because again, you're not making your state of being conditional on what's going on around you. That's the true measure of change. When you respond differently to what's going on around you, even if it still looks the same.
Right.
Not if the outside world changes. That's not the measure of change.
Right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Does that help you?
Definitely.
Anything else?
Nope, that's great. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Was that a joke?
No. What do you mean?
Definitely.
Oh, God. You're good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
How do you? Good day.
I have a question, and so there are a lot of parallel realities.
There's an infinite number of parallel
Yes,
realities.
yes.
I suppose that's a lot.
And so there are a lot of like only few probable realities that we can switch to.
There are only a few that are relevant for your path in this particular experience as this version of you, yes.
Yes, and so if I'm feeling passionate about, for example, an idea,
Yes.
or creating something,
Yes.
and
Yes.
so I'm using my imagination to get
Yes.
into this one of these realities, which is probable, perhaps.
Well, yes, maybe so, but all you have to do is act on your highest excitement to the best that you are able, and remember the third part of the formula, which is no insistence on a particular outcome.
All right.
That will automatically steer you and guide you through the parallel realities that are most reflective and representative of what you truly need. They may not always look like you think, but they will be exactly where you need to be, when you need to be there, if you just follow that formula.
Okay, so it's just 100% trust in what's going to happen.
Yes, because you have 100% trust in all sorts of other things. Why not 100% trust in that? Remember, there's no such thing as a lack of trust. You're always trusting 100% that something is true. So you don't have to learn to trust 100%. You have to allow yourself to decide what you want to place your 100% trust in.
All right.
That's a very different thing.
But how does imagination play into this?
Imagination can bring you representations and symbols like visualizations of what may be symbolically representative of the appropriate state of being. And then when you're in the appropriate state of being, once the vision and the imagination has done its job, drop the picture. Stay in the state of being. Let the picture that needs to manifest instead of insisting that the picture that created the state of being is the best possible way it could manifest. It might sometimes be, but it might not be. So if you understand that the picture that your imagination brought you gets you in the proper state of excitement, if you understand that that picture can actually function as a limitation, you would drop it and let what really needs to happen, happen. Because it might be many, many magnitudes better than your physical mind was capable of imagining.
Okay, so how do I know when to drop it and when to keep the picture?
When you feel most excited, when you're at that fever pitch of passion, that image, that imagination, that symbol, that reality in your mind, that picture, that visualization, when it brings you to the peak of passion, yes, this would be the ideal state of being. This picture is perfectly representative of that right now, and you feel completely and utterly pumped up about it. Drop it and go on about your business and give it no more thought. But stay in that state.
All right.
And act from that state. And by being in that state, it will attract the opportunities synchronistically that you need to act on. Just keep acting on the thing that contains even just a tiny bit more excitement than any other option. Take it a step at a time. Keep following that thread of excitement, and you will always wind up exactly where you need to be, when you need to be there. You will always be supported in that. You will always be given the opportunity to see how it connects to everything else. It will be the driving engine. It will be the reflective mirror. It will be everything you need it to be, and it will leave nothing out. It is complete as a kit. Complete.
Okay.
That's how it works. Does this help you?
Yes.
So wrap your mind around it. Make it true for you. Act that way in that energy, and you will see that reality cannot contradict you. It doesn't have a mind of its own. You're the one that decides what is true for you. And when you come from that state and act from that state in all the things you do, then not because you need it to, but because you simply are choosing that state, your reality will begin to reflect it.
All right.
It's that simple. Just make sure you never need to make it conditional that it must change. Do you understand?
Yes.
And it will change.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
It does.
You have to use the power of paradox.
Yes.
That's the fulcrum point of creation, the power of paradox. Everything in creation is based on that.
All right.
Does that help you?
Yeah, it does.
Thank you.
And I have one more kind of
all right.
statement.
Yes.
All right. So I'm very excited to be here.
Oh, all right.
And it feels unreal.
And in a sense, it is. Because physical reality isn't real.
Yeah, and I came from another continent
Oh,
to
all
talk
right.
to you.
I came from another planet.
But you're not entirely here. But you're not entirely here.
Not entirely, no. Neither are you entirely here. Because most of all of you still exists on higher planes. This physical persona is about as much of you as your little fingernail is to your body.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
In fact, actually, this physical persona is as much of you as a subatomic particle is to the rest of your body. In fact, this physical persona is about as much of you as the smallest subatomic particle is to the entirety of creation.
Well, nice to know, at least have an idea how small I am.
And yet, you are also all that is, and once again, paradox rears its mysterious head.
Yeah, it's this and that.
Yes, this and that. Not this or that.
Yeah.
This and that.
And last thing, so I...
Oh, another last thing. All right. It's amazing how many last things you people have.
Yeah, it's this and that. So I don't always follow my passion.
Why not? Not that you have to, but why not?
Well, I restrict myself.
Why?
Because...
Yes. What reasons do you create to not be the you are?
I must like it.
I guess so. You must think you're getting something out of doing that. So you must have a belief that it serves you to not be yourself. Find the belief if you wish to, identify it, and as soon as you do, if it's truly out of alignment with who you are, it will all of a sudden seem either nonsensical, illogical, or irrelevant. And if it does, it's gone. If it doesn't seem irrelevant, you'll still use it for whatever purposes you have designed yourself to use it.
So I've been trying to find this belief for a very long time. And
Oh,
it just
really?
does...
It's right there, look. It's very tiny, so perhaps you missed it, but it's right there.
Well, I don't see that. Ah, there's none.
You don't see it?
No.
No? Come look. Come closer, look. It's right there. Come on, come closer, look. Come on. Move over, look. It's right there. I'm pointing right at it. Are you looking? Yes. Oh, now it's over there again. It's an elusive little thing, isn't it?
Yes, it
But
is.
you see, that's the tricks of the negative belief. They like to hide, so you won't change them. And therefore, they're giving you reasons to not change them. And therefore, by giving you those reasons distract you, and they can continue to hide. But if you really, really, really want to know what it is, go looking a little bit more deeply within yourself, and don't be afraid to. Nothing you can ever discover that is negative within you will actually ever be true. Do you follow me?
Yes.
Nothing will ever actually be true. It will be true that you may have the negative belief, but whatever the negative belief is telling you about yourself will never actually be true.
Okay.
So go looking and don't be afraid. And remember, the negative belief will do everything in its power to make you afraid to look. But that's how you know you're getting close. The more fear you feel about finding that negative belief, the closer you are, because then the negative belief has to use every single trick in the book and all of its power to make you afraid to find it. So the more fear you feel, the closer you are to breaking free from it.
All right.
Does that help you?
It does.
All right.
Thank you very much.
You are very welcome.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you. I have a question.
Wait for your technology.
Oh. How can you see?
Speak up and be bold so that all may hear what you have to share.
Okay. I have a question about Agarthans.
About
Agarthans, the beings that they live...
Agartha.
Yes.
All right, yes.
Agartha. Okay. And I'm just trying to understand, because I know they're physical beings and they live in like different dimensions and different like...
Many different kinds of beings live in different dimensions. What do you wish to understand about this?
I want to understand that, because I was at the other workshop here and you told us that this earth is not hollow. But
Not physically, no.
Physically, okay.
Not physically. People that have had the experience of imagining that the earth is hollow have simply walked through a vortex and wound up in another dimension that they assume actually exists physically within your earth, but it doesn't. They've actually been transported to another dimension.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, because I was reading a book that it was saying like some of like human beings like us have already visited them inside the earth.
But again, it's not literal.
Oh.
It's another dimension that overlaps your reality in a way that makes it appear as if you're still inside your physical earth, but you're not.
We're not.
You've shifted to another reality that you interpret as being physically inside your planet. But in terms of your dimension physically, your earth is not physically hollow that way.
It's not. Okay.
No, it's not.
Because like in my meditation, I can connect with them. I
Yes.
have done healing
Yes.
with their help. I ask their help.
That's
They
fine.
help me.
But all you're doing is shifting your vibration to make the connection to their dimensional frequency, which has nothing at all to do with your physical reality.
Okay, so in this physical reality,
Yes.
I can never live with them, right? Because
They're
it's
not in your physical world, no.
Okay.
But you can shift into another dimension. Yes?
So I have to die to be able to do
No,
that?
not necessarily. The idea is, if it is relevant for you to do so in this life, you can shift your frequency so that you start existing in a different dimensional plane. Remember, everything is here and now. Everything is overlapping. Everything is actually in one spot and exists in one moment. The only reason you don't see it all is because everything exists at a different frequency rate, so they interpenetrate each other in a way where one is invisible to the other until you make an energy shift that is reflective of that reality, in much the same way that you have to change a channel on your TV set in order to see a different program because it operates on a different frequency than the program you were watching a moment ago. But they're all there at once. Yes?
Yes.
Same idea. All the realities are right here, right now, all happening all at once. But you will only see the reality that you are tuned to vibrationally. But if you make a vibrational shift, you will start to experience other realities if that's relevant for you in this particular life.
Oh, so how could I know if, because it's
You
really...
can know if it's relevant by acting on your highest excitement to the best that you are able with no insistence on a particular outcome. And if it's relevant, then it will automatically happen at the right place at the right time. If it doesn't happen in your lifetime, it wasn't relevant.
Okay.
It's that simple. Nevertheless, remember, you're still getting something out of this experience. Remember that when we talk about the idea of acting on your highest excitement, whatever form that excitement might come in at any given moment, just because it comes in a particular form doesn't mean it has to come to fruition or manifest in that form. Sometimes things excite you just to get you to move, just to get you to do something so that the thing that actually needs to happen can happen more easily. So never assume that when some particular thing excites you, that thing actually has to work all the way out or play all the way out. It may not. But in getting you to explore this idea, it's getting you to explore the idea of shifting your energies, changing your energies, matching frequencies of other dimensional consciousness. And that in and of itself might be the reason, whether you ever actually wind up in that particular dimension or not. It will give you an ability to stretch your senses and receive information from other beings and other consciousnesses in other dimensions. It doesn't necessarily have to play out physically. Does this make some sense?
Yes.
Does this help you?
Yes. Thank
All right.
you.
You're welcome.
I bid you good day.
And you as well.
Thank you. Are thoughts scalar waves?
Thoughts can create a type of scalar wave, but they are not themselves scalar waves, fundamentally.
Okay. Is how our DNA communicates with each other scalar waves?
No.
No.
Scalar waves are, well, let me put it to you this way. If you have two different notes and you play them at the same time, a different harmonic is created, yes? That's
Yes.
different than the two notes.
Yes.
Scalar waves are a harmonic of different kinds of energies. They're not a fundamental energy. Therefore, the energy vibrations and resonances and frequencies of energy that DNA might use to communicate, and thoughts might operate on can create harmonics that can result in scalar waves, but scalar waves are not the fundamental medium. They're a secondary or even tertiary level of vibration or resonance. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
All right.
To an extent that I can understand that.
And
the neutrinos that actually pass through the Earth.
The what?
The neutrinos.
Yes.
That pass through our Earth.
Yes.
Is the center of our Earth ice cold or colder than ice?
No.
No. Okay. Interesting.
However, there are places that are within the crust and within the mantle, again because of certain waves, standing waves that get set up. But here's the thing. They are frozen, but they are still hot.
Can you please expand on that?
There is very little molecular action, but there's a different kind of energy wave being given off that you would interpret as heat, even though it's not. But it would impact your body that way, even though the molecular motion in the substance in certain pockets themselves hardly move. So it is frozen heat. Does this make sense to you physically?
Yes.
You will find, or even have begun to find, that there are planets and moons within your solar system that exhibit some of these properties. And you will find others also out in the universe, where the densification of matter is so great that what is actually ice is on fire, but it never melts, because the gravitational density is so dense. But the waves given off by it impact you as heat. So in a sense, it is frozen because it itself is not hot, but the waves, the energy it gives off, would incinerate you instantly. And yet the substance itself is absolutely frozen. But that's not really happening at the center, at the core. It's happening in and around the core, in the mantle, in the crust, in different places because of the standing wave resonance pattern within your planet. Is this helping?
Yes, it is. Yes,
All right.
it is.
Is that it?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
Annie, you good day.
I'm a minister of a church.
Oh, all right.
And we meet at a playhouse theater. And so there are times when they have plays that can be kind of dark.
How exciting.
It can be. And then when I go there on Sundays, the energy can be a little negative.
Then it gives you an opportunity to clean house, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's my question, because of fire code and all, what I would normally do would be incense and candles.
All right. Well, you can be the sage instead.
Can you...
Double entendre intended.
Is there a technique for that?
Your technique. Do you give off the vibration you prefer to give off?
Yes.
What else needs to be done other than knowing that that floods the room?
Okay.
Yes?
That's good.
Is that too simple?
Yes, it is.
We figure that many people on your planet like things to be more complicated.
Yes, I was kind of looking for something like some...
You want rattles and bones and beads?
Yes.
Well, you can do that if you wish, but that's up to you. Remember what we said about permission slips?
Yes.
Whatever works best for you, that you are able to do with integrity, with respect. So if you can't use what you would normally use, go to the next most exciting thing. If you believe that just being there in your presence isn't enough, then do whatever you wish to do, and that will be sufficient because it still comes down to you doing it anyway.
That's true.
I know, that's why I said it. So, is that sufficient for you?
That is very sufficient for me.
Is there something else you would like to discuss?
On Sundays, there are times when I quote you.
Yes.
And I say that you're my good friend.
I am.
I don't say that you're an alien. And so I have
I am not an alien. I'm an extraterrestrial.
Oh, right, exactly.
Because understand that we are genetically similar, and I am, in a sense, another form of human, because we are genetically related. Dolphins are not extraterrestrials, but they are alien to you.
I gotcha. Yes.
You understand the difference?
Yes.
So, you don't have to say anything that you don't wish to say about us. We don't take offense.
Okay.
Because we know who we are and where we come from. And no matter who we are and no matter where we come from, we can still be your friend.
And let me ask you this. So,
all right, I will let you.
When I do quote you, I
Yes.
feel your presence. Are you there?
That's because you're tapping into our resonant field. I'm not necessarily focused as an individual there at the moment, but any time that you refer to our frequency and remember an interaction with us in that way, you're tapping into our collective consciousness resonance field. Therefore, you are taking on that energy field. Your own higher mind is resonating and reflecting that to you, just as it is right now, because you're talking to your own higher mind right now, using us as a mask to do so.
Yes.
So, that's why you feel what you feel.
And then others feel that as I'm speaking on Sunday, they feel that resonance.
Some may feel it differently than others, but yes, they can, if they wish to match that frequency to some degree.
Well, thank you for being my friend.
Well, thank you for being ours.
Thank you.
Will that do?
That'll do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We are friend to all, master of none.
Hello, Bashar.
And you, good day.
Well, I have a similar story to a previous lady that came up here.
How synchronous of you.
Yeah, but it's not exactly the same thing.
We understand it never will be.
Yeah. Well, also since I was a child, I've experienced what has been medically termed as sleep paralysis.
I see.
And I'm sure you've probably heard of this.
Yes.
Where we see shadowy figures.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
The paralysis, not always, but the paralysis is usually representative of the idea of being shifted slightly out of phase with your typical physical dimensional reality in order to interact with those beings. And by being shifted slightly out of phase with your physical reality, you no longer quite understand exactly how to move.
Yes.
And therefore, that results in what you experience as paralysis.
Correct. And the thing is, I've experienced it for so long, I've learned to snap out of the paralysis to some point.
That can be learned.
Yes. And I feel like I've learned to keep the channel open longer.
All right, very good.
To a point where I see these shadows continuously even after I wake up.
Yes, and eventually they can become more solid than shadows.
Yes. And
when you are ready.
From what I have at first I was very scared, of course.
Yes, yes. We understand.
And I've done research on this, and from what you're telling me, I've heard the similar details before.
Yes.
And I've learned to overcome the fear when I have these feelings.
Yes.
So now they come into they seem like aurora now, where instead of shadowy figures, at one point I actually even saw a shadowy figure that looked just like myself. Staring down at me.
Well, and in a sense it was.
Yes.
A reflection of you from another reality. Remember that a lot of the encounters that people on your planet have are with other versions of yourself, so that you do feel some connection.
Yes.
So that you start to remember that you are actually participating on many different levels, not just from the physical level.
So it's not something I should be afraid of.
No, it's not.
It was such a dark, bad feeling at the beginning.
I understand, but that's just because The different vibration pulls from you the negative beliefs within you to a point where you become more aware of them and have to face them. Yeah. So it's actually a fear of what's going on within your belief system more than a fear of the beings you're interacting with.
I got you.
You understand?
Yes.
And so bit by bit, that experience lures you into more integration of those fears. And then when you integrate them, you will no longer be afraid and will have more conscious awareness and conscious control and conscious participation in those kinds of encounters.
Okay.
So you're being entrained in that sense.
Yes.
Does this help?
It does. And I had one more question.
Yes.
With the recent events in Orlando,
yes,
you've spoken about how the collective consciousness of the human beings needs to come up, and you know, you will show yourself eventually. You'll come closer to the earth as that happens.
Yes.
As bad as this event was, do you feel? Because
depends on what you do with it, doesn't it?
Yes.
There you go.
Because I feel
you are given an opportunity to decide what to do with this and how to create a more positive and constructive reality based on seeing things you don't prefer. So decide what to do with it, and that will make all the difference in the world.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Does this help you?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And are you good day?
Hope everybody's having a great time here. I know they are. I am. So thank you, Bashar. Thank you for being here through Daryl.
All right. It is our pleasure and our excitement.
So Bashar,
yes.
You know, I've been listening to you for a few years.
Oh, all right. I've been listening to myself for a lot longer, but go ahead.
And one thing that I pay attention to is when you describe how you see reality,
yes,
how you experience it. And
yes.
And I learn a lot from that.
Oh, all right. Thank you. So do we.
In one of your descriptions of how you perceive your reality, you had said that you don't do anything that's meaningless.
Well, nothing is meaningless in that sense, except that everything is neutral to begin with and without meaning, but you give it the meaning.
So
we don't do anything that is not in alignment with the meaning we prefer, is what is being said. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Everything is already without meaning, so we choose the meanings we prefer. And that we instill within the neutral reality experience to get the effect that we prefer. That's what is meant by that phrase.
Okay. And that's a great tool that I've implemented
yes.
Over time.
Yes.
Every now and then I fall short of doing that completely.
Oh, all right. Is that exciting for you?
Sometimes it brings up anxiety.
And then you get to face the negative beliefs that generate it. And
yes.
Isn't that exciting?
That is, especially once I get through them, yes.
Why isn't it exciting in the process?
Because anxiety doesn't feel good.
So what?
So what?
Yeah, so what?
So what? We should be more okay with not feeling good?
That's the fundamental mantra. So what?
Oh, so what? All right, I got it.
Because as soon as you say so what, you feel pretty good, don't you?
Yeah, very good. You let it go, yes.
Two-word transformation tool.
So when you look at us,
yes,
do you see us doing meaningless things?
No, never.
Never.
But we see you doing things that are not the meaning you prefer. As we have often said, watching many of you is like watching a 7-foot-tall person attempting to stuff themselves into a 1-foot square box. It's actually quite humorous.
And challenging. Sometimes,
yes.
And possibly impossible. It's probably impossible as well.
In a sense,
yeah.
Although you will create it to seem very possible, which is why you make the attempt.
All right.
And therefore you give us hours of enjoyment.
the masters.
Days and months and years of enjoyment. Centuries and millennia of enjoyment.
We carry that title, the Masters of Limitation, with pride.
Yes, you do.
Yes, okay.
Carry it with pride.
Yeah. Yes. Even if we do something that we don't see as having meaning.
It's not so much that. You do things you do prefer, you do things you don't prefer. You can be in a neutral state and recognize that something into itself doesn't have meaning built into it, but when you take an action, it's based on the fact that you've given something a meaning. Otherwise, no action would be taken. Make sense?
Yes.
So the idea is to be aware of what meaning you're giving something, and that's what determines the effect you get out of it.
As soon as we observe what we're doing,
yes,
and we apply a meaning, a different meaning than the second before we didn't apply,
then you'll get a different effect entirely.
It changes instantly?
Well, that depends on the belief system and what kind of process you believe you need to go through. It can change instantly. It doesn't always, because you may have beliefs or a need to actually go through a process to witness the change, so it may have more meaning for you.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Anything else?
Yes. The movie that's going to come out, that Daryl produced.
Yes.
Is that going to give us permission to expect contact?
It is a first contact tool. Therefore, what you get out of it that is in alignment with the vibration of contact itself can aid and assist in accelerating the idea of contact. This is a common thing that is done in every civilization we make contact with. There is in some way, shape, or form, in some form that is relevant to the society, a first contact tool that can aid and assist in the acceleration of contact. This is one such tool. So when you align with the vibration and absorb the vibration of the experience of engaging with that tool, it can aid and assist in accelerating the experience of contact for those who do so. That's how it's designed.
And those that have no desire to follow along the parallel reality
will not experience that.
Okay, great.
Does that help?
Yes.
Well, thank you.
I have one more.
Oh, all right.
One last one. Okay. Just a personal thing.
Yes.
Oh,
one moment.
Okay.
Are you a person?
Yes, I am.
Then every question you've asked is personal.
Has been personal. Okay, got it. Okay. So I, myself, do not recall any kind of experience or anything that I've had with anything beyond.
You mean you don't even remember having this conversation with us?
Oh.
You're having contact right now.
Maybe I'll have to watch the video to remember, but
Maybe
okay.
so.
I get it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Remember the mask. You are having contact right now. And it's happening on many different levels, many of which you can't even perceive. But they will, in a sense, if you wish them to, sink into your consciousness in a way that when you remember seeing the mask on the channel's face, it may trigger some things.
Hello, Bashar.
Hello, you. Good day.
Thank you for being here, and I thank you for your time.
Time?
And I thank you, Daryl, for his time and inattention. And I also need to thank my daughter because she introduced me to your teachings.
Oh, all right.
I really appreciate that.
Yes.
I want to talk about heart bubbles. And
heart bubbles.
Yeah, you know how you were talking. I've heard about the energies that hearts put out, the electric impulses that hearts.
Are you saying hertz?
Heart
bubbles.
Heart, yes.
Heart bubbles.
Yes. Do you?
Yes. The electromagnetic bubbles given off with every beat of your heart that travel at the speed of light, and therefore you're all immersed in everyone else's heart bubble energy. Yes.
Exactly. So, my father died of heart disease.
Oh, all right.
And did that have anything to do with his blocking that energy?
Not so much blocking as filtering. You understand?
No.
Out of alignment. Discordant resonance. The heart bubble energy that everyone is immersed in was filtered in such a way as to be more out of alignment because of the belief systems in that personality through which he was filtering that energy. So it threw them out of whack, out of alignment. and caused a discordant resonance to vibrate within the body and within the heart. Does that make sense?
Yes. And how does one avoid such?
By clearing out your negative belief systems.
And this is following your excitement.
Yes, because your excitement will reveal to you any beliefs that are out of alignment with it so that you can deal with them and identify them and let them go. There are many techniques you can use, but following your excitement will be one of the fastest.
And then a previous person asked, the blockages of following your excitement, and you said, what are those? And some of them are monetary or relationships.
Yes, there are many different kinds of negative beliefs and relationships to things that people on your planet have that are handled in a negative way.
But I mean with other people. So if you have a feeling of an excitement that you is going to affect a relationship with a loved one, then there's a conflict there. And how your definition is creating a conflict. If you actually are acting on your highest excitement truly, if you really are, and not just disguising anxiety as excitement, remember, this takes honest self-examination and the ability to discern the difference between actual excitement and anxiety being disguised as excitement. But if you're really, really in alignment truly with your highest excitement, that is the most loving thing you can do for anyone, because you're being yourself, and then they know who they're in a relationship with. And if they don't prefer to be in a relationship with someone being their true self, then you've learned a lesson and you can lovingly let them on their way to find out whoever it is they would rather be interacting with. Yes? There's no conflict there. You're doing the most loving thing by being yourself, because then you give people the opportunity to decide whether they actually want to interact with you or not. Yes? Is this making some sense? Yes, it does. Yes, unfortunately, it's hard.
Why is that unfortunate?
Well, like you say, it requires...
But remember that by being yourself, you also give other people the opportunity to match the frequency should they so desire. But that doesn't mean they have to. Remember, we're talking about unconditional love. Yes? If it's conditional, it's not love. So the phrase unconditional love is actually redundant, because love is unconditional. Anything else isn't love. It's some interpretation, some symbol, some representation, some half measure. Make sense?
That's good. Yes, it makes sense.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Does that help you?
It does very much, yes.
Then our unconditional love to you.
Thank you. Likewise.
Oh, all right, our unconditional love to you all.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I am so grateful that you're here with me right now. You've been one of the greatest inspirations.
Our deepest gratitude to you as well.
It is one of my highest excitements to heal acne and digestive issues I've been dealing with. And I've
all right, to provide the atmosphere, environment, and resonance to allow people to match that frequency so they may heal themselves is what we know you meant.
Can you give me advice on how to do that for myself? Because I've tried a bunch of different modalities and still have
Go to someone like you. Does that help?
No.
Why not?
Confused.
Why are you unwilling to go to someone like you when you are willing to have people come to you? Oh. Do you have an answer?
I love you, and I think you're right.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why I said it.
Okay.
So what's your hesitation? You don't have to talk about it now if you don't want to, but it would serve you to do so. So up to you.
You know, I just get frustrated sometimes because I feel like I know what I have to do and I don't want to do it.
Because what are you afraid of? What are you afraid will happen if you do?
be the best version of myself ever.
And you're afraid of that. Why?
Uh,
Come on. It's right on the tip of your brain.
I guess because
You guess? You don't have to guess. What are you afraid will happen? What definition do you have about being your full self that makes you hesitate? Maybe you don't have an accurate definition of what that means, and that's what's making you hesitate.
yeah, I guess I'm a little nervous and scared to do that too and be
Because
that.
what do you think will happen if you do?
I'm not sure. I guess
Will
I
you
have
be
to-
stoned to death?
I guess partially, not that, but being accepted by others who are not themselves yet.
Being accepted by others
Yeah.
who are not themselves yet?
Or you're like the best version of themselves, yeah.
You want to be accepted by people who are not being themselves?
No, I guess not.
I
Yeah,
guess not
yeah.
either. So why do you care?
I don't care.
Then go find someone like you.
Exactly. Well, I always pray for more people like me. I want more people like me.
Do you know the joke on your planet about the helicopter and the rowboat and the flood?
I do not know.
There was an imminent flood coming, and there were people in a house, and people would knock on the door and say, "There's a flood coming, there's a flood coming, get out." No, 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 we'll stay here, we'll be safe, God will protect us. And the floodwaters came, and they got up on the roof of the house, and a boat came along and said, get in the boat, we'll take you to safety. No, 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 we're staying with our home, God will protect us. And the waters kept rising, and a helicopter flew by and said, jump up, the waters are almost above your head, we'll save you, we'll take you to safety. No, 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 we're staying with our house, God will protect us. The waters rose, and they drowned, and they died, and they went to heaven, and they said when they met God, why didn't you protect us? Why didn't you save us? God said, I sent you people, I sent you a boat, I sent you a helicopter, what do you want? So the idea is you can pray and pray and pray and pray, but if you don't do, it amounts not to much. So pray for people, fine, but go and do something about meeting them. Take an action. Action is prayer in its purest form. Yes?
Yes.
All right. Yes. So remember, prayer in a sense is gratitude for what already is, not what you want, what you already have. And by being in a state of gratitude, you're in a state of grace. And by being in a state of grace, you act the prayer. You are the prayer through your actions, and that's what makes the difference. Does that help you?
That does, thank you.
Thank you. I'll pray for you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
This is my first time here.
This is my first time talking with you. What a
Yes,
coincidence.
and I'm new to your work, but
I'm new to yours.
I'm very impressed.
Oh, all right, I'm not with me.
So bear with me if my question is.
No.
My question is, until recently, I thought that I only had past lives. I wasn't familiar with parallel lives.
Yes.
So when my mother passed away a couple of years ago, we could all feel her energy around us.
Yes.
And we assumed she's gone onto a higher level or a
Well,
higher
a different
plane.
vibrational plane,
Different
yes.
vibrational plane.
Yes.
And then at some point she would reincarnate into this world.
That's the linear way of looking at
And,
it. And that experience can be had, but that's not what's mechanically actually happening because everything exists at once.
And our contact with her ceased. So what I'm trying to understand is that when you pass away, when you die, does that mean you go into a different level for a while and then you automatically are back into that parallel life?
No.
Or do you go
No.
higher and higher where you're not in
paying
contact?
attention. You're not paying attention to the structure. Everything exists all at once.
Okay.
It's an illusion that you reincarnate. You can create the experience of reincarnation, But what's mechanically happening is that you're simply making a connection to something else that already exists and interpreting that connection as a past life, a future life, a reincarnation. Those lives, those experiences, physical, non-physical, other dimensional, all exist at once. But the connections you make when interpreted from a space-time perspective appear to be happening one after another. That's an illusion. But it's an experience you can have. You can create an experience of that illusion. But that's not what's actually happening mechanically.
Does my soul at any given time have the option of not having those parallel lives and just staying on a higher plane?
You have the option of not experiencing them, but you always have them because they always exist. And they exist within your consciousness because you are all that is. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
So, as all that is, there is nothing you don't have within you, but you don't have to experience them. You can have experiences of yourself that only experience certain things, which is what you're having right now as a physical person. Because you're all that is, pretending not to be, by having this apparently limited physical experience where the physical person you are is not aware of everything that you are. So you can have the experience that you're not aware of it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It doesn't mean that it's not within you. Does that make more sense?
Yes.
Does that help?
Lastly,
yes.
Even though in this lifetime I consider myself a sociable person,
yes,
I always had a feeling that I don't belong.
Yes, well, many people on your planet are now getting that feeling because you're now becoming more aware of the fact that you have other connections to other places. You do belong, but that can be the way you interpret your growing awareness that you also have connections to other places too. That's just the way you're interpreting it.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So the idea when you make that awareness happen, when you know you have other connections, and feel for a moment that you don't belong, you still do, otherwise you wouldn't be where you are. And the idea is to then strengthen your awareness of those connections and bring that energy down to Earth, rather than running away from Earth to that energy. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
All
Thank
right.
you.
And that's why sometimes, again, paradoxically, Nania, you know what's coming here. The idea of having a longing is what can sometimes help you understand how to belong where you are. Does that help you?
Oh, wow. Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania.
Just a couple of questions from our Ustream listeners.
Yes.
The first one is the person asks, I can't bring myself to be okay with war, discrimination, and things like that.
Nobody ever said you had to be okay with it. The idea is to recognize that you might not prefer that. That's fine. But you can still use your recognition that you don't prefer it in a positive way and create something beneficial from your relationship to it. No one is saying that you have to prefer these things just because you can form a positive and constructive relationship to them to get a beneficial effect. One doesn't necessarily lead to the other.
Yeah, it's interesting because the person says that, does that mean that more of that stuff is invited into my reality because I can't accept that it exists?
Yes. Because you're operating on a level of energy that is resistant to what is instead of using it in a positive way. And by being resistant to it, which is a negative energy, you're compounding the negative energy of that which you don't prefer. So by saying, I recognize I don't prefer it, but I'm not afraid of it, I can neutralize its effect in my reality and then create a positive one. And then I can do something constructive and positive about the fact that I recognize that that's something I don't prefer.
Right. So you can allow a negative state that you first feel when you see something that's unacceptable to then be just a stepping stone to propelling yourself into a positive state.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
And that's the tricky part, because I think sometimes when that happens, if you see something that's upsetting or that you don't want in your reality,
yes,
might be aware that many people around you have a negative position about it.
Yes, yes, yes. But
so
remember also, please, that when you say that's the tricky part, that's a belief.
Because that's the negative belief, making you think that it's difficult to move into a positive state when you've seen something you don't like.
Exactly.
So a great stepping stone in that situation, because I think many people here can agree that happens in our reality, where you see things that you're not happy about, is to recognize that that energy is then there available to you to take action to change what it is that you're seeing.
Yes.
And that's a positive way that you can respond. And it'll also lighten you up about the fact that this is essentially a dream, even if it's experienced as being real.
Yes, and it's always an opportunity. It's offering you an opportunity to see if you're going to negatively react or positively respond to something you don't prefer. And what side then are you going to reinforce? Yes?
And it's really easy for someone to go into a state where they start feeling powerless, like, oh, this is so big, how can I change this? Right. So if you start feeling powerless, it's a signal to you that you're not working with the correct belief.
Not one that's in alignment with your true self, yes.
Right. And that your job
Many people have asked us if we experience any difficulty in our reality. And in truth, the answer is there is one thing we experience difficulty with: experiencing difficulty. That's the paradox. We have a terrible time experiencing difficulty because we just can't. So we have difficulty experiencing difficulty.
And if we looked at your brain and then we looked at our brain, how much difference is there?
A lot. But it's really only the state of being that's different. And do remember, your brain is being rewired with every thought you have. So when you think like us, feel like us, believe like us, behave like us, your brains will be like ours. They will function in the same way. I remind all of you once again, you're already using 100% of your brains. It's just that you're using 100% to make it seem as if you're only using 10. And so, is there another question?
There is. I've recently started communicating with my higher self, but it's not always clear or consistent. What can I do to increase this communication?
I think we all know the answer to that. Act on your highest excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome. That will make you the most receptive antenna you can be to all energies you are already receiving, but are unaware that you're receiving. You never have to ask for more than you're already being given, because you're all already being given everything that can be given. If it doesn't feel like that, it's because you are not paying attention, not because you're not being given what you need. So the more you act on your excitement, the more you become your true self, the more sensitive you are to higher frequency energies, the more you'll become aware of the fact of what's already being sent to you from many different sources, more than even just your higher mind. You're always being given guidance. You're always being given love. You are always being given information. Once you know that, you will see that you have everything you need. but you have to become aware of that. You don't have to ask for it. It's already there. You just have to become aware that it's there. Make sense?
Yes, and I've noticed over the years that you're very consistent. And and that's very similar to the higher mind.
Yes.
And I believe what this individual was saying is that maybe in the beginning, when you're first actively becoming aware that you're communicating with your higher mind,
yes,
and you're learning that portion of your own consciousness,
yes,
it might be helpful to like play games with it.
Yes.
Or
permission slips.
You know, and even listening to the information that you provide is so similar to the higher mind that
it is the higher mind. Remember, you're just using us as a mask. That's the point of this entire transmission, masks. You're using us as a mask to talk to your own higher mind. We're happy to participate, and we are involved, but this information is from your own higher minds.
So it's really fun to talk to you, and that
Therefore,
makes
fun to talk to your higher mind.
And I know a lot of times people like to listen to what you're saying over and over again, and it is sort of a training to, or an end training or something.
Your higher mind is a party. Don't be left out. Join the party. Your higher mind is an ecstatic celebration. Give in. And dive in.
Well,
anything else?
My excitement is the idea of physical shape-shifting. I'm on the trajectory of allowing myself to do it, but the
Yes.
more I focus on it, the more aware I am that I stay in the same state.
And that's exactly why it doesn't work. Because you're too focused on needing to do it. You're shifting all the time, remember? You're shifting billions of times per second. So when you simply align with your vibration, your highest excitement, drop the expectation and insistence on a particular representation, then if it's relevant, you have the greatest opportunity to shift your physical shape. But you need to ask yourself why you're so insistent about that particular expression. Because when you focus on the idea of shifting the outside more than the inside, then things get stuck in the shape that they are. Focus on changing the inside and let the outer be the reflection of the change. Many times you actually do shift your shape quite radically. But remember, as soon as you change into another person, you change your history as well. And everything seems to be as it always has been. And when you look at yourself in the mirror and go, oh, I haven't changed that much, how do you know? How do you know? If you now have a different history, you just think you always looked like this. 5 minutes ago, you may have actually looked quite different, so you don't actually always know whether you're shape-shifting or not. How about that idea? So what the person who says, I want to shapeshift, is actually saying is, I want to remember alternate histories that probably have nothing to do with who I am right now. And that can be done, but there better be a good reason for it. Yes?
Yes.
It has to be relevant to the path that you're taking. But understand that you're shape-shifting all the time. You're just not aware of it because you're creating new histories that make it seem like you've always looked like this.
It's fascinating.
Yes, it is.
You know, earlier when you, Daryl, put the mask on.
Yes.
And I was looking at you and you said that your skin color is actually that white.
Yes.
But then I also realized that if we were to perceive you physically,
yes,
you would appear to be glowing to us.
Sometimes, yes. Depends on the frequency state you're in.
And that would also explain the perception of the whiteness because
To
of
some
the
degree.
light.
To some degree. Because remember, we are only quasi-physical. We're not as solid as you experience yourselves to be. Therefore, to some degree, we are semi-transparent. And you're seeing the inner glow. Does that help you?
Well, it certainly was interesting.
What time is it?
Time to do the holotope.
It is.
Okay.
So we will take a short break and resume the transmission for your holotope permission slip meditation. Enjoy a short break. Don't say, let us continue the transmission in the following way. All of you allow yourselves to become very relaxed. Take a deep breath in and let it out. Take another deep breath in and let it out. And once more, take a deep breath in and hold it, hold it, hold it, and blow it out. Allow yourselves to continue to breathe deeply, easily, in a relaxed manner, gently letting go of all concerns and just be here now. While your house lights dim, your music and holotope lights slowly come up, allow yourself to drift into the dream of this particular permission slip experience by focusing on the holotope, eyes open, letting all of the vibrations of the colors sink deeply within your consciousness, all the shapes and forms floating in your eyes before you, the mirror reflection of your higher mind, the mirror reflection of all the different masks that you express in life. Remember that each and every one of you has many aspects to your personality, many multiple personality aspects, each of which is unto itself autonomous and real and connected to another aspect of the all that is that you are. And this you are capable of doing, shifting between all these different personas, all these different masks, because your persona is a mask, which is why the shifts can occur. Because there is nothing permanent in that sense about you, except your indestructible core. Everything else is a projection, a disguise, a perspective, a point of view, an idea, an experience, another personality. And as you gaze upon the holotope through the eyes of the mask that you are, seeing all the little shapes around the center radiating outward, each as its own mask, its own idea, its own perspective, it reinforces the constant change that you take yourself through, shifting through billions and billions of parallel reality versions of yourself per second, slipping through time and space as time and space slips through you. Allow yourself to let the idea of your personality begin to dissolve, begin to fade, begin to drift away. You are simply the neutral mask. You are looking through the eyes of a neutral mask that represents a form, a mannequin, a template upon which you project this face, this person, that person, whoever it is you deem you need to be at any given moment, never really knowing who was there a moment ago, never knowing who will be there a moment from now, slipping through time and space as time and space slips through you. Allowing yourself to honor and acknowledge each and every personality mask that you may bring forth for whatever purpose, whatever exchange, whatever relationship, whatever reason, whatever encounter you may deem is necessary for you in this moment, brings forth different masks, different aspects of the total you. For you are infinite and exist on all levels and are all reflections. And you will use those reflections as is warranted, as is relevant, as is necessary to express your journey in this dream you call physical reality, slipping mask upon mask upon mask upon the template, shifting, ever shifting, shape shifting, soul shifting, spirit shifting, personality shifting, time shifting, space shifting. Constant dynamic change is the fundamental attribute of the mask. It is ephemeral. It is smoke and mirrors. It is a specter, a ghost, insubstantial, a reflection, a shadow, a play of light. And yet, it reflects the substance of your very being. Constantly, dynamically changing to suit your mood, your frequency, your idea of yourself, your beliefs, your feelings, your thoughts, your behaviors, your choices in life, your choices as life. Masks are a tool of great power and paradox, allowing you to experience the true multidimensional parallel reality potential of the greater beings that you are. Develop an ease of shifting from mask to mask, and even while you may adopt quite solidly the persona of each for the tasks at hand in any given moment, they are nevertheless dissociated from you as simple projections, as a device, as a tool, as a way of experiencing, as a way of encountering, as a way of exchanging, as a way of communicating. They are a tool, a technique, a method. They are a play, and you are upon the stage. And you are the stage. Allow the higher mind to speak through the mask more and more each day. Neutralize and yet love each and every configuration. Neutralize and yet breathe life into every mask. Neutralize and allow yourself to become malleable, fluid, flexible. And in every moment that you crystallize a mask, so in the next do you dissolve it in the crucible of your consciousness. For it is but a temporary shadow of your greater being. Allow the higher mind to see through the eyes of the mask you consider your personality to be. Use the permission slip and neutralize, and allow yourselves to begin to feel and think and see as the higher mind does, to know and to be inspired as the higher mind is, and to see yourself from another point of view, to look from the higher mind perspective and see the physical masks that your personality is, playing the game that it plays on the stage of physical reality, while you are up, above, in the wings, observing, guiding, suggesting, whispering, knowing, loving, playing, expressing the ecstasy and celebration of life. You are at the masquerade ball of the higher mind, for that is what physical reality is. And each of you carries within you the information that others need. And so they present to you their masks as you present to them yours. And even while you play the game that the masks are real, the higher mind knows that they are simple projections. They are conveniences, yet you give them meaning as a form of communication, one to the other, a whole other level of language in the masks you consider your personas to be. For this is a language of the higher mind, the shifting masks that are presented moment to moment. See them as an animation, as a communication, as a language that leads back to the higher mind and its knowledge of itself in all the ways it can be expressed. And for each occasion, a new mask. Yet all the masks are part of you. All the masks are the masks of all that is, experiencing and expressing itself in all the ways it can, in all the reflections that exist within it. Breathe through the mask, in and out. Breathe life into it, and allow it to serve its simple purpose of expression and communication and state of being, and allow it to shift and change naturally, automatically, effortlessly, organically. For just as you would not stick on a single word, do not stick on a single mask, for it is a language and it must flow. All the masks must flow in concert, in harmony, in orchestration, to express the true greater being that you are, to see each mask as one part, one aspect of the higher mind that you are, the greater being that you are, the soul that you are, the oversoul that you are. Masks upon masks in parallel realities, masks upon masks, upon masks upon masks. The projections and reflections of creation, of existence, of all that is. Neutralize and harmonize with your higher minds, for that is who you are. And this is but a dream and a whisper that echoes in eternity, in the mind of all that is, in the heart of all that is, in the soul of all that is. Breathe it in and let it out. Breathe it in and let it out. Breathe it in and hold it, and hold it, and hold it. And blow into your atmosphere the crystallization and the fluidity that allows the masks to shift naturally, in perfect timing, and in perfect harmony, as a whole being of physical and higher mind
Walk through life. Glide through life. Float, sail, act, be, do. For you are the spark of life behind the mask. See that in the infinite mirror before you. Know that to be true. And live that in all ways that are true for you. Breathe easily, gently. Allow your lights and your music to dim and soften, but they will always play within you and resonate as different notes, which are the different masks, the different vibrations of all that is, playing that song throughout your soul. Song of unconditional love, the song of existence itself. Be at peace. Our unconditional love to you all. Drift in the dream and awaken into a new dream every moment of your being. Sweet dreams to you all.